Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, January 26th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great. And let me emphasize the word great. It is great to be inside our New York City studio. And why am I so happy to be here? Why am I emphasizing that word? Because, my friends, we have a streak dating back to 2009. 2009, June of 2009 to be exact. This program, which originally was once known as Fight House Radio for just 3 weeks, then we switched over to the MMA Hour. Then we became Ariel Helwani's MMA show. Then we went back to the MMA Hour, and now it's just the Ariel Helwani show. Streak that dates back almost 17 years now. This June will be 17 years. We have never had a snow day. So what I mean by that is we have never been canceled due to the weather. Now, of course, back in the day, we were only on once a week. Then it was twice a week. Now it's 3 times a week. There were some commutes there in the ESPN days that were a little bit dicey. There were some sick days as well, but never, ever, ever. And we never canceled due to a sick day as well. Very proud of that. Never a snow day. It looked like this could have been our first snow day. Now, we were still going to do the show, but it just would have been remote. It would have been very pandemic 2020. I didn't want that. You didn't want that. I'm not so sure about the team back there. I think everyone didn't want that. There was one person who I think was pulling for that, but that's neither here nor there. In the end, though, we are here. We powered through. There was a lot of shoveling to be had. The Northeast hit by a pretty gnarly snowstorm. The south of the United States as well. I saw some scenes out of Georgia and Tennessee. All kinds of ice everywhere and power lines down and people without power. And so I do wish everyone well. Hope everyone is safe and sound. Hopefully, if you live this part of the country, you are okay. If you're at home, hopefully you're able to watch us today. If you're at home with your kids, hopefully you're not driving yourself crazy trying to figure out something to do. The kids here in the tri-state area, they are all off from school. I actually found out yesterday about that, so no real suspense. But we are here, and we are here because there's a lot to talk about. A lot has happened since you and I last spoke. Obviously, we did the post show on Saturday, but since I last sat in this chair, a lot of freaking things have happened. The Paramount Plus debuts for both Zuffa Boxing and the UFC have come and gone. Zuffa Boxing on Friday, UFC on Saturday. Overall, if I'm a Paramount Plus executive, I probably am very happy on this Monday. We'll get into all of that and more, how it looked, how it was presented, the flow of the night, obviously the fights themselves. Lots to get into, and it's a tremendous 4-pack of guests that we have on today's program as well. At 2:30, Alex Perez is going to join us to talk about his big win over Charles Johnson on Saturday. At 3 o'clock, Sugar Sean O'Malley is going to join us to talk about his first win in almost 2 years. March of 2024, to be exact. His last win was against Chito Vera in Miami, UFC 299. Here we are, UFC 324, co-main event. Song Yadong, Sugar Sean gets the win, back on track. Is he next in line for a title shot? Talk about all that and more. At 3:30, the Hangman, Dan Hooker, is going to stop by. He's in action this weekend. This weekend is 325, UFC 325. Back-to-back numbered events, which is a great way to start this whole Paramount Plus endeavor, pardon the pun. Alex Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez, the main event. Dan Hooker going up against Benoit Saint-Denis. Obviously, he has a bit of a history with one Paddy Pimblett. Want to get his thoughts on everything that's been going on. We haven't talked to him since before the Arman Sarukian fight. So stay tuned for that. And then at 4 o'clock, the greatest drummer in the history of American music, Travis Barker, massive MMA fan, supporter of what we do here, featured prominently on Saturday. Had him once on the program in 2019. So here we are, a little over 6 years later. Great honor to have him on again. Talk about how he was so involved and featured in Saturday night's proceedings, his thoughts on everything. He's a massive, massive MMA fan, big into wellness, big into training, running, boxing, jiu-jitsu. Great guy. Met him. Not sure in person, maybe once. But nevertheless, very excited to have him on the program. So them's the guests for today's program, and very excited to get into everything with the boys. I've blocked off a lot of time at the top of the program because I wanted to get into everything that transpired over the past few days. I do, off the top of the show, I do want to send my commiserations, to Frankie, because I do feel for him on this Monday. So I'm sorry, Frank. I'm sorry. Commiserations. I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
Yeah. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
You're not too upset?
What would I be upset about?
Hanging in there? Not too torn up? I feel like at this point you're just kind of waiting for the punchline, right? You're just kind of waiting for the. I thought there were a couple times where you were trying to say like you didn't want to come in today, and that's okay. I think everyone had that right.
I don't know how you got that impression.
There's a couple of comments in the text thread.
Like I said, I don't want to come in.
No, it was like, hey, my lights just flickered for 4 seconds. I'm a little bit nervous.
I did tell you about my lights flickering, right?
Yes.
Were you feigning concern about how we were actually doing? Or
No, but you told me.
Then what the fuck, dude? Like, the lights were flickering.
Yeah.
There was a brownout this morning. Like, that could affect Manhattan as well. So it's like, maybe you should know these things.
I'd never heard of that term before, brownout.
Okay, well, you'll unfortunately learn about it in the wrong circumstance. Or it's like, well, shit, why did the power just go out?
Well, I've heard of a blackout. What's a brownout?
I suggest we Google things sometimes, man.
PC, have you heard of a brownout? Do you guys have brownouts over there?
Sounds like a category on Pornhub. My God.
A bit of the blue. How does it always go back to the blue here, Pete? How is it? Like brownout could maybe be like you drank too much, something like that.
Looks like PT's internet's having a brownout over there. What's going on?
Oh, is he spazzing? For the record, I'm aware of brownouts and.
So what's the difference between a blackout and a brownout?
Fair play, Rick.
The temporary. The brownout is more temporary. A blackout is.
But what do the lights does the power go out in the brownout?
Temporarily, yes.
Okay, so you guys experienced that?
Me this time?
Yeah.
No. But I've experienced it before. There was
in
one
your
time
life
in New York City. Yes, there was one. I couldn't find it when Googling, but there was one time in New York City where there was a really bad one, and it shut down systems, and like people had to like leave their houses. It was so bad, and then it turned into a blackout.
Wow. Okay, but you didn't experience it this time.
No, I was good.
I think we're doing Frankie dirty here.
What?
I think he's keeping us updated. He was keeping us aloof on the situation.
Next time, don't even bother asking. I just won't show up. I'll be like,
wow.
It was a brownout. Sorry.
Wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I just thought, I appreciated the oversharing.
It's oversharing. You literally asked, how are you guys doing?
Yeah. And everyone said, good. And then you were like, well,
right, next time, just don't even bother asking. It's cool.
Gosh.
I did notice that Connor and I, we actually didn't answer right away.
Oh, I noticed that.
You didn't even check in and be like, hey, are you guys good? I haven't heard from you.
To me, I thought the silence spoke volumes. Like, it's all good.
I was waiting. I was waiting for at least like 2 to 3. PC, just so you know, we have a separate text thread. So you're wondering probably why you didn't get this because you don't have to.
No, I'm just Googling brownout, to be honest with you, just to make sure.
And I said, is everyone good?
Clear your browser history after.
I got a few I'm goods. I got a dissertation on brownout, and then I got nothing. And then I was like, all right, I feel like we're safe here. I was actually concerned. I asked multiple times, and it just, I have to read the situation. That's all. Frank, you're not upset at me, are you?
What's there to be upset about?
Okay, all right, so we're good.
Just don't ask again. It's literally not worth the time to explain it then or now.
Well, I do hope everyone in the tri-state area who survived the brownout of 2026 is doing okay.
What's funny is brownouts happen all the time. Any time that the system is actually being stressed.
But it's not.
So everyone came up this morning, turned on their heaters, and then brownout. It's a well-known thing. So my concern is we come in here, oh shit, the mixer's not working, the switcher just got shut off
you're
again.
Right, you're
something.
Right,
you're
right.
But no, fuck
you're
me.
Right. No, you're right.
No, I'll fuck my brownout.
You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you for oversharing. Actually, thank you for being the only responsible.
No, it's oversharing.
Oh,
to answer your question.
The only responsible. I feel like me and Andy answered everything over the weekend,
or
like instantaneously.
on the availability of electrical power in a particular area. Okay. All right.
Dissertation.
It's just that in Ireland, like if you're talking shit, someone might say you're talking brown. Do you know what I mean?
Brown out the mouth, talking shit. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm also like, I wasn't too reactive because I just felt like whatever the crew decided is what I was going to go with.
Yeah.
I'm the closest. I have no excuse. At the end of the day, like I could just walk in if I had to.
Well, that would be something, actually.
Yeah, it'd probably take you a little over an hour or so, right?
It's like 45 minutes.
In the end,
I don't know fit if everyone made it in.
We can now all say we walked to work, we made it through the snowstorm, backwards, shoeless. We're here, and
uphill both ways, bro.
We're here for all of you. We're here for all of you because it's not the same when we're at home, and a lot to get into, a lot to discuss. So let us discuss. Let us get into things, guys. The Paramount Plus debut for the UFC. Let's start with that one, and I want to get into the broadcast and some of the criticism. There's a lot to get into. I first want to just say this: PT and I broke down the fight, and I want to get GC and Rick's thoughts as well. And, in the moment at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I said that Justin Gaethje versus Paddy Pimblett was an entertaining fight. I think I said phenomenal fight. I enjoyed it. I was locked in from beginning to end, and there's a lot to take away from this fight, regarding Paddy's toughness, his chin, the fact that he never gave up, the fact that he was never, knocked out. He has famously said, Scousers don't get knocked out, and he stayed true to that. Justin Gaethje, who, I thought was towards the end of his career, coming up big in a spot like this. It felt like everyone sort of felt like the UFC was, building this up to make Paddy look really good and get him that interim title, and then, maybe book that massive fight against Ilia Topuria. In the end, Justin Gaethje becomes the only man to win an interim title twice in his UFC career. He won it several years ago. He wins it again now. And he derails all those plans, just like he derailed the potential plans to have Tony Ferguson fight Khabib Nurmagomedov. That was the first time he became interim champion. He defeated Tony that first show post-pandemic, not post, but post-break within the early days of the pandemic, that May of 2020 show in Jacksonville. He defeated him then. He won the interim title, and then he ended up fighting Khabib Nurmagomedov. A big win. But, I actually, in our hunkering down yesterday, I chose not to watch any football. Very proud to say that I didn't watch a second of football. I could not do it. Congratulations to all the Seahawks fans out there. I wish you all the very best, and I hope that you win 55-10 in about 13 days. GFY to all the Patriots fans out there. That's my sentiment towards all of you. And yes, I'm very bitter, and yes, I'm a child when it comes to this, but that's who I am. I have no problem being who I am. I watched the fight again, guys, and Pizzi, I do kind of feel like we missed one note on Saturday when talking about this fight. I really do feel like it was a very, very sloppy fight. It was a very, there were moments where it was like punches like this, and I'm not going to sit here and break down like technique. I'm not that guy. But, I saw Josh Barnett tweet about this. I saw Matt Brown tweet about this as well. And I saw them here's Josh's tweet. Wow, that was one of the worst UFC main events in a while. Two capable and dynamic finishers fighting like a couple of newbies. Such a terrible display stretch over 5 awful rounds. This was a match for the prelims. Now, here's Matt Brown. That was one of the most entertaining, quote-unquote, championship fights I've ever seen. But I've seen better technique at local shows. No hate. I'm just saying. We've had very dull main events as of late. This was not that. But I do think there is something to be said. And we did say Ilia Topuria and Arman Tsarukyan are probably at home, or, Arman was there. Who knows where Ilia was, licking their lips. I really do feel like that was the sentiment because it was just very sloppy. It was very, very sloppy. If you go back and watch it, it was kind of all over the place as far as the technique was concerned. Entertaining as hell. Fight of the year candidate, no doubt by the end of the year. But I do kind of feel like in the moment we were sort of, drunk on all of it. And if you go back and watch it, I actually feel a lot more like Josh and Matt, who were sort of on an island as opposed to everyone else who was going gaga over the fight. Do you know what I'm saying, PT?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like we're sitting there going, what a technical masterpiece by Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett. As you said, you pointed it out, like this wasn't a very technical fight at all. The things we praised in this fight were Gaethje's zombie-like durability and pretty much Paddy's as well. I can't remember any point us going, wow, look at this fantastic display of technique. What it lacked in technique, it made up for in excitement, in moments, in flashes of, you know, massive shots landing, people taking massive shots. Sometimes that's the way it's going to be. I think a casual audience, honestly, would prefer that over a technical masterpiece.
Sure.
Like I've watched so many technical fights where I was like, wow, that was amazing. And I go on X and everyone's like, what a load of shit. This is bullshit. So, I mean, what do you want? You know? This was a very entertaining fight. Even these guys who know much better than us, Matt Brown, Josh Barnett, while they might highlight the lack of technicality the fight had, they also said this was very exciting. So what really do you want? Like, I think most people would prefer that. I think from Paramount's point of view, they prefer that. I think UFC incentivized this kind of fight over a technical masterpiece. So, yeah, I don't think we said anything contrary to what you said at the top there.
No. I mean, like Merab and Petr Yan, I think most people are like, all right, you know, they're not popping that one in first into the old VCR. I get exactly what you're saying. I guess the interim title, the decision to make an interim title fight at this point in time was somewhat debated, polarizing, whatever. And I guess the thesis here is I feel like there's a massive gap between Ilya and Arman and the two men who fought in the main event on Saturday. Now, they're probably in the top 4, top 5 at worst, but you know, I just think that we know who the top guys are, and the one with the interim title right now is not in that conversation. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I know this may seem like I'm being overly critical of him, and I'm not, because I think it's an incredible story. And the fact that Justin has been able to rebound after the Max Holloway loss, I didn't think that was going to happen. I'll be the first to say I thought Paddy Pimblett was going to win that fight. I thought he was going to win that fight. And honestly, there's another discussion to be had. I think Paddy was a little too overconfident going into that fight. It felt like Paddy was showing up for his coronation. It felt like everything he was saying and the sentiment, and Justin talked about this in the aftermath, he was overconfident. He thought it was going to be the Chandler fight all over again. And maybe this will end up being the best thing to ever happen to him. Paddy has not been exposed. Paddy is 31. Justin is 37, going on 38. Paddy's got plenty of time. Some of the best fighters in UFC history have lost. We've talked about this ad nauseum. This was his first loss since 2018, Jared Gordon fight or not, that was considered a win, so it's a win. That was his first pure loss since 2018. So he's going to be just fine. He'll get back on track. I have no doubt about that. Usually when you have an interim title fight, you say, all right, Tom Aspinall, Sergey Pavlovich, yes, I could see a scenario where this guy is the best. And that was sort of my takeaway. Maybe I'm not doing a good enough job of explaining this. Maybe I'm going to be on an island and called a hater here. But Rick, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're trying to say, which is that the UFC unnecessarily elevated the stakes of this fight, right? They made this an interim title fight, and I have to imagine this was just to make sure that it was the final fight of the night in order for... And I have 2 points here. One is I totally understand if everybody looks at that fight and goes, it was extremely exciting and it wasn't very technical. But I would ask, did anybody say it was going to be technical, right? Like, Justin Gaethje is not a technical fighter. Paddy Pimblett is a very kind of funky, unique style fighter. Like, I don't think anybody expected technique going into this fight, to the point that, like, when Justin Gaethje has fought better technicians, like a Rafael Fiziev, like a Dustin Poirier, who are very clean, very technical strikers, he has been successful against them by not being technical, by doing exactly what he did on Saturday night, which is being relentless, unstoppable, and tougher than everybody else other than Paddy Pimblett, right? I have to probably give Paddy the edge in terms of toughness here. But I didn't expect that from Justin Gaethje, nor did I expect that from Paddy Pimblett. I've been pretty low on my opinion of Paddy Pimblett's technical prowess and probably where his ceiling is at. It has elevated from on Saturday night just due to how tough he was and how he was able to hang in there with Justin. But I don't expect that from either of these guys. I do think it would have been interesting to see before that an Amanda Nunes and a Kayla Harrison, who are probably better in terms of
I kind of did expect it from Paddy. I did expect
technique.
I thought Paddy was going to win. I really did. I thought he was going to win.
But when Paddy wins, it's not some clinical performance. It's not Ilia Topuria, right? You're not looking at his left hook and going, that's the one you throw.
I know.
He's a very odd fighter. Actually, his rhythm is very weird.
Very technical on the ground, though, to his credit.
Yeah, the grappling, that's a different story, but we're talking striking.
I was going to say, it looks clinical for him when he takes it to the ground.
Yeah.
And I went back and watched the fight as well, Ariel. he never really made a concerted effort to take this fight to the ground, and he just chose to stand and strike with Justin Gaethje despite getting dropped in the first round. It looked like he was about to be finished, get dropped bad in the second round as well. Looks like he's about to get finished there too, and then comes out in the third round. Credit to him, has an unbelievable third round, just staying on the feet striking. But like, I really would have liked to see what he could have done if he had taken it to the mat.
Gaethje deserves credit for this. Sorry, PT, just one second. Gaethje deserves credit because, and he talked about this in the post-fight press conference. He didn't throw a lot of leg kicks, and he felt like the leg kicks, and his coach Trevor Whitman felt like the leg kicks allowed Fiziev to take him down. He didn't want to give Paddy that because he knew that Paddy is better than him on the ground, and so he didn't give him those opportunities. But still, I would have loved to have seen some kind of exchanges, especially early in that fight, and especially after that first round, in which Paddy tried to show that he was that much better on the ground. I think he would have and could have had some success, PT.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I said, like on the post-fight show, and I'll stand over here, is that he's improved drastically as a striker. And having watched him from 2013, his striking back then was just basically to set up a takedown. He is standing with UFC fighters here. He is standing and he's trading with them. I never thought he would be able to do that. Obviously, my field of reference is a lot longer than most people's. I've watched him for a very long time, so maybe that has to be factored into me saying that, but I stand over that completely. He is a much better striker than he was previously, and he has a striking game for 25 minutes in this fight, whether you think it's technical or not. He stood there, and that's a massive improvement from the guy that I started watching in 2013, 2014.
All right, so what do you guys think the winner of this fight is getting, and what do you think the loser of this fight is getting? The winner is Justin Gaethje. He's the interim champion. Historically, the interim champion fights for the undisputed belt, but just as Tom Aspinall, that doesn't always happen, and you could have a scenario in which, in this case, the guy who isn't holding the interim title, Arman Tsarukyan, is next for the champion. Do you guys think that Ilia Topuria is next for Justin Gaethje? Let's start with that one. You don't. What do you think happens here?
Arman Tsarukyan versus Ilia Topuria, Justin Gaethje versus Conor McGregor.
Okay, that is an interesting one, and I don't hate it. And I think that part of the reason why Dana kept saying, okay, there's a lot here regarding Conor, but I think part of the reason why Dana kept saying we're going to wait until after this event is because if you sit back, you're like, why do you need to wait until after this event? The big fish for the White House card is Conor McGregor, right? That's the big dog. That's the big draw. What does he have to do with this event? There's no 170-pound fight. You wouldn't necessarily factor him into the title picture at the top of the weight class. But yes, I do agree with you. I do think he factors. I just don't know if it's against Gaethje, because if it's against Gaethje, is Conor fighting at 155 for the interim belt? Or is it just interim title, be damned, they're going to fight? I don't think he can make 155. So you're going to have Gaethje.
I don't think he needs to. Just do Gaethje versus him.
And no interim belt at 170?
No, who cares?
Okay, so I think you're close, but I think you've got the wrong guy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Ilia versus Gaethje. I think they're going to give him that shot.
What I was going to say was Paddy versus Conor.
Yeah. Oh, sure. I'll take that too. If I'm Justin Gaethje, I'd feel some type of way about it, but I'm fine with that.
Why?
I mean, that should be my opportunity, right?
What if I
won the fight?
What if it's Paddy versus Conor, Gaethje versus Ilia?
Oh, Gaethje gets the title shot. Okay, that's fine then.
I'm not convinced that Dana very clearly does not like Arman Tsarukyan.
And Justin Gaethje just put on a barn burner. Whether technical or not, the fans loved that. I'm sure Paramount Plus loved that. And you're getting to put him up against the guy in Ilia Topuria who's a superstar, who's going to give another barn burner. They're going to stand there and strike, and someone's probably going to get knocked out.
I'm with you guys. I do wonder if the UFC wants Justin Gaethje as their long-term champion, right? Or the champion, to get that opportunity.
Who do you think wins that fight?
Ilia's going to beat him.
So...
But, I mean, stranger things have happened, yes?
Sure,
it feels like with Arman and Ilia, you're getting a fight that no matter who comes out of this, you get somebody who's going to be around for a bit and is going to be a very good champion for you.
Does Dana want Arman as his long-standing champion?
Like Merab, he'll come around to it. I know it's very popular for this, they hate Arman Tsarukyan, and it is true, and we see it, right? Dana White doesn't talk glowingly about him. He said the same things about Merab Dvalishvili. He's an idiot, he's this and that, and then he saved the day for them. I think you can get over that. I do wonder if you want to put Justin Gaethje in that spot. It feels like not the optimal play for the UFC. I would rather have Arman and Ilia fight for that belt. And to your point, right, when you put those two in there, you know who the best fighter in the world is going to be. You know that there's technique there. You know that this is going to be illustrative of who the best lightweight on the planet is. Whereas with Justin Gaethje versus Ilia Topuria, it's potentially not.
Couple of fun notes. The lightweight division of the UFC right now has 3 champions in it. Ilia Topuria, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje. That's wild. In an era where we're hearing about on the boxing side, they want to get rid of belts and stuff like that, the lightweight division has 3 champions in it. Number 1. Number 2, the only male American champion right now is Justin Gaethje. Like, if we're actually not going to include Max Holloway, if you want to, great. But as far as like the actual divisions, that's a wild thing as well. Who would have thought, you know, a little less than 2 years after he was brutally knocked out by Max Holloway, we'd be in this spot. Number 3, one thing that was floated to me regarding this White House card is, are they going to try to make it America versus the world? Would Donald Trump and this regime want a scenario in which an American is getting knocked out on the White House lawn? I never really thought of it that way, and I know this has kind of been brought up, but there is something to that, right? So if you do Gaethje versus Ilia, knowing in the back of your mind that he could get knocked out by Ilia, there's two routes here. Gaethje versus Ilia makes sense because he's the only male American champion, but he might get knocked out, and I know they don't tend to book that way, but does the White House, does the president, like the
this
people involved?
This is the 250th celebration of America. Like, it would be not great.
It would be a bad look, and everyone would clown on them.
Yes.
And so I do wonder if it's going to be not squash matches, but a lot of like one-sided bookings, if you will. I wonder. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I do know this, though. It's about to get really interesting with Conor McGregor in the UFC. It's about to get really interesting, and it's starting to feel like pandemic 2020 vibes. And what I mean by that is, do you remember there was a time, I remember Amanda Nunes fought Felicia Spencer, and I remember he was going off on Twitter. He was talking about, F this, I'm going to retire, all this stuff. And I remember he called me, and I wrote a whole article for ESPN.com. He retired in 2020 because they wouldn't give him a fight. And they wouldn't give him a fight until they could have some kind of attendance. And that attendance came 2021 in Abu Dhabi, January of 2021 against Dustin Poirier, if you remember. They didn't want to have him at the Apex in front of no one. And so I remind you, when that White House card comes around, June 14th, there will be no pay-per-view. There will be no gate. And what I'm hearing is there's going to be no sponsors as well. So it's going to be it's going to be gigantic as far as brand awareness and whatnot. But as far as sponsors on the cage, it's not going to be like that because White House and it gets a little tricky with that. And so is there a chance that Dana White is doing all of this? We're moving on from Michael Chandler stuff and all this stuff to kind of prepare us for the fact that there's going to be no one for Conor to fight, or that they won't be able to come to terms with Conor. He was asked about Conor's comments on that Roblox stream. He was asked at the post-fight press conference what he made of it. And he's doing the thing now where I don't hear of anything. I don't buy that for a second. I believe he hears of everything. We live in a day and age where someone could text you a clip and you can watch it in 30 seconds. Come on. What are we talking about here? This is your day-to-day life. I know you've got a lot of other things going on, but it's your day-to-day life. I feel like we're moving in that direction. And I know we've kind of gone from 324 to here, but it's all very intertwined. And I do wonder, I'm not saying Conor will not come back, but they've got a pay-per-view in July. I'm hearing July 11th. Maybe they save him for that and sell tickets and gate and all that stuff and more. I think it's about to get really, really interesting. Now, on this day, when Dana White himself has said, Monday, we're going to start matchmaking this card. And so today they're going to sit down. Are they going to try to find, and I don't know the answer just yet because it's still a little bit early in the game, a way out of Conor because they can't make any money off of this return. There's only so many fights left. 1, 2, 3 max. Just historically, he hasn't fought in, almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in July. Are they going to try to find a way? And so if he is involved, I could see a scenario where it's him versus Paddy. If it's not Chandler, I think it should be Chandler number 1. If it's not Chandler, Paddy's probably number 2 at this point. And then Gaethje fights Ilia, and Arman's going to have to fight someone else because they just don't seem to be huge fans of his. I've kind of fallen on that as far as how I think this is all going to play out. But of course, it can twist and turn a million different ways between now and then. What do you think, Pete?
I think it's probably the most interesting thing he's said in years.
Who?
Conor about the contract situation. I wonder, there was all kinds of talks of unionization and stuff back in the day, and they were like, well, these are the kind of guys that need to be behind it. Someone like a McGregor, and I don't think he's speaking for a collective. I think he's speaking for himself. But I do think it's very interesting, given that Volkanovski's on this show talking about pay-per-view points. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. We got the update on the bonuses, and everyone kind of feels like that's that faucet closed now. This is a very interesting position for him to be in. They have never replaced him in terms of being the biggest superstar in the sport. So I think it's just incredibly interesting, the ramifications this contract negotiation, as far as he's concerned, could have on the sport. I don't know if it could, given that it's very individual to him. He brings in so many eyeballs, brings in so much money that they're no longer reliant on. But I think it's very interesting. Look, I don't think McGregor is in a situation where I'd put him as a favorite in any fight right now. But those are fights that, you're talking about Ilya and Arman watching that fight at the weekend. He was definitely watching it, as you say, rubbing his hands together going, I think I could do one of these lads. But of course, they're going to have to come up and fight him at 170. That's one of the stipulations. Like, you kind of have to take whatever road he wants you to go down if you're going to fight him.
Do you agree do you agree that of the realistic options, Paddy's probably the biggest? Like, I heard from Shaheen, like, our traffic was insane on Saturday for this fight. Paddy's a big time draw. Dana White said afterwards that this exceeded expectations by double. And we'll see what that means for Saturday, 325. But I feel like of the realistic options and of the potential winnable options, Paddy's probably the best one. Again, I feel like it should be Michael Chandler. I think the way Michael Chandler has been dismissed, I went on the whole rant on Thursday. I'm not going to do it again. I've said my piece on this, but the way he's been dismissed is so disrespectful to him. The guy's done everything and then some to be the ultimate company man. If they are, in fact, for whatever reason, going to move on from him, Paddy is probably the best option. And the fact that he didn't win that fight, the fact that he's not a champion as opposed to Justin Gaethje, I actually feel like increases his chances of getting this fight.
Yeah, and look, he took a hell of a beating there as well. Like, that is not, like, as far as McGregor's concerned, one of the most notorious knockout artists the sport has ever seen. He's like coming off that fight where he's ate so much punishment. Like, as we can see in the picture there, like, this is the most effed up I've ever seen Paddy Pimblett after a fight in my life. He'd be thinking, yeah, this is great. The other thing is, like, it's a tough position for the UFC to be in. Like, we heard what Dana White said about John Jones. Can I rely on John Jones? We all know how active McGregor was in his pomp, but he is not that guy anymore. He has made more money than anyone in the history of the UFC. There is a big issue in terms of, can this guy get through a camp? So if you are completely relying on him being the big sell for the White House, are you willing to do that? Like, what happens if it goes wrong in the same way the Chandler fight did a few years back? Like, that's a serious thing that the UFC have to think about.
Rick, what did you make of the Gaethje situation where on Wednesday he basically says, like, hey, I'm not making any more money for any of this. Daniel Cormier is out here saying I'm making more money. Now, again, we talked about this on Thursday to a degree, but more happened since. Basically, what transpired was Dana White on the Pat McAfee show said, we made him an offer. He didn't respond. All right. Then Gaethje shows up at the press conference and is asked about it and is like, I'm just here to talk about fighting. So clearly someone said something to him, which was a little bit disappointing, but the big dog is sitting right there, so I get it. Then at the post-fight, he does the thing where, like, look, I'm happy, I won. Hopefully I have a good manager who can renegotiate for me now. I'm happy to be here. I have, 15 bonuses. It's tied for the most with Dustin Poirier and Edson Barbosa with half the fights. I'm the man. I always deliver. But then also implied, like, it was kind of taken out of context. Like, I don't think anything was taken out of context, to be honest. Like, you sat there and were asked about bonuses, took the question in a different direction and said, I have 14 bonuses that haven't equaled $1 million, and seemed upset that his money didn't go up. I remind you, just because you are entering the Paramount era doesn't mean that all the purses are going to go up. You have existing contracts. They can bump them if they want because there's no rhyme or reason for anything. And the easiest thing to bump were the bonuses. And we did find out on Saturday that the bonuses were increasing from 50K to 100K. So 50K for 2 performance bonuses used to be the deal back in the day, 50K each. Now it's 100K each. And for the 2 combatants in the fight of the night, 100K each. And in addition to that, they've done away with the discretionary bonuses, which were all very kind of loosey-goosey, like, hey, we're gonna hook this guy up, we're gonna do right by him, give you a 5K here, a 10K, a 15K, whatever it is. Now you get a finish you're getting 25K. Regardless of how you fought in that fight, you get a finish. Doesn't matter what kind of a finish it is, you're getting 25K unless you miss weight. Just ask Alex Perez, who did not get a bonus. So I know there's a lot there, but Rick, what did you make of all of that? Because this is now another story. There's so much going on right now from the new era, the broadcast, and the title, and the White House, but this was another big story that was playing out over the weekend.
I thought it was interesting, but much ado about nothing, because Justin Gaethje doesn't have leverage, and that's a major problem, right? If Justin Gaethje goes out there and, first of all, I had an issue, and I said this on Thursday, it wasn't a shot across the bow. He didn't call out Dana White, he called out Daniel Cormier. And if he really wanted to make a statement, he would have said, Dana White and the UFC are not paying me enough. Instead, he said, well, DC is talking about the money going up, and he kind of deflected it. And then we see in the post-fight, he's again kind of skirting around it. He doesn't have leverage, and he knows it. And again, I said this on Thursday, I will repeat, I'm not blaming Justin Gaethje, nor do I think he should be playing the dangerous game of going directly after the UFC because he does not have leverage. There's only one person whose comments on all of this fighter pay stuff that I care about, and that's Conor McGregor. Well, there's two people. There's Dana White, and there's Conor McGregor. And the reason I care about Conor McGregor's thoughts on this is because he's the only one with leverage. When he talks about, on a Roblox stream, my contract is null and void, he's the only one with the ability to go, no, you actually do need to pay me a different amount because I'm the only one who actually sells pay-per-views. Pay-per-views were down bad last year. I can't imagine there were many champions who were making a ton of money by selling pay-per-views. The UFC obviously wasn't making a ton of money by selling pay-per-views and has pivoted away from that model. And so there's nobody out there who's really going to be too hard done if all of a sudden the UFC is like, we're moving away from pay-per-view. There's going to be some extra money and not ask about it ever again, right? Volk was on talking to you and he kind of didn't know what's going on, but is Volk really going to be the one to rock the boat and do it? There's only one person who stands to benefit in a major way from pay-per-views in 2026 or previously in 2025, and that's Conor McGregor. So when Conor McGregor comes out and says, I need to renegotiate my deal because this is now null and void, that's the only one that's going to have any waves, ripples, anything. There is a realistic scenario where upcoming, when it comes to the White House, Conor McGregor is the one that says no, right? We're acting like it's just going to be the Dana White's going to be like, do I trust Conor McGregor? What if they come to Conor McGregor with a number that's not sufficiently offset because this pay-per-view is not in place anymore, and he says, take a hike. I'm not fighting for that. I never fought for that. I stand to make so much more money than that, and you're trying to... And we're also in a scenario where the UFC might not need Conor McGregor as much as they used to, which is an even more fascinating thing, right? Because pay-per-view doesn't exist, do you necessarily need somebody like Conor McGregor as much as you needed him when you needed to sell?
Well, I bet you
every
Paramount
single
Plus.
pay-per-view?
Paramount
they
Plus
probably
wants
want
him,
him, but do they need him? They used to need him. Now they want
1.1 billion. You need people to sign up for your service without any pay-per-view, and that's why this event isn't going to be on CBS. They're not going to give it away. But this is a long game. Sure. But
in the past, when you needed people to buy, it was one
100%.
night, and you could put Conor McGregor on that poster, and you know that one night you're going to make your money's worth. You don't need him as much now. You might only get 2 fights out of him. Hell, you might not get any fights out of him. So I don't know that they need Conor McGregor in the way that they used to need him. And I think that he's the only one who has the ability to leverage us. So as returning to Justin Gaethje for a second, I didn't really make much of it because, again, I knew that he was going to come out and be like, all's good. He got 2 bonuses. Everything's fine. I'm moving on. His contract's not going to change. Hopefully he has a good manager. But Conor McGregor's comments on the Roblox stream are the one that I actually thought were interesting.
They do have to offer him 3 fights a year. That's what Dana White always likes to say.
Yeah, for sure.
GC, what'd you make of the 50K to 100K? Does that suffice in your opinion?
It's nice to see. It's certainly better than nothing. But with how long it had been at 50K, sort of the stagnation in the rise in the bonuses, it feels like it's long overdue. Like it's nice to see. I like that. Fighters are getting incentivized with 25K for each finish they get. Now that someone's getting a little more, extra pay on top of it. But I mean, it's not game changing. I don't think we're all good on fighter pay now. These guys don't need any more money. But I do like to see that they are kind of catching up with the times. It's the fact that it was 50K in 2013 as well, 2012.
By the way, back in the day, it was even higher. The famous Conor McGregor line is 60 G's, baby.
I know.
It actually went down.
Which is just insane. So it's nice to see, and I saw some people being that's good. It's squared away. I think Pete said he got some responses to his tweet being this is a good thing, and people were just yeah, man, that's it. Fighter pay is all good. I still think they still need to fight for more pay, but it's nice to see the UFC catching up.
I get a little bit annoyed at the bonus talk. We get so hung up on the bonus, and first of all, that's 4 people. It's so discretionary. Okay, now I know you're adding the finishes. Great. If they came out and said, because he keeps talking about, oh, we got some kids that came in here and they broke it down. All right, like if you would have come in with a whole new model and said, all right, we're going to bump everyone up. Your entry level pay is going to be 25 and 25. First of all, I hate the show and win, but they're not getting rid of that. So now it's 12 and 12. We're bumping everyone to 25, 25. And if you have X amount of wins, you're going to get this. And if you have this, you're going to get that. Like, give me some, what is the big formula that you're talking about? Like some very quick math. Can we do some very quick math? So,
and by the way, they've done this. This was like the Reebok and the Venom like policy. You look at how many fights somebody's had. You reward them based on that, and then you just go on from there. It's not difficult.
Let's say you're giving out 400K bonuses. Let's just say for the performance bonuses, right?
Each fight event,
yeah. So 100K times 4 is obviously 400K, right?
Yeah.
Now there's 43 events. So 1 second. 43 times 400 is 17 million, 17.2 million, right? Now, there's going to be those 25Ks as well. So what are we going to say? Like on average...
Another 10 million.
Another 10? You want to just throw another 10 on there?
If every card finished, like if everyone got a finish, it'd be a maximum of around 10 million, I think.
Okay, let's.
Oh, so if every fight that the UFC puts
so it's
on
already
this
gone.
year,
So it can't happen
You're
already.
going to get close to like 600 fights in a year. It's like roughly like 14 million if every single fight had a finish.
all right, so let's call it 14.
Okay, 14, that's 31. That's 31 million. 31 million in this big number that we're all going crazy about. Reminder, they're getting 1.1 billion with a B from Paramount Plus alone. That doesn't include their deal over in the UK and Ireland with TNT Sports. That doesn't include their deal with Rogers. That doesn't include their deals in other territories around the world. We keep focusing on the 1.1. 31, 1.1. Oh, that doesn't include sponsorship, Venom, Crypto.com, the litany of sponsors on the cage. Like, it is absurd that we get hung up over this and we start going crazy and cheering and stuff like that, when as of right now, and I've asked a bunch of managers, there's no like blanket, hey, base pay is going up, entry level pay is going up. There's none of that. There are some that said, yep, they didn't renegotiate. They did give us a bump. They did offset for pay-per-view. They looked at international pay-per-view. They looked at what you drew in the past. They came up with some number. You don't have much of a leg to stand on, but it is all very willy-nilly, seat of the pants, back of the napkin type of stuff. There's no formula. There's no nothing being presented to anyone. And so, yes, this was nice to see. A reminder, it's not that far off from what they were doing 12 or so years ago. 12 or so years ago, they were doing stuff that was closer to 100K than they were at like last year, the year before, during the whole ESPN era, to be honest. And so I'm actually happy they got rid of the discretionaries. I thought that was very weird. The discretionary bonuses, like DC has talked about getting a $1 million check in the back. And I always kind of felt like that was a way to sort of keep everyone at bay. No one wanted to ever speak up because you were hoping that you would get those checks. I've not heard of one of those checks in quite some time. I've heard of bonuses. Nothing anywhere near the millies from back in the day, or what other fighters have told me back in the day. You saw a few fighters tweet out about a 3,000
Steamroller.
Steamroller.
Yeah, 3,000.
I saw another fighter, and Dana did say 5 to 25, so it was a little bit lower than that. Here's the.
This is like weeks ago too, December 16th.
Yeah, 3,000. Again, they don't have to do that, but I think it's all very calculated. It's a way of being like, oh, there's going to be something waiting for me. Don't speak out of turn. What a time. It's you would think at this point, as I said on Thursday, the sport is being treated like a major league sport, except the athletes, the fighters, don't get the benefit of what major league athletes get, which is being treated with the same type of respect, having a collective bargaining agreement, having a seat at the table, having revenue sharing, all that stuff and more. And I don't want to make this into that once again, because I know it gets tiresome.
Make it into that.
No, I don't want to.
That is the right. They don't have leverage because they do not work together.
Oh, 100%. And by the way,
waiting for this check.
Ally Quinta. Did you see Ally Quinta's Instagram post? Ally Quinta posted after Justin Gaethje's comments of basically a conversation that they had many years ago when they were scheduled to fight each other, or at least in talks. And he's like, hey, let's work together to try to make this better for both of us. And Justin's response was, you do you and I'll do me. And
it didn't work out for Justin.
Well, by the way, that's how most fighters feel. And it's a shame. It's a real shame because there were some savvy ones like Al back in the day who would try to speak out about these things. And a lot of them were like, nah, you kill what you kill, I'll kill what I kill, and I'll eat what I eat. What was that, Pizzi?
If it gets to a point, and Ben was talking about this on the Crack on Friday, where like it feels like we care more than the fighters, you know?
Yes.
And we like get this pushback from people for bringing this up who consume the sport every week, and they're just not interested in it. You know, they're not interested with guys who walk away from this sport with nothing, with health issues and things like that. Like they don't care. They just want to watch the fights and move on, which is fair enough, I guess.
I think it's true to say they don't care, but the reason they don't care is because there's not an alternative, right? They're kind of in the situation that they're in. The PFL doesn't have enough opportunities to grant for them, and you know, after the big Francis Ngannou signing, there really isn't anybody who's able to take on somebody who's a top level UFC star and pay them what they're worth outside of the world of boxing. So there really isn't an opportunity for them to do anything else. You have to be in the UFC if you want to achieve what you're going to achieve, and you have to accept the terms of what they've determined. I think of it more as like apathy than not, like I think they care, but I don't think they have an option, right? They don't really have a choice but to exist in this system. It would require a massive change, or require a massive upheaval where they have to collectively come together and decide that they need to make a change. But it's such an individual sport, I can't see it. We've now seen a $1.1 billion per year broadcast deal come and go, and nobody's said much of anything. Justin Gaethje is getting plaudits for saying, like, DC misled me. We saw a class action lawsuit come and go. It's been settled and nothing changed. There really isn't an opportunity. Like, if these are not the things that are sparking the idea for the fighters to enact change, the UFC will just continue to operate this way. And as a business, they should. There's no reason for them to change what they're doing because they're creating record profits for their shareholders. So unless somebody stands up and does something, or a group of people stands up and does something, they really are kind of shit out of luck. Like, I think they care, but I don't think they can do much.
Let's talk about the broadcast, guys, because there was a lot that was said about the broadcast, a lot of intrigue into how they're going to change things. Overall, I'll give you my thoughts first, and then I want to hear yours as well. Overall, I thought it was a great night for the UFC and Paramount Plus. I know there's things that you can nitpick. A lot will change over time. But my issue sometimes in the past with the UFC is they don't make things special when need be. And they have at times, but I feel like you go to a country, it's a little bit different. Like, tell us that you're there. Make it different. Make it special. They have their formula, and they like to stick to it with the walkouts, with the presentation, all that stuff and more. And that's why when, you know, UFC, I think it was 300, had a bit of like an old school feel, we all loved it because it was a little bit different. And so I felt like they did a great job of making this feel special. That intro at the beginning of the main card with the drapes and the look back over time, and then Bruce Buffer made it feel special, made it feel different. They did not do this at the beginning of the ESPN deal. And going to ESPN was a massive deal for the company. I didn't feel like they made it feel different, special. It was almost like the train was rolling along. I liked it. Now, there were people, and I was looking at it as well, that were commenting on the fact that the main card was scheduled to start at 9, and the first fight only happened at 9:30, and the last fight ended by the time we started our post-show, PT and I, it was around like 12:50. Like, it didn't feel different. It felt a little, you know, dragged out, as an OTN writer predicted last week. I think it will be a lot tighter. It was the first one. They wanted it to feel unique. They wanted it to feel special. The Travis Barker involvement, the music, the Blink-182, whether you liked it or not, I appreciated the effort of making it feel special, making it feel big, making it feel different, making it feel unique. Now, did everything hit? No, not everything hit. A lot of people were upset about the fact that there were too many commercials, that there were too many ads during the walkouts. You didn't see all the walkouts in between rounds. I agree. I miss that stuff. I love that stuff. I love the walkouts, obviously. I love the chatter in between rounds. Let's send it over to this corner. Let's send it over to that corner. Even the replays. We didn't get a lot of that until the very end of the card, the last two in particular. But as Dana White pointed out, like, what is it, $8.99, $10.99, whatever the hell it is, they have to offset, you know, what they paid, $1.1 billion a year, with advertisements. That's the only way. So if you are expecting a clean broadcast now that it's on Paramount Plus, I'm sorry, you're shit out of luck. It ain't gonna happen, because guess what? When they were charging you $80 on ESPN Plus, you were getting adverts as well. So now you're just gonna get more, and you better get used to that. But there is a workaround. Like, there is a world, I would imagine, where you do the walkout and you do that L-bar thing, which they did a couple times. Like, Arnold Allen is walking out. Why can't we hit with the L-bar? You have your Jiffy Lube sponsor. Everyone wins. We get to see the walkout. We get to experience it. Maybe the broadcaster's layout, I don't know what it is. You put the ad there, and that's your way of going to the ad. They have to recognize that they are going to upset a lot of fans because these are important parts of the fight game. The walkouts are very important. In between rounds, very important. You can't treat it like a regular broadcast, and there aren't a lot of breaks during a major UFC event to throw to commercials. They have to get creative. It can't be your regular, let's go to 2 minutes of commercials or a minute of commercials, because you are going to take away what makes fighting fun. And what makes fighting fun, you've already stripped away the personalities with the uniforms. Don't strip away the walkouts. Don't strip away the interactions between the coaches and the fighters. This will be a big mistake. I thought it was a great night for Paramount Plus. There were no issues with the stream. I do have one issue. Can I bring up my one issue, guys?
I have a feeling I know what it is.
There's no pip. There's no pip.
No pip.
It's a big problem. There's a big problem, guys. Walking my dog, I have the freaking thing on for 7 hours. I need to answer a text message, check an email, do something, all right? You need to figure this out, Paramount Plus. You figured it out on Friday. I had the workaround. I went on CBS Sports app. There's the watch thing there. I was able to play and swipe up. Oh, thank God. Go to Paramount Plus on Saturday. Not working. CBS Sports app, it's not working. They made me go to Paramount Plus, and I can't do the PIP. You know what I'm talking about? I don't even know what's the word, Frank?
Swipe up, and then it goes picture in picture.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
Y'all watch it solely on your phones?
That's not the point. Do you sit there for 7 straight hours?
No, because I don't have it on my phone.
My point is, when you watch a card at home.
Yes, TV.
TV, what if you have to go? What if you have to do something?
I mean, I might throw it on.
What does that mean?
The PIP to me, like, I get you want it, but like it isn't heartbreaking for me. It's
a
heartbreaking
huge deal.
for me.
Okay, you don't have a dog. You got to walk your dog. You put it on. You put it in your pocket. Someone texts you. You want to check something.
How many times you watch?
I would like it too.
How many times you walk in matcha throw out a card?
Twice. 3 times. By the
3?
way, day card. I'm not at home the entire card.
I'll give you
I'm
day
at
card.
soccer. I'm at stuff. What do you want me to do? My phone's gonna be like this. What is this?
You're right.
It's a huge problem.
It's a problem.
It's a massive problem.
There's a way you can do it.
Every app on the planet.
Netflix does this at the lower tier, at the non-ad supported tier. At the ad supported tier, you cannot do PIP. You cannot swipe out of it.
I'll pay
at the
pay-per-view
higher
prices
premium.
for the PIP.
You can get out. You can do it. I think they should probably.
That's not on Paramount though, because I got the higher premium one.
No, I know. I'm saying
they
they do this at Netflix. At Paramount, no matter what tier you're in.
Wait a second. This is intriguing. I don't have the higher one. What are you getting for the higher one?
It's just ad free, and the ad free is only for when I'm watching shows and stuff.
It's not for live.
Oh, so you're still getting those commercials?
Oh
instead?
yeah.
Okay, so what do you guys
get
think?
your local CBS. So if you're on the lower one, you can't watch your local CBS and Paramount Plus.
And
but
I gotta
the higher
have my
one,
local CBS.
Yeah.
You guys too.
You
Love
gotta watch
CBS
Blue
too.
Bloods and
Football.
whatnot.
Come on.
Oh yeah. Okay. What'd you guys think, Rick? What'd you think?
I think it was relatively the same, but like you, I think we're missing something real with the walkouts and the in between rounds and the corners. Would you sign up for a longer broadcast where they went to commercials more between fights, but they did not interrupt action? Meaning we get walkouts,
Yeah.
we get corners, but those commercials are loaded between fights.
How can you do it between fights? Oh, between the fights. Yeah, fine.
Longer.
Sure.
This broadcast is going to be massive now.
By the way, they didn't waste a lot of time between these fights.
I'm saying you build in additional time. You get what you want as a fight fan. We get our money. Would you sign
I
up?
thought my L-bar idea was the golden
You can't
one.
do that for every
Why?
broadcast though, because video commercials cost more money and they're making more money on them. You can't just do L-bars. You have to do some commercials. What if they said, that's fine, but instead of 3 hours, this broadcast now going to be 4 hours? Because
No.
you're not going to lose any corner. You're not going to lose any walkout. But
Now we're ending it at 1 a.m. again?
Listen, you got to sacrifice somewhere. You got to sacrifice somewhere.
No.
All right, well, get ready to never watch a walkout again. Enjoy.
By the way, I could... Those little packages that they play,
lose them.
Yeah,
lose them.
the ones
They ain't doing that shit.
Arnold Allen is on a
that's
4-fight
staying.
winning. No, get rid of that. I don't need
that's
that.
staying.
I know what the fight is. Dun dun dun.
Not everybody.
No, I'm actually not going to lie. You know where you save the time is that instead of the first fight, and I know they did the promos and everything that off the top, and they're still not getting to that first fight till like 10:15 normally. Let's get to that first fight at 10:05. We've now saved 10
We
minutes.
need the stand up at the beginning. Like, I love those guys, but all I ever get from
All right, so
DC
now
and Joe
we're
Rogan is
cutting
this card is insane. The energy here is
It
nuts.
is insane, though.
It's
It is
insane. It's nuts. Let's just get
All
on
right,
with
so
it.
now we're
How
losing.
about?
Okay.
We do the
Okay, here we go,
KSW. We do the KSW intro where the announcer is giving it the big one as they're walking in. Here comes Arnold Allen.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
loves meal deals, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fought Max Holloway didn't go too well, but guess what, mother? He's back. He's back. He's pissed. And you know what I mean? His dad's a weightlifter.
Okay.
As they're walking in, that gets rid of that video beforehand.
Oh, sure.
L-bar then when he hits the Harley Davidson check zone or whatever it's fucking called these days. And
I
Bob's
think-
your uncle.
Wow, I love it. You guys are just getting UFC employees everywhere fired, huh? Just
Eldar?
taking away their jobs. All the promo makers.
never said that
All the
before. I've
people
never
who
said
are
that.
doing the stand-ups. Now
We
they
love
don't need as many coordinating producers. Now they don't need as much to pay as much to these people.
Well, the number
Shameful.
number one talking point I feel like after this show was the ads.
Yeah.
And by the way, I do think it's much ado about nothing. I mean, God forbid we pop up with some packs. People are going nuts over here. Like, we don't charge you shit.
Dude.
You know?
People fucking hate ads. It is crazy.
They're entitled.
Unless they're sitting there watching normal television like an NFL game, and
the
then
ads.
you will get 5 minutes of ads every 10 minutes. You're going to get that. Every single possession, you're going to get that. And everyone's like, "Yep, it's just the NFL. That's just the way it is." God forbid you get 2 minutes of ads here. It's your hair's on fire.
Okay, but I'm not joking. You could adopt the NFL style. You could literally just go to commercials between action, and then
I mean, bro, they were doing that. They were
I'm saying. commercials.
You
They were
load
going
them
to
in.
commercial all the way up until both guys were in the octagon ready to fight, and then they were going to commercial in between each round as well.
I'm saying, don't do that. Take those out, put them in between the fights, and you just watch longer commercials. You just go to commercial less frequently, but for longer periods, and then you get all your action.
Can you sprinkle in a 30 seconds here, a 30 seconds there, a minute there?
But where?
I mean, in between those fights.
Yo, I'll be for real. I feel like I really only need the walkouts for co-main, main.
Nah, man.
Same with the corner
These
win.
are important. These are important.
Main card only.
I care more about the corner stuff than the walkouts.
Same. I definitely do as well.
Pete, you agree with it? I feel like the walkouts.
I'm the last person to ask about this stuff. I don't care. You know,
I care about the
I
corner.
like the walkout, but like, dude, you're talking about like the first guy
No, I
walking
need
out
the-
on the
I need
main
the
card.
walkouts.
It's
I need
it's
the
just their
walkouts.
song and them walking out.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't care about
There's something
those.
to it. There's
Nah,
something
just
to
main
it.
event.
But you were saying the corner is important.
I love-
because
by the
things
way,
happen.
don't get
and
me
If we
people
don't
say-
get Leon Edwards' moment in his corner,
I
that's
agree.
fucked. That's
Also
if we don't
injuries,
get-
Rick,
Dodge
right? When
Ram,
someone's like-
spectacular sale, and then it comes back right into the middle of him being like, "He's bullying you, son."
No,
Wait,
you don't
what was
even
he
get
saying?
it.
But you know, like injuries happen in fights, and they're in the corner explaining to their corner, like,
Yeah.
my foot's gone. Like
Yeah.
that's a very important part.
It's
of,
all very important. Don't make me choose. I think walkouts are important. I think in between rounds are
All
important.
right, get ready for commercials. More between. That's the way.
Start the
4-hour
card at 8.
broadcast,
Start
baby.
the card at
Let's
8
do
then.
it.
Start the card at 7.
Yeah,
Dane.
start the card at 7.
Start the card at 7.
That'd be incredible. I don't know.
You
People
have
were
to.
upset.
You have to give or take one way.
Well, ultimately, the give or take is recognizing the fact that you're not being charged $80 for this card.
Oh, for the fan percent, yeah, for sure.
But
for sure.
I think they'll figure it out. I'm actually very bullish on this entire thing. I think this is a great deal for fans. I think putting Kate there was a great idea, Kate Scott. It made me feel like, okay, they want to have their sort of imprint. I'm talking CBS Paramount, but also adhere to UFC. The UFC, you know, I was expecting maybe a little freshening up of the graphics. I know people don't care about this stuff. I do, because Dana White said it himself. We're going to have a new graphics package. And to the best of my knowledge, it looked the exact same. The music is different. Great. They're sticklers. They still play Face the Pain. Like they're sticklers. They still have that da-na-na-na. That's from like UFC 1. So I wasn't expecting wholesale changes. I thought it looked crisp. In fact, I was talking to Andy. I don't know if you want to weigh in on this, but Andy, who like works in this world, she was telling me the cameras look better.
Yeah, I agree. I think the cameras
Tell me.
look better.
What does that mean? What does that mean by the cameras looking better?
I just like them better. Like you can look at you can tell what's a Canon or what's a Sony, right? If you've been doing this for a while. Like to me, it just looked really nice, very nicely lit. I thought it was beautifully lit, honestly.
Okay. This is good. And a lot of that is down to the Paramount Plus crew. So I like the blue backdrop for those backstage interviews. Like there's some little differences. I think overall it was a great night for them. The big question was the stream. Would it hold up? Would there be any issues? They've done live sporting events before, Champions League, there's NFL on there, so I didn't think that was going to be an issue, but there were a lot of complaints about the ESPN Plus stream in the past. It felt like everyone, for the most part, came to the realization like, yeah, the ads are annoying, but oh, by the way, I didn't have to pay $80 for this, and next week I don't have to pay $80 for another numbered event. Overall, that's a great night. If they could just figure out that PIP, and trust me, I'm not in the minority on this one. I think a lot of people actually agree. I think a lot of people who have things to do during these 7 to 8 hour cards don't want to sit there at home and sit on your couch for 8 hours. Or sometimes, you know what I'll do sometimes during the card? I'll have my Peloton and I'll put my phone here and watch it. And then I had some other people be like, oh, if you go on Amazon and sign up for Paramount Plus, I tried that as well. I don't know what you're doing. Anyway, and so you're on the thing, but then during a commercial, I want to swipe out, and then I have to swipe back in and all this. Oh, what a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. I'm not going to lie. It's an absolute nightmare. But I think they'll figure that out too. I think they'll figure that out.
They'll get there. They'll get there.
Yeah, I think they'll
It's a great night, but this is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, well, just that. Just that.
This
Okay.
is an absolute nightmare.
There's
I
more.
can't swipe out
Okay,
of it
well,
now.
here's a nightmare. Here's a nightmare. Saturday. By the way, overall, I'm giving them like an A, right? Like, were there
A.
any?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An A,
Yeah,
yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great night.
I'm
yeah.
very curious to see this Saturday. If we got another 4-hour show, then I might start changing my grade.
Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
Nightmare. Okay, so I was running down all the stuff. Like a lot of shit happened leading up to this card. Other nightmare.
Wait. Sorry, before we move on.
Yeah.
From Ben Hefner, encoder to the show.
Oh yes. Legend.
Says Paramount's True 1080 versus ESPN 720 was so much better. So he's saying the resolution was a better resolution.
These things matter.
It looked crisper.
Now,
I thought he had something on the pip.
If you could
No, he
swipe,
doesn't
and
have that
it'll probably
kind
be
of
even
authority.
clearer because it's smaller. So it's
Is that how that works?
a couple hours before the show. It's a deja vu scene. Tweets start percolating regarding Alex Hernandez versus Michael Johnson. And what's the difference this time? This time they pull the plug. Now, I've tried to ask what happened. I'm not getting much intel. But Dana White did confirm in the post-fight press conference that it was due to this. And he basically said, I'm not going over this again. We're not going to do this shit again. In fact, we have the sound right here. Here's Dana White being asked by, I do believe, John Morgan about what led to the cancellation. A very different play, if you will, from the UFC brass as opposed to back in, what was it, November, when they let the Bulgarian fight play out as opposed to pulling the plug before.
We did have a fight cancellation today. Not a lot of details on the information of what happened there. There's speculation that maybe this was a wagering flag. What can you tell us?
That's what it is. Happened again. You know, we got called from the Gaming Integrity Service, and I said, I'm not doing this shit again. So we pulled the fight.
And he deserves to be applauded for that, because one of my big points in the aftermath of the Bulgarian situation was, why did you let the fight actually happen? Like, you had questions. It seemed a little shady. You spoke to both of them. Not worth it playing out and suffering this black eye on the sport because of some, who knows, some questionable betting activity. This time they pulled the plug. Now, he was later asked by, I do believe, Mike Bond of MMA Junkie, like, what happens to Johnson and Hernandez? And he's like, I don't know. Which, who's going to know if not him? But neither here nor there at the moment. How did you feel about this, GC? You're our expert when it comes to this. Did they make the right call? My understanding was it wasn't as egregious as what we've seen in the past, the Minner fight, the Bulgarian fight. So A, is that accurate? And B, did they make the right call?
Yeah, that is accurate. We actually talked about it on Friday evening before the fight got pulled, and you asked my opinion on it, and I was like, it's a little bit suspect, the fact that Alexander Hernandez went from like a minus 150 on Wednesday to Friday evening. It was a coin flip on the odds, but I feel like in the past, having done this for 4 or 5 years now, like constantly stalking these odds, we see that happen. You get heavy money coming in later in the week, but the fact that the UFC pulled it after that line movement before Dana had officially announced it was very suspect. I think they did the right thing, because a lot of people, now that, we've had the Derek Minner situation, we had the Isaac Bulgarian situation, when things like this happen, you see a lot of people start alerting to it on Twitter. Say Alexander Hernandez had come out there, got knocked out in the first round by Michael Johnson, whether there was any fight fixing going on or not, you have this same thing happening again that you had with the Isaac Bulgarian fight.
So probably the best course of action in these moments is just wash your hands of it, pull the fight, right?
I feel like that's as much as Dana said, and I feel like he's right with it. If your integrity unit is reaching out to you and being like, listen, man, like this is sketchy. I feel like, especially when it's a prelim fight, it's not like the card was canceled because we lost Alexander Hernandez, Michael Johnson.
What was interesting about it was, of the other times that this has happened, probably the two most well-known fighters, right? Like Hernandez and Johnson aren't Bulgarian.
For sure.
Or Derek Minner, those types of guys. And guys who have been in the UFC for quite some time. So I would hate to think that they were involved in anything or that anything nefarious was going on. But yeah, that wasn't a great look, right?
Yeah.
To have to pull a fight before the debut due to this reason. They never said that beforehand, but everyone put two and two together, and then Dana White said it afterwards.
One other thing I will point out that's interesting is that the Minner and the Bulgarian were both Sunday afternoon insane line swings.
Saturday
afternoon line swings. Like essentially as the fights were getting ready to get started, this was like Friday evening, and then it ends up getting pulled when? Saturday morning?
Saturday afternoon, yeah.
Saturday afternoon. So it's interesting to see that they're going about it in a different way. They're not waiting till the last second.
And again, no one's saying, the reason I'm tying my shoelaces here, they got untied, I'm sorry. No one is saying anything. I've reached out to both parties involved, and no one is saying anything right now. So I'm really curious, but it's not the best thing to happen before your debut on Paramount Plus. Another thing that isn't the best thing to happen before your debut is what happened at the weigh-ins. We had Alex Perez miss weight. We had Davison Figueiredo miss weight, but those were kind of common, if you want to call them common weight misses. What happened to Cameron Smotherman was uncommon and downright scary. Here's the scene at the weigh-ins, the morning weigh-ins. Smotherman walks off and collapses, absolutely collapses, falls face first, and doesn't, just fall. I mean, like he smashes his face on that riser there. We have other angles here, and it's all this is crazy in its own right. Like the way they just turn him over, like that is awful stuff. I do believe we have more. Let's just run through everything that we have here regarding Cameron Smotherman. Here's him getting, helped up, and then just sort of like helped out. And I think they lift his legs up. But this, I was surprised, to be honest. I was surprised they didn't bring out a stretcher for him. Guy fell face first and looks out of it even here. This is downright terrifying. Look at him. Look at the state of him. Very scary stuff. I've often felt like we're playing with fire when it comes to weigh-ins, and we've seen some scary scenes, but nothing. We've seen people like look wobbly. We've seen people look awful. No one has ever fell like that. And maybe someone should have been closer to him, but I don't know if there was anything that could have happened to avoid that. Asked his team if he would come on. They said, as of now, he is not saying anything, but he did post a video explaining the situation and giving an update on his condition. Here's what Cameron had to say.
All right. I obviously have gotten a lot of messages, and I appreciate all of the, genuine concern about me. I'm completely okay. I'm good. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I see a lot of, people online saying, "Oh, it's crazy weight cuts," stuff like that. I genuinely didn't cut very much weight for this fight. I came in, pretty low. But even, over the course of this week, I haven't cut much weight. I'm not entirely sure what happened, and I have some more tests and stuff to take in the coming weeks to, get to the bottom of it. But, for all the people, saying I must have done a crazy cut or something like that, I cut very, very little weight. I'm not sure what happened. But yeah, I appreciate the concern. I'm completely okay. And, I'll hopefully be back soon. I apologize to my opponent. And yeah.
Yeah, his teammate, Adrian Yanez, told me he got stitches on his chin. Dana White saying afterwards he didn't lose any teeth. The fact that he says like it was not a bad weight cut almost makes it scarier, right? Like what the hell? Then what happened here? And so just once again shining a light on just how scary this can be. There's a Michael Bisping clip of him on the TNT Sports weigh-in show talking about how easy it should be to make weight, and then literally right behind him, Smotherman collapses and falls face first. You just hope and pray that nothing tragic would ever happen. And luckily this wasn't a tragedy. But we've seen some scary situations. There's the story of Renan Barão hitting his head while getting out of a bathtub and that fight being canceled. And, we've seen the Khamzat Chimaev situations and other fighters looking awful, having to cut their hair and whatnot. But that one, the way in which his head just sort of bounced off the riser there was super scary. And so, again, there's so much attention on this card, and it just felt like there was just so much that happened. Oh, by the way, I forgot about Mark Smith tearing his ACL in the middle of one of the fights in the Thibaut Gauthier fight. A referee tearing his ACL mid-fight is unlike anything we've ever seen, at least not that I can think of in the UFC. So just
didn't Buffer tear his ACL?
He did. UFC
doing the spin
100.
for 300, 200,
100 or 200?
200.
Yeah.
By the way, I was going to say, just in September, remember Brian Ortega passed out for 30 minutes. Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen it this publicly more often than this, like just fighters. And I know he's saying it's not a bad weight cut. Whatever it was, it couldn't have been helped by the weight cut, right? Even if it was something else, even if there's some other thing going on, and I hope there's not, and if there is, hopefully you can get it checked out and corrected. Dehydrating yourself to the point of that level of exhaustion and not having water in your body can't help whatever that is, and it had to affect it. It's not good. It's just not good.
One championship fighter died in due to dehydration before a fight. I think another fighter died in the exact same situation you said in Brazil.
I was talking about UFC, by the way, as far as tragedy, but yes, of course, we've seen some awful scenes for sure.
Yeah, like it is the thing. Like it is the most dangerous thing, technically about.
Had a PFL fighter go to the hospital. A young woman, a Brazilian woman whose name is escaping me at the moment. What was her name? PFL, or was she a Bellator fighter? Hospital, Bellator. Diane Silva. She was, her botched weight cut, as it's being put here, led to an induced coma. And the promotion didn't say much about that. So we've seen some very, very scary situations, no doubt. So let me be clear. As far as the broadcast was concerned, and even the fights, top to bottom, I thought it was a great night for the UFC. I would like to also talk, and I want to say that because we're fair and balanced here. We're the number one unbiased combat sports outlet on the planet. In fact, I noted this on Twitter yesterday, number one in Google search for UFC 324 and WWE Saturday Night Main Event. So shout out to the whole team, Shaheen, everyone who's working on the .com side of things, and the great team at Yahoo Sports. We keep it real here. We tell the good, we tell the bad, the ugly, everything in between. With that in mind, I wanted to talk also about what happened on Friday, which was the Zuffa boxing debut on Paramount Plus. And this was obviously a huge story. It's their first boxing show, and it was at the Apex, and it was sort of the unveiled, new and improved Apex, but still not in its final form, because they say that by May or so, they'll be able to hold 1,100 or so people in that venue, which is obviously massive upgrade. Dana White said it was around 300, could have even been a little bit more, according to our own Chuck Mendenhall, who wrote a phenomenal piece on it. He went all the way to Vegas just to cover that event and then went home. Had some troubles getting home due to the weather, but I love the fact that Chuck was there, and his piece is great, and I highly recommend watching it. My thoughts on the Zuffa boxing debut were, boxing actually looks, I'm not talking about sounds, looks better at the Apex because the ring covers up more of the screen and it doesn't look so empty around it. The ring is bigger than the cage, and so it actually looks better. It does not sound better because there's less high moments. There weren't many stoppages. The only two stoppages were kind of like wonky ones. There weren't any knockouts. There's less like holy shit moments, and so it ends up being like kind of sustained dullness when the fights aren't that great. And these fights were okay. There were some okay fights. Julian Rodriguez, who I actually saw in action in June, had a great win over Avius Griffin on that Jake Paul, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. card. Roger Merriweather. These are some good prospects. And again, this is what they told us it was going to be, but it never really felt like it was popping. The uniforms have made its way over to Zuffa Boxing. They have branded gloves, although they did allow some fighters to wear non-Zuffa branded gloves. Branded shorts, no sponsors on the shorts. In fact, I didn't see any sponsors on the cage as well. and the colors were a little bit dull, the gray, the black. It just felt like it was lacking a little bit of life, a little bit of pop. And so it was interesting seeing the boxing, public community react to all of this. And my feeling was like, welcome to the life of a UFC fan dating back to 2020. We've grown used to all of this sort of sterile, dull vibe, if you will. It was really interesting to see people react to it. And my general take was, yeah, not great, not a great viewing experience, but I'm also not going to judge them on this first one because, as I've said a million times now, there are some very smart and successful people running this. I don't believe that this is Zuffa Boxing in its final form. And I do believe that what they want Zuffa Boxing to be is evolving every single day. And so initially we're told they're going to take over the sport of boxing, and then we're told it's just contenders, and then they sign Jayo Pataya, and then we find out that they've made an offer for Bam Rodriguez as well, and it's like, all right, what is this going to be in a year? Not quite sure. But I know that it would be foolish to bet against them, and I know that they are bringing what they know, which is the UFC model, to the sport of boxing. So whether you like it or hate it, you better start getting used to it because it's not going anywhere. It was really interesting to see a lot of fighters be like, oh man, I want that Zuffa Boxing belt. And I don't know if they asked them to say all this, and I don't know if they prepped them beforehand, but it did generally seem like a lot of the fighters were very happy to be there, that they were happy with the experience, that they were happy with the way in which they were treated, they were happy with the PI and the stuff that was accessible to them. They were happy to be there. It did not seem fake. It really didn't. Do I love watching fights at the Apex, whether it's boxing or MMA? No, I don't. I feel like it's soulless, and I think that while the boxing ring takes up more of the screen, it's actually worse for boxing because the fights are a little bit longer and there are some sustained periods of dullness that maybe you don't get in MMA. A fight like Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje in boxing would be universally hated on. But in MMA, we love that sort of thing. We love those barroom brawls. So the standards are a little bit different. Overall, though, I kind of feel like all of this is sort of like, not a work in progress, obviously, but I feel like they're sort of, it's not like a sneak peek, if you will, but it's like, it's the pilot. It's like the early days of a sitcom. It ends up looking nothing like if you look at the early like Seinfeld episodes, and in particular the first one, it ends up looking completely different and feeling different, and the laugh track and all that stuff changes and evolves. This will look different over time. But their vision on what Zuffa Boxing is, like Zuffa Boxing to me is a content play. There is a McDonaldization of combat sports going on, with TKO in particular. It's all fast food. And there'll be big events like Crawford Canelo, and they'll bring Jayo Pataya hopefully to Australia, although his debut is going to be in March at the Apex, according to him. And they'll do big shows. I have no doubt they want to do Fury, Joshua, and all that stuff. But it's all about filling those dates and that content, and they'll have another show on Sunday, and then they'll have another show after that, and it'll just be like monthly, boom, 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 and maybe even more than a month. And it's really about just flooding Paramount Plus, flooding their partners with content. And some stuff will stick out, and some will just be filling up the dates. And so trying to compare it to a big PBC or a big Matchroom or a big, Top Rank is a futile mission at this point. They're just flooding it right now. It's just content, building up a library, getting fighters fights, getting people to come over and compete for them. And none of that really bothers me. It's so early days. I do want to bring up one thing, and I'm having like an internal struggle about whether or not to bring it up, but I feel like I have to bring it up at this point. I feel like I have to. I feel like I wouldn't be true to the audience.
Spit it out.
If I don't do it.
I have a feeling I know what it is, but go ahead.
I just have a question, guys.
Okay. Do you want a real answer, or is this rhetorical?
I want a real answer.
Okay.
Because my feelings are real.
All right.
What the hell happened to Max Kellerman?
Yeah, I had a feeling that.
What the hell happened to Max Kellerman? There was once a time early in my career where I was telling my parents, I want to be the Max Kellerman of MMA.
Oh, he's the best. He was the best.
He was a truth teller. Whether it was on, I followed this guy's entire career, read everything about him. Cable access, IMAX, the ESPN days, the HBO days, the Fox Sports days, everything. And I understand that he was, bought out by his deal. And I'm not going to talk about his personal deal because I hate when people talk and misspeak about mine. But what we know is he parted ways with ESPN. I think that's a very fair and accurate thing to say. And we know that he was brought back to be a part of this. And that's a big coup for them. To have a broadcast team call fights at the Apex where it's Joe Tessitore, Andre Ward, and Max Kellerman, that is an all-star team. That might be the best booth in boxing right now. That's an all-star team. There's a way to be appreciative about the opportunity. There's a way to hype it up without shilling and going over the top. When he starts the broadcast saying that he has literally been waiting for this moment his entire life, to have someone like Dana White come in and save boxing, it feels over the top. When he starts the main card saying the same thing, he said the same thing twice, it feels over the top. When throughout the broadcast, he is continuously talking about TKO and Dana White and Nick Khan and all these people that he has close personal relationships with. Nick Khan was his agent. I get it. He's appreciative. That's his guy. I get it. The loyalty. I appreciate that. I get it. You can do that without going over the top, without sounding like a shill, without hurting your credibility. When you compare Callum Walsh to Roy Jones Jr., you are hurting your credibility. You just are. When you compare him to Roy Jones Jr. in the ring and he has to correct you and they're like, I'm a little more Joe Calzaghe, and then you kind of, double down on that, it makes you look like a shill. When you're at the press conference and you're saying we wouldn't be here unless Turki Al-Sheikh was born, it makes you look like a shill. Max Kellerman, I want you to understand, was the biggest truth teller in all of boxing. He weeded through all the BS. He never showed any kind of bias to any promoter. He was the guy who would get up there and give you a soliloquy on HBO Boxing and tell it to you like it is, to see this form of him. And now I know he works for a promoter, but you could still kind of be that guy and work for the promoter. You could still do that. This is over the top. This is over the top. And dare I say, unlistenable. He is insufferable on these broadcasts. Ward isn't. Tessitore isn't. None of them are. Molly Karam, Kriegel. I don't know why does he feel, guys, and if you don't want to weigh in, that's fine. Why does he feel like he has to go over the top like this? Why does the guy who was known to be the biggest truth teller of them all, the guy who pulled no punches, the guys who told it you like it is, why is he doing this? I don't get it.
Because he's collecting probably by far the biggest check out of everybody you named. And
it's so disappointing.
That's
it's not disappointing that he's getting paid. And I still believe that there's a way to weave through it without doing this. Do you guys agree with me that it sounded awful?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's not just you. It's not just you.
I think everyone does. I think, to Rick's point, I think the check is big.
It would want to be.
Insanely
It would want to be. To do a 180 on who you are, basically. Like
it's very sad to see. It's sad to see.
I talked to a lot of boxing journalists. I just wanted to see if, what did you think of this? We obviously are used to a UFC package to a certain degree. And that was the first thing they all said. I asked 4 different journalists and they all said the same thing. It was too much. It's crazy that he's on there saying these things. And it's like, you can be really excited about this, but you don't have to take it to that level. And there are people that are excited about this. There's no doubt about it. I even saw Thomas Carty talking about how excited he was to be there and hoping that he can be involved in this card. And there is a feeling within boxing that, the more fights, the better. We want as many people putting on shows as we possibly can. But he's going to a different planet with it completely. And I think it becomes disingenuous at that point. He can be excited, but he's taking it to a level where you don't believe it. You feel like it's scripted and you feel like he's going out of his way to please his paymaster.
Yeah, because look, he was out of the game. Whatever happened at ESPN happened. He's out of the game. So I understand that there's a sort of I'm happy to be back. I'm excited to be back, right? There's all this stuff that comes into play. I get it. I understand it. I experience it. I hate talking about other broadcasters, but it's it was firing me up on Friday because we heard it for Crawford Canelo, and I sort of thought maybe he got it out of his system. And it was worse on Friday because whatever sort of enthusiasm he had for Crawford Canelo, you could say all right, it's warranted. It's Crawford versus Canelo. Here you are comparing Callum Walsh to Roy Jones Jr. And I'm sorry, Callum Walsh is not Roy Jones Jr. And I don't think he'll ever be Roy Jones Jr. He can end up being a great fighter. God bless him. I'm wishing the best to him. But all of that, and just the general demeanor, the general vibe, the general tone of the entire thing was very off-putting. And I hope someone is telling him you are doing more harm than good. The UFC, Dana White, they love him. Dana White said it himself. He's been trying to get him to work for the broadcast for UFC. He tried to get him to work for the UFC for 3 years. He couldn't get him, all that stuff. They love him. You are doing more harm than good going on this type of rant, doing this type of stuff, having this type of demeanor, having this type of slant to your commentary. I don't know what to make of it. starting the prelims and the main card with the same I've been waiting for this my whole life routine, which set me off because he was always the guy who was like, let me tell it to you how it really is. Let me explain to you what's really going on. There's no way you've been waiting for this. You're trying to tell me when you were like breaking down Al Heyman's influence in getting his fighter overpaid on HBO, deep down inside you were praying that Dana White would come in and do the same thing in boxing? Well, then everything you said was a lie. Then you're a phony. Which one is it? Or can you come out and be like, it's the dawn of a new era? We've always wondered what would happen if an entity like this would come in and change boxing. There are some radical ideas. It's very exciting. It's exciting for me for, considering I haven't been in the game for, 6-7 years now, popped up on Top Rank a little bit, but this is exciting. As a longtime boxing aficionado and lover of the sport, it is exciting for me to be here. I can't wait to see how this plays out. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be one of the voices bringing this to you. Let's go. I'm sitting back just like all of you, revved and ready to go, as Dana White once said. What's wrong with that as opposed to like, I have been waiting for this my whole life? Like, what? What is going on, man? What is going on?
When you see Callum Walsh in there and he's fighting like Roy Jones Jr., you have to admit, like, it enraptures you a little bit. You get intoxicated with it. Come on. You're just...
What did you guys think of the presentation? Did any of you watch it?
I watched it.
Yeah, what do you think? I'm not talking about the Kellerman stuff. I'm talking about like Apex, uniforms.
It was the UFC-ification of boxing. Like that, there's no other way to say it. It was exactly what I'm used to, except they've transposed boxing onto what I am already very familiar with, which I think is going to work for a lot of people. I will say though, as you've pointed out earlier, like it's devoid of some of the things that make boxing interesting, right? It has made boxing more into the UFC, which has eliminated anything interesting from itself. I don't know how that goes over, but
dude, I love the person. I love the trunks. I love the showmanship, and I mean, we're talking about
like fast food.
I don't know what to make of it yet, though, because then
feels like fast food.
Yeah.
Yes, but then we hear like they're gonna have Jai Apataya and he's gonna be unifying belts and all this shit. I don't know what to make.
Jai Apataya's gonna fight at the Apex.
Yeah,
it's confusing the shit out of me. I don't know.
Fight the Apex in front of 6 people.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I think Chuck Mendenhall summed it up perfectly in his article.
Yeah. What do you say?
Uniformity passage.
The entire article.
Oh,
just like he's just talking about Max Kellerman with the glazing, the black gloves. No, you have the uniformity of the UFC now. They're selling the merch outside. By the time Callum Walsh is getting his interview, everyone had already left the arena. The 700 or 300 people there. They had Theo Vaughn there. Like they called in some favors, right? Like there's no way Theo Vaughn is choosing to go there. Nate Diaz was there. Shout out to him. I can't imagine if you're a diehard boxing fan, you want nothing to do with UFC. There's that segregation sometimes where it's just like, oh, I only like boxing. I don't care about MMA. I cannot imagine you watch this product and you're like over the moon. You can't wait to see what they do next.
Ultimately,
this is
go ahead.
From Chuck's article. Uniformity is part of it, and uniformity isn't exactly soulful. Nothing was, except maybe the opening video montage that paid tribute to boxing's best over the generations to Metallica's Enter Sandman. There was Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Chris Eubank, George Foreman, Marvin Hagler, Thomas Hearns, Muhammad Ali in both colour and black and white. Homage to all that stood before, homage to where Zuffa was daring to go. Yet none of those fighters were competing in a warehouse. They were at large among the people, at electric venues, in places where thousands of people could galvanise them with energy and enthusiasm and curse them with actual fits of human passion, wearing trunks that became iconic heirlooms to collectors and robes to match, flash bulbs, entourages. Frank Sinatra acted as a photographer to attend the fight of the century in 1971, doing whatever it took to be there. Atmosphere has always played a part in boxing's lore. It's better to cut tension with a knife than to karate chop indifference with your hand.
Wow. I mean, what a guy. What a wordsmith. The man in the freaking hat. Yeah, he's 100%.
Why do any of us other bother? Like, why does anyone else bother? You know what I mean? He is unbelievable.
Spot on the nose, nailed it. And there it is. If a Zuffa boxing takes place at the Meta Apex or the Meta
Still
Apex,
funny.
Title of the article like that's going to be best article headline of the year at some point.
He's incredible. He really is.
Man, this is something that you see online. The soul of these organizations and events seems to be dissipating, and it's a bummer to see. I know there's billions of dollars at play, and I know there's very smart people, and everyone's making a buck, and everyone has this grand plan of taking over. But man, as fans who have to digest it, as people who cover it, You need that soul. You need that. It's important. And it's important not to sell out. You could still make that money, in my opinion. You really can. So let's see. Let's see what the next one is. Dana White not getting too high, not getting too low regarding all of this. And it's going to be interesting to see how he divides his time. He said there's a new broadcast crew that's working on this, a new production team. So we'll see the way in which that they are able to break this down. We've been speaking for about an hour and a half, and I didn't even run down the results from Saturday. You probably, I would hope, have seen our post show, but very quickly here, I'll tell you before we get to our very first guest of the day. Shout out to Adam Fugit for the win, starting off, Ty Miller. Wow, I just did the same thing that Bruce Buffer did. Holy shit, that is crazy. When he mixed up the two, and people going crazy. Like, Bruce, how many of these has he done? He mixed one up in his life. Craziness. Anyway, Ty Miller with the win. Josh Hokett with the win, and the very interesting post-fight promo against Denzel Freeman. Seemed like Dana White didn't like it. Alex Perez, more on him in a moment, with tremendous win over Charles Johnson in the first round. Nikita Krylov defeating Modestas Bukauskas in the third round. So the first three fights all ended via some kind of finish. Then we got to the decision portion of the card, and I was shocked. I thought it was going to be 5 for 5. Atiba Gauthier, I thought was going to finish Andre Puliev within the first 60 seconds. Somehow Puliev survived, and they went the distance. Unbelievably so. Gautier's still a beast. Umar Nurmagomedov defeated Davison Figueiredo via unanimous decision. John Silva defeated Arnold Allen via unanimous decision and rode him like a surfboard, which Arnold didn't really seem to love. And I don't think he loved that he brought him in during the post-fight interview, but that's John Silva. Natalia Silva defeated Rose Namajunas. We suspect she'll punch her ticket now to get a title shot against Valentina Shevchenko. Waldo Cortez Acosta stopping Derek Lewis in the second round. A bit of an anticlimactic stoppage, but nevertheless a huge one for the Dominican-born Waldo Cortez Acosta. Sean O'Malley defeated Song Yadong. Hard-fought victory, unanimous decision. And as we said earlier, Justin Gaethje with the unanimous decision victory over Paddy Pimblett. Let's go to our first guest of the day. He had a massive win over Charles Johnson, was somewhat emotional in the aftermath as well. He is Alex Perez, and he is kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. What does it feel like on the Monday after a big fight like that, a win? You talked about kind of feeling the pressure going into your last fight on your UFC deal to now kind of have that monkey off your back. What is the feeling?
It feels great. You know, obviously a lot of pressure going into a fight. I missed weight, won, and then knowing it was my last fight on my deal. So a lot of pressure, you know, coming up. My son was in the audience, his second time being there. So a little nervous for him to be there. And yeah, man, but I feel amazing. He had a great time. You know, got everything squared away. My management got everything, started talking to Mick for me. So yeah, I'm good. So hopefully, you know, get a fight later this year.
Okay, a few things there. First of all, how old is your son?
He turns 5 in February.
Oh, wow. Does he have any idea what's going, like, I'm sure he recognizes you in there, but how does he take to all of this, seeing his dad in there?
Oh, he loves it. He's been around the sport since he was little. I used to have to take him to the gym and put him in his pack and play while I was training. He's grown up in the gym. It's crazy because he hangs out with like Diego Lopez, Brandon Moreno, all these guys from the Iridium team, and he doesn't know like these are some of the baddest dudes on the planet, and he just looks at them as normal people, jumps on them like they're jungle gyms, and tries to wrestle them. So he's been around the sport since he was born, and he loves it. He's over there being a commentator, telling me, I guess he was telling the people around me, he's like, keep punching, Dad, keep punching. And when I won, he went crazy. All the people giving him high fives. So it was cool to see all the videos and stuff. So super good experience, you know.
What happened with the weight?
Just stopped sweating, you know. I think it was a quick turnaround. My body didn't get time to relax or anything, and jumping right back into camp. I was actually lighter than I usually go into camps, and we got down that night, and then we're like, okay, we're in a good spot. We're gonna go home, sleep, and jump back in at 5 a.m. That's when the PI opened. We got there at 5 a.m. Couldn't start sweating. You know, my wife and my nephew actually got in the sauna with me and was barely breaking sweat. We were in the hot tub for a while, barely couldn't sweat it off, and I was gonna be able to lose the 3 pounds. I ran into Charles there at the PI. He was checking his weight, and I just told him like, "Hey, brother, I'm not gonna make weight. I understand if you're gonna take the fight." He was always like, "Nah, man, like we're gonna fight. I know you're trying. I know, obviously you can see that I was hurting. So we talked in the back, and just couldn't stop sweating. No excuses."
You knew that this was the last fight on your deal, and you knew that you were on a 2-fight losing streak. In between the weigh-in and the fight, Friday afternoon going to Saturday, did you feel like they're all big, they're all must-win, but did you know that you were kind of behind the 8 ball because they don't love when people miss weight, and about where you stand going into things?
100%. Coming off those 2 losses, not making weight. My back was against the wall. With my friends, my family, my coaches were in the back, would just tell me, "Hey, bring that Central Valley kid out. Bring him out to Las Vegas. You're not from here. Bring that grit. Bring that dog that you used to bring in, and let's get after it." And those words stuck with me, and I went out there and just did my thing.
Did you feel like this was must-win for your career in the UFC? Did you feel like if you would have lost, there would have been nothing to discuss, and they would have told you thanks for everything?
100%, and I wouldn't blame them. It's a business, I'm a business owner myself, so I know when you have to make decisions. So if I would have lost, I would not make weight. Even if I would have lost and everything, I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have cut me. Like I said, it's a business. I understand. I don't take it personal. I'm a business owner myself, so I know you have to make some tough decisions, even if you don't want to. Like I said, they've given me every opportunity. They have done nothing but right by me and giving me multiple opportunities. So like I said, like I would have been upset on myself because of what I could have done, and I wouldn't have been upset at the company or anybody.
Shout out to Acai Republic. I believe that's the business that you own. I'm a big fan of acai. I have to say, I've never been to Acai Republic, Alex. I'm a bit of an acai. There it is. I'm a bit of an acai snob. I feel like I've been to Brazil and I've had their acai and I feel like it's phenomenal. And then I come to the States and I feel like it's a little bland, it's a little watered down. Why is Acai Republic the one that I've been missing? And can we get it here in the United States? Do they have what? Not in the United States, the Northeast of the United States. So, the New York area.
It's pretty, like, I have a lot of obviously Brazilian friends, and they say it's pretty similar to I've never been to Brazil and tried it. So they're like, "Hey, it's pretty similar. Like, it's not too far off. Obviously, it's not the original." So they tell me I take their word for it. They're expanding out there. There's a lot of them popping up. Right now I know they're doing Texas, they've done Florida, so they're moving out there. Right now they're trying to do one in Vegas. I heard.
Okay.
I got one in California. Hopefully in the next couple of years, open up another one. But yeah, man, if you're ever out here, you got to try it. It's amazing.
Where is that one? Yours?
So that one's it's in the city of Orange. So down the street from Disneyland and Anaheim, like the baseball team, the Angels.
Yep.
Their stadium. So I'm about 10 minutes away from there, right from between a college, Chapman College, and like a shopping mall. So a prime spot.
Love it. Well, good luck to you with that. Great performance in the fight, first round finish. Charles seems to disagree with the stoppage. Why is he wrong in your opinion?
Man, honestly, it's not my job. I would have kept paying him. They just put, Herzog just threw me off. Like, I know Charles, and I was hitting him, and I was kind of thinking in my head, like, when is this ref going to stop it? He was stumbling a lot. But like I said, as a fighter, I understand where he comes from. You want to fight to the death, and this is what we do. I'm glad they stopped it when they did. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Like, Charles is he's a great father, but he's a great person in general. I've known him for years, and like I said, I don't disagree with the stoppage. I thought they could have stopped it sooner, but like I said, he's a fighter. He's gonna always advocate to go out there and let him get finished, get knocked out. And I can't disagree with them because I'd probably feel the same way.
Yeah, I agreed for whatever it's worth with the stoppage. Even in the aftermath, like you could see, like he wasn't quite sure where he was. He was stumbling. I thought it was the right call, to be honest. We just showed the photo of you two backstage. What was that like?
It was good. Like, me and Charles always had a great relationship. We trained together back probably like 2014, 15. He came down to Team Oyama. We lived at the Fighter House together. I was driving him to practice because he came down from St. Louis. He didn't have a car, so I was driving him to practice and stuff. He's a really good dude. He was one of my main training partners when he was there for about 3 weeks. He had a big fight coming up. He was under the same management for a while. We've always kept in contact. We've always been cool. Nothing but respect to him, his team. Me and Charles have always been like pretty good friends. When we actually signed the fight, we actually FaceTimed each other and we took a screenshot. You know, we talked about it like as soon as we signed the fight. Like he's a good dude in general. Like just family man, great person, always a good energy. Just a wonderful person.
Your post-fight interview, very memorable and emotional. You talked about the pressure that you were feeling and how this was a difficult training camp for you. Can I ask you to expand on this a little bit? What made it so different, and why were you so emotional in the aftermath?
I wasn't able to do as much as I wanted to, like go out to California, my son, and just personal demons I deal with. I feel like a lot of fighters deal with, not believing in myself, and I have always having that doubt, especially coming off of 2 losses, knowing my job's on the line, most likely. Things like that just meant the mental aspect of the game. The fighting part is the easy part. It's all the mental part, getting ready, getting prepared. And I was battling a lot of demons. I questioned myself a lot. I remember texting a couple of my coaches, hey, do I still got this? Can I still do this? Constantly overtraining for sure. I overtrained because I was like, man, this guy Charles is a workhorse. He's outworking me, and I don't like knowing that people outwork me. So I'm trying to outwork him, even though I don't know what he's doing. Just it was such a mental battle for me, and it took a toll. It took a real toll on me, my family, my friends. They can see things changing and stuff like that in me, just the way I got, and they were able to help me dig myself out of those bad spots. I was able to call my management anytime. I was able to call my coaches and text my coaches. My wife was there by my side. Seeing my son, being around him, just seeing him be happy, play with the, Christmas. He had all the boxes. He's instead of playing with the toys, he's playing with the boxes. It kind of made me realize, like, a lot of the time, like, we look at the bigger picture, like something so simple can make us happy. Just little things like that. So it was just a mental battle.
Have you ever experienced that before, where you were doubting yourself, where you were wondering if you still had it?
I have, but not to this extent. I'm obviously getting older. I turned pro. I started fighting in 2010. I turned pro in 2011. You know, uh, I've been in this game for a long time outside the UFC, in the UFC. So I've always had doubts. I don't, when people tell me like, "Oh, you're actually really, you're one of the best guys in the world." I'm like, man, you guys are. I don't know what you guys see because I don't see that inside myself. So sometimes it takes, people to see that and tell you and remind you that, hey, you are one of the best people in the world. You are this good. You can be a champion. So that's what everybody was doing behind the scenes was, working behind the scenes to get me back on track mentally.
How did you not let that break you? Like I feel the pressure when you're talking about it. There's so many eyeballs on this particular card, state of your career. You've got a family you're trying to provide and stay in the UFC. How did you not succumb to all of that?
Short-term memory for one. I wrestled, so we wrestled every weekend. I was believing short-term memory, and then two is just having my team, my people around me, my team, my family, my friends, my wife, everybody just holding it down for me. Like, they did a lot of stuff behind the scenes just to like check up on me daily. Like if it wasn't my friend Billy Bigelow, it was my nutritionist Paulina. If it wasn't Paulina, it was Coach Colin. If it was Coach Colin, Jason House. Jason House, it was Jeremy. If Jeremy was Jacob. If obviously my wife every night when she came home from work, she would check on me, ask me how practice was going, and she knew things were off. She would ask me and push me to talk and stuff like that. And then just being around my son, obviously everybody's gonna be like, oh, you're doing this for your son, you're doing this for your son, and just seeing him and being able to provide every opportunity I can for him to wrestle and do the sports he wants to do and be able to do all the fun things he wants to do, can help. They definitely help me.
Obviously, you didn't make weight, but you were okay. We did see a scary situation with Cameron Smotherman. Did you see any of that play out when you were there?
I did a little bit because he was right behind me.
Okay.
So me and Cameron, we're not best friends, but we've trained together in the past, and I seen him. He wasn't heavy or anything like usual. Like I've always talked to him on fight week. He's like pretty normal. And behind me, he was in line, and like I'm getting ready. I'm like shaking because we're at the arena because it's a T-Mobile, and they have hockey there, so like it's really cold. So I'm shaking, and I see like someone like try to like sit down right next to me when I'm walking up the steps, and I look and it's camera, so I'm like, okay. And then he he didn't look too hot in the back, kind of just out of it. But then he sat down, and then I just remember weighing in and walking off the stage, and all of a sudden hearing a big old like thud on the ground. I was like, oh man. And then they're like, oh hey, we need the medical team out here, someone just passed out. I was like, oh, that was scary.
Very scary. And I'm always kind of afraid that something like that is going to happen, or something even worse than that. Do you have any theory as to how that can be avoided, or do you think that that's just part of the game and you have to try to be as smart and safe as possible?
I mean, with the UFC, they give us nutritionists. They do everything. I think no matter what any rule you try to make with the cutting weight, I think people are always going to try to find an advantage, right? So I don't think there's a right way to do it. Hydration tests. I mean, you name it. I know California does this whole thing where you can't gain more than like cut more than 10%, gain more than 10%, and it's just hard because everybody's body is different. Everybody puts on weight different. Everybody loses weight different. Everybody walks around different weights. So it's just hard to put everybody in a, in a like in a square. Like you can't put everybody in that same box, basically. So it's just hard. No matter what, I think there's never going to be a way around cutting weight. You're just going to have to be smart about it. Use your resources. The UFC PI. I mean, they do all the testing and stuff like that. You can use them. They have nutritionists. You can hire your own nutritionist. I just don't really see a way going around the weight cutting. I mean, obviously you have to be safe and figure out, what your limit is.
You've been in the UFC since 2017. This was the first Paramount Plus show. Did it feel any different? Did you notice anything different about this one because it was the start of a new era?
Nah, everything was pretty much the same. I thought they were gonna give us something like UFC Paramount gloves, something like that. But no, everything was pretty normal. I mean, I was lower on the card, so I didn't really have too much media or anything like that. So maybe the other guys, I seen that they did the face off with the Paramount in between them.
Yeah.
I know those guys did that, but for me, it was just a normal day.
Okay. You mentioned that your management have already talked to the brass about extending. So do you feel confident that you'll be sticking around?
Yeah, I feel confident. Obviously the performance shows a lot. I'm going out there finishing Charles. He's tough. He's never been finished, and I was the first one to do it. So I think that made a statement, and they want to see finishes, especially in the lighter division. So they just kind of all worked in my favor. So I feel very confident that I'll get another fight.
Do you feel like, is there any part of you that is ever going to consider moving up to 135? Because in the past there have been some mishaps with making weight. Do you feel like it's time to start thinking about that?
Eventually, I do want to make one more run for the title at 25s. I feel I can make it. Like I said, I think the quick turnaround just kind of messed me up. I'm not as young as I used to be, so the weight doesn't move the same. I feel like I can still compete at 25s. I can still make the weight. I made it in Doha, no problem. I was the first one on the scale, or second one on the scale, I believe. So I can make the weight. Like I said, I just need to be smarter about like, hey, obviously not taking a fight so close to it, give my body some time to rest, relax, and just get all that stuff done. But eventually, yes, I would like to compete at 35s, but right now I got some unfinished business at 25s.
Yes, of course. Remember you fighting for the belt several years ago. I'm wondering, who do you consider the best flyweight in the UFC right now? Obviously, the champ is Josh Van. He won the belt in a bit of a shocking and weird way. So I'm just considering all of that. Who do you consider to be the top dog at 125?
I had to go with Pantoja because he whooped my ass. Choked me out pretty quick. So I gotta go Pantoja. But I mean, Josh Van's up there. Like, it's just so hard in our weight because anybody can be champ at any given time. Like as you've seen with Pantoja, his last fight, things happen in the cage. But I think Pantoja is the best. I'm not taking anything away from Josh. I think he's great. I think he's come up the right way. I think he's killing it. You know what I mean? But I think Pantoja is still the best.
Right now, like you said, you've been very busy and probably want a bit of a break. I did notice that, was your hand iced up and leg iced up when you are you okay, or any serious injuries there?
Hand's good.
Okay.
A little swollen. Gonna get an X-ray on my hand. And in my foot, when I went to kick Charles, he he slid his knee, his leg back, and my foot landed right on his knee. So I kind of banged up, so I'm gonna get an MRI on that. But I'm able to walk on it, so that's a good sign. I'm able to make a fist with my hand. A little bit of pain, but still swollen. So just gonna get X-rays and get cleared up, and then get back to training, get back to work.
Well, I wish you the best, man. Congrats on the big win. I'm sure it feels fantastic on this Monday. Hopefully everything's okay with the hand and the leg and everything like that. You can take some time off. Hang out at the Acai Republic in Orange. Would love to check it out and try it one of these days. And hopefully you get some good news with that new contract and can continue your UFC career. So again, thank you for the time, Alex. Congrats on the win. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it for having me. Thank you so much.
There he is, Alex Perez with the big win on Saturday. Obviously, Charles Johnson has a history with Josh Van. Last guy to beat Josh Van. Josh Van reacted to the loss by one Charles Johnson on social media with a cheeky one. There goes the rematch. Josh was all over the place there. He was going back and forth with Manel Kape. Charles Johnson had a great moment at the ceremonial weigh-ins, a front runner, I would think, for feel-good moment of the year. He was up there with his daughter. It was awesome to see. Here's his daughter. Look how happy she is. Look how cute she is seeing her dad up there. And she got to sit on his shoulders. Oh, look at this. I mean, isn't that great? Loving the moment. Tremendous hair. I wonder if they both had it braided by the same person. Seemed like the same type of style. That was great stuff. So shout out to Charles Johnson. I'm sure he will be back. I know he was upset with what transpired, the stoppage. I thought it was a good stoppage. And I think that his demeanor afterwards would suggest that it was a good stoppage. In about 10 minutes' time, Sean O'Malley is going to join us. While we're sticking with social media here, let's run through a few other interesting tweets from this past Saturday. Here's Ilia Topuria reacting to the Paddy Pimblett loss to one Justin Gaethje. Little sausage, the only thing you had to do was beat a 38-year-old guy. You just lost the biggest paycheck of your life. You were going to get rich if you won. Justin, all I could say is congratulations, and I'd like to tell you to get ready, but you're screwed no matter what. Golly, I can't wait for Ilia Topuria to come back.
That tweet got 102,000 likes on it.
Jeez. And I guess that means the world can't wait for Ilia Topuria to come back, hopefully sooner rather than later. Here's Issa Makhachev weighing in. It was Poo-Poo Patty Day on social media. What was brought on a platter turned out to be inedible. So I think he was referring to the title shot being brought to him on a platter, and I guess it didn't go down. Did you guys feel, Justin talked about this, did you guys feel like Patty was overconfident, or is that unfair? Is that revisionist history?
I think that's a bit unfair just because why wouldn't he be? He's undefeated in the UFC up to this point. He's coming off a massive win over Michael Chandler. Obviously, he has a ton of self-belief in the fact that he was going to become champion. So I don't think that that's why he lost the fight.
Yeah, I also just don't know how that manifests itself. Is it that he didn't try to take him down? That he was just too confident in his hands? I don't know.
Did he look past him? Did he not take the threat seriously enough?
It feels like they both looked past each other. They both had their laundry lists of what they were going to do.
Sure. Yeah, you guys were talking about that. Yeah. It did sort of feel like the Paddy Coronation show, in my opinion. And whether he bought into that, we'll never know. I thought he was very humble in defeat and said all the right things. But Gaethje felt like he was a little too overconfident. Here's Khabib Nurmagomedov tweeting about Justin Gaethje, saying, Justin Gaethje, absolute legend. My congratulations. What a fight. And don't forget, Justin, almost 38 years old. So there's a former opponent of Gaethje giving him props. Here's Arman Sarukian weighing in, and you knew he would say a lot about all of this. He was in attendance, after all. This clown couldn't beat Gaethje on antibiotics. Gaethje with the thing on his neck. He had more. Here's Arman Sarukian weighing in. That's what happens when you're gifted opportunities and pushed up the rankings artificially. A completely undeserved title shot for Paddy. Congratulations to Justin. He showed real heart, and unlike others, he'll step up and take the fight with me. Respect. But I'm sure he doesn't want that fight next. He obviously wants the one and only Ilia Topuria next. So we'll see. We'll see how this all plays out. Dustin Poirier caught some strays over the week because he did pick Gaethje to beat Paddy on our program on Monday. Here he is saying, welcome to the big leagues, Patrick. One up for the legends. John Silva with the big win, guys. John Silva with the big win over Arnold Allen. He was very emotional all week long. Here he is telling the world, saying, doubt me now. I didn't really feel like people were doubting him, to be honest. There was a nice exchange between John Silva and Arnold Allen. John Silva and Arnold Allen exchanging some pleasantries. Arnold saying, good to be back after the layoff. Had fun out there against a great opponent. Felt I did enough, but that's the game. Been here before. Hope you enjoyed the fight. Love putting on fun fights, but I've not given up on my goals of being champion. Lord Silva weighing in. Thank you so much for sharing the octagon with me. Arnold replying, likewise, brother. Thanks for the fight. I am not a surfboard, though. He didn't like that. Disrespectful, guys? What do you think?
The surfboard edit that came out after was rough for Arnold.
He did my boy dirty, man. Did you see it? Where
I don't know if I saw that.
It literally turned into him being a skateboarder, and John Silva
oh, that's right, skateboarder.
He ollies with him, and it was tough, man.
The AI
a little bit
crazy.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
It's all right though.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I felt for Arnold. We love Arnold. Love John Silva as well.
Yeah.
The main thing for Arnold, I hope he can be consistent. I hope he can get 2 more fights this year. Fought in January. 2 more fights would be phenomenal, right?
I need to see an Arnold Allen W. I need it like I need oxygen.
I
know we got the Giga one, but 3 of the last 4, I need to see one go through the hoop.
He was so entertaining all week. He was doing
he's the best.
The voodoo stuff. He was showing him a tattoo on his leg. I don't know what that was about.
The cat.
Yeah, the cat.
Fish.
Oh,
Fish.
yes.
Shut up, Fish.
Yes.
Plus, it was a great fight too, man.
Oh, it was a really good fight. Yeah, it was a really good fight. Yeah, he jumped on his back. I was like,
yeah,
disrespectful.
It's disrespectful, but you know.
The most awkward thing is always when a dude wins a hard fought fight and then he brings the other guy there, and you could tell the other guy wants nothing to do with that scene.
Arnie wanted out, bro. He was like, man, let me get the fuck back to the locker room, please.
The only thing worse than that is when they put the loser on their shoulders, right? And the guy's like,
oh, God.
get me off. Please get me off, right?
It's fucking horrible.
It's so uncomfortable to watch. John Silva,
or when they're standing there for too long and trying to raise their hand and you see their head go down as their hand's going up, they're like, I don't want to fucking do this. Right?
Yes.
Or when like you say like this is one of my idols. I grew up watching. I have so much respect for him, and then you ride him like a surfboard during the.
Oh my God! Yes.
During the fight.
Sugar Song. Who'd you guys score that for?
We both scored it for O'Malley.
Yeah, we both scored it for O'Malley.
1 and
Wasn't
3?
confident going into the scorecards. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was close.
It's good to see Sean back on track. Song is a tough out, but Sean coming back to the old music, which we like. Who sings that song again?
Lupe Fiasco.
Superstar, right?
Yep.
Came out to that. Looked good. Hair looked good.
That round 3, he looked great.
He looked great.
I was wondering where that was the whole fight. Like 1 was close, 2 was Song, but 3, man, he put it on him. Those knees are nasty.
Corey in attendance. He has the history with Jan. Merab says he's going to be next for I don't know how they're going to play this. You think they do Sugar versus Corey? You think they give Sugar the title shot?
I don't know. I think they got options. I liked how
Sugar at the White House makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. I like how Sugar called out Piotr Jan, and he was like, Piotr Jan, you want this rematch? Unless, of course, Merab, they respect to Merab. He can have it before me if need be.
I like that. I really did. He wasn't delusional.
Yes.
Yeah, but, there's a lot of people who be like, I've got that history with him. I think Sugar at the White House would be great. Again, we don't know if this is in fact true, but Merab did say no Russians allowed on the White House card. We don't know.
You could still have O'Malley at the White House. You just fight Corey. He doesn't have to fight for the title.
He said if Jan's fighting someone else, I'm chilling. I mean, we're about to talk to him in 2 minutes, hopefully. But I would love to see that fight. I just don't know if that's what he wants.
I love that fight.
If Merab was still the champion, that fight makes all the sense in the world, right?
That is the fight.
I mean, at the White House. Although I don't think Corey seemed to suggest that. I got the sense. I didn't even follow up on this, to be honest. That's how off the breaking news train I am these days. But I got the sense it was Amen, unless he was throwing me a curveball.
Well, when you pressed him on it and he completely shut down, I got the sense that you were right.
Yeah. I'm curious. So if he has that in the works, then it's probably not. Anyone who has a fight in the works, even Izzy, I asked him about it. I was just kind of curious what his stance was. But I feel like unless it's like a super quick turnaround, I feel like they're not. If you're fighting in the next couple months, you're not going to get the White House card. You think they still put Derek Lewis on there?
Pfeiffer said, I want to beat Izzy and be on that card, no problem.
Quick one.
Can't put Derek Lewis on.
You don't think so? All we've heard is
what was that?
Tell us. I don't know. What was that? It was a bad ending, right?
I'm serious. What was it? Like he didn't even
40.
touch him. Like it looked like he just went down and just quit. Like the jab barely even grazed him, and he went down, and that was it.
It felt like he was broken.
Yeah, I mean, he never had Waldo Cortez Acosta in any sort of danger the entire fight, and then went out like that.
Derek Lewis is 40.
Yeah, he's 40, dude. He has so many miles on him in the fight game.
Well, let's not pretend that when he was 30, there weren't performances like this too.
There were some bad ones.
Just Derek Lewis.
Sure.
There were
Put
some
him
bad.
on there. He'll knock somebody. Give him a more favorable matchup. Let him knock somebody's head off, and it's all good.
I don't think this rules him out. I think Trump loves the guy.
Of course it doesn't rule him out. He's Derek Lewis. He's 40. He's got a million UFC fights. Like the performances don't really matter. They'll put him on it and everyone will be excited.
But that is the kind of fight that he should win, right? Like it's not like Waldo's taking him down and doing a whole bunch of wrestling.
He should at least be competitive.
Right.
There was no competition, and then to go out like that.
Waldo called out Curtis Blades. You like that?
I'm down.
I kind of feel like that makes the most sense, right?
Keep climbing that ladder, man. I like it. Tough test though with the wrestling, man. We haven't really seen Waldo really pushed in the wrestling.
But it's really like the last guy before you're in that discussion. Amazingly, like a year ago, he was nowhere near that discussion. Now he's calling out Curtis, former title contender. You beat that guy, you're now in that discussion with the Gans of the world. Give me Waldo Cortez against Rico Verhoeven.
Sign me up.
That's the one. Is Natalia Silva next for Valentina?
I guess, yeah, because there's limited options, but I don't think she did a ton of favors for herself on Saturday night.
You didn't like it?
It was an okay performance, and I think there are some people out there that'll disagree with the judges' scorecards.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It wasn't one of those ones that really put the stamp on it.
Right. I saw a video of Rose with fans afterwards. This is courtesy of her manager, Brian Butler. She was very, very, very emotional, talking to the fans, meeting up with them, crying. I'm probably bringing this up at the worst possible time because we're framing up our next guest. Just show it just as context. Here she is, like sobbing while talking to fans right after the fight. Kudos to her for meeting with them and being grateful. She talked about how grateful she was to still be in the UFC, but it's hard to watch. Hard-fought fight. She has aspirations of fighting for the belt, being a two-division champion. I mean, golly, this is heartbreaking. Her manager said that he asked her if this was okay to share and to film and all that stuff, but it says a lot about who Rose Namajunas is, and I hope those fans help lift her spirits a little bit and make her feel a whole lot better.
Oh my God, I fucking love her. Rose, I fucking love you.
Tough scenes there, but we do wish the absolute best to Rose and a hard-fought battle against Natalia Silva. Speaking of a hard-fought battle, what a performance, co-main event, the Sugar Show, all the way back now. It is all the way back. Y'all must have forgot. Like the great Roy Jones once said, trying to write him off, he says, nope, not yet. I didn't get the script. Trying to write me up, didn't get the script. Back on top, and perhaps fighting for the belt next. Who would have thunk it? He's kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon, the one and only Sugar Sean O'Malley. There he is. Hello, Sean. You're back, baby. How are you?
Oh, Uncle Ariel, it feels good, man. It feels good to win. But I will say, I was watching that Rose clip as you were playing it right there. And
yes,
it feels good to win, but it feels way worse to lose. And it's crazy how every time we step in there as fighters, it's like the wins, they do feel really good, but the losses feel way worse. And you wonder, you're like, man, is it, you could just end on a win? Life's good. But yeah, no, losses are tough. And it really felt good to get back in the win column.
Yeah, so a lot was made of the fact that this was your first win since March of 24. Did you miss this feeling? Did you forget what it felt like on the Monday after, where you can kind of just sit back and be like, yes, did it, winner's circle?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. It feels really good. Definitely, I took winning for granted. I felt like my entire career, I won. I just kept winning. Even as an amateur, I just felt like I always won. And then that first Cheeto loss, I came out mentally undefeated. I didn't feel like I was coming off a loss at all. And so these first, coming off actual losses or, coming off an actual loss made winning feel that much better. So very grateful Yeah, feels good.
Well, when you say, by the way, side note, where do you get a chair like that? It's so nice to look at, and it looks very comfortable. Where do you get? Did you paint that yourself, or did it come like that?
It's not comfortable. Came like that. I don't remember. It just popped up one time. One of those fucking random ass ads. They know you. It's like the Google knows you, and I was like, I need that chair, so I ordered it. But I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. I just clicked it, bought it. Here it is.
And where are you right now? Because it seems like you're missing some furniture maybe behind you.
Yep, I am. I'm at the new house. I built the house. I've been building a house for a little over a year, or actually a little under a year, and slowly been moving stuff in. And yeah, I'm gonna probably stay here for the first time tonight, and I'm excited.
Wow. Okay, so this probably adds to the excitement of what's going on, right?
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was like, regardless, win or lose, I'm excited. You know, it's fun to have something to look forward to after a fight. And I was like, well, win or lose, I get to move into my new house. It's nice, but way better moving stuff over with a win.
Is this in the same plot of land where you have like the animal condominium and?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow. So what happens to the old house?
Some people have junk storage rooms. I have a junk storage house.
Wow.
No, I think I'm gonna turn it into my daughter's little homeschool area. You know, a nice spot for when people need to come and stay. But yeah, I might throw my podcast studio in there. You know, I definitely want to use it. It's too nice, too big, too beautiful of a house to just not use. So I'm going to put it to use.
Wow. It's good to be the king. It's good to be the king where you can have, second just for whatever you want. Can I ask about homeschooling? Why that decision?
I don't know if my daughter she's just like, she's me. She's like, I don't want to go to school. I'm like, I didn't want to go to school either. And I don't blame her. So I don't know. She does jujitsu 4 or 5 times a week right now. She's doing singing lessons. She did swimming lessons for a long time. She wants to go to gymnastics. I'm like, in my eyes, that's very important skills. And she's getting to a point where she's wanting to learn to read and stuff. So we're just gonna give her options. And I definitely, I don't know, public school, we'll see. I don't know, we're figuring it out.
Okay. By the way, was that her first event that she attended?
It was her first event she attended. The New Jersey fight was like the first one she really kind of understood what was going on. She called me after the fight. She said, "Daddy, why'd you lose?" Why? She does jujitsu, so she understand I got choked and itched my neck, and so she asked me. So I was like, okay, she really understands what's going on, and so I'm like, you want to come to my next fight? And she just freaked out. She was so excited.
Wow. Was that a tough call for you to make?
No, I was excited for her to come. Like, I know what's, especially fighting a guy like Song. It's like, no one's beat Song and just looked super impressive. No one's dominated Song. Song's he's so fast and hits so, and he's so, I don't really know if he hits that hard because I didn't really get hit by him. Like, I didn't get cracked clean and think he hits hard, but I've watched his fights. Like, I've seen his highlights. I know he hits hard. So it was a dangerous fight. It was a risky fight to bring my daughter to. I'm like, I know what could happen. But I was confident I was going to go in there and be able to outskill him.
Was she shy? Because I noticed that when you called her in, she kind of ran back, I think, to Tim back there. Did she not want to be shown on camera?
I think that was a lot for her. Those cameras are big, they're in your face, and it's loud, and so she was a little shy, which I was kind of surprised, but she straightened her hair, wore a cute little dress, and God damn it, it was a great moment.
What did she say afterwards? Like you said after the Merab fight, she asked, why did you get choked out? So what did she say after this fight?
After this fight, she asked me why I didn't bridge. She said, I got taken down. And she said, why didn't you bridge? I was like, didn't think about it.
Wow.
That was one of the first things. Well, she said, Daddy, did you win? I said, yes. And then she said, why didn't you bridge? It was funny.
Wow. Did anyone tell you how she was reacting while watching you? I'm always wondering like how kids react to seeing their parents in there, especially at that age.
Yeah, Danny, my wife, was saying, she's like, God, I wish you would have had a mic on her, because she was saying the funniest stuff.
Wow.
She told me one thing she said, I forgot, but I'll have to ask her. But she said she was being pretty funny, like commentating.
Was she nervous?
I don't think she was that nervous. I don't think she was. She didn't say she was. She said she was excited.
Okay. Were you nervous knowing she was in attendance?
No, I before every fight, I look in the mirror in the bathroom in the back, look right into my eyes, like deep into my fucking soul and have a conversation with myself before every fight. Just, you know, and I just remember saying, I'm not fucking losing with my princess watching. Like, I'm just not. There's just, it's not an option. And the way I just got to show, I just got too fast, too sharp, too focused. Feint, footwork, focus wins me this fight. And that was just what's going through my mind. And if anything, it, you know, gave me an extra little boost.
How long have you been doing that for?
Since I was an amateur, since I can remember. It was just like, you know, you go pee so many different times when you're in the back. You're, you know, hydrated, nervous pees, whatever. You just pee a lot. And I just would look in the mirror and just look. You just look into your eyes, and it's an interesting moment. It's like a powerful moment, and it's like you're just committing to, like, whatever. If something breaks, tough it out. 15 minutes. You got 15 fucking minutes. Whatever happens, like, that's all you got. 15 minutes. Then if something needs to get fixed, you'll get it fixed. But just tough it out. Whatever happens.
I'm always curious about those moments before, because I don't think that the general public knows just how nerve-wracking it is back there, especially when you are later in the night and you have to wait and you're seeing people come through either like with jubilation or heartbreak attached to them and whatnot. When you're back there, are you speaking out loud to yourself? Is it just a moment alone in the back? Is it with other people involved? What is that like?
For me, the closer the fight gets, the calmer I get. So driving to the arena, you know, you have that little tingle feeling, that little, like, this nerve feeling. I kind of always put into my mind, like, that's me transforming into sugar. Like, that energy I'm feeling, I'm storing that, I'm using that for the fight. And the closer the fight, the calmer I get. But that conversation specifically is just in my head, and, you know, me to me. And then, I'm very calm in the back, quiet. Don't talk too much. Just kind of lay there, do a lot of breath work. Like, that whole time I'm focusing on my breath, breathing into my belly, just kind of expanding my lungs, preparing for war. And it's an interesting. It's very present. You feel very, very, very present back there.
I'm happy you brought back Superstar. It just felt right.
It did. You know what? The fight where I didn't, when Trump was there in New Jersey and I fought Marab and I came out to the real, you know, American song, like, it was such a cool moment. And if I would have won, I feel like it would have went down as like one of the most it just, like, when I put my hands up, it hit, and that one would have been, it wasn't cool because I lost, but if I would have won, it would have been fucking epic. But yeah, Superstar felt right. It felt good. It hits, and the crowd knows Sugar's about to walk.
Well, there's very few songs that when I hear them, I think of a fighter, and that one, I think of you. You've made it, you know, synonymous with you.
Let's go.
So I hope you stick with it, because it just feels like you're just perfect for it. And it was great to see you back in there, and it was great to see you fight that way. Are you happy with the performance? Are you happy overall with the body of work?
I rewatched it, and I understanding and knowing how dangerous Song is, I am happy with the performance, because I went out there and I did what I needed to do. I landed more shots. I did more damage against a very, very, very skilled, tough, fast, hungry. Like, that was the best Song Yadong. This was the biggest moment of Song's career. And he said that, you know, it was the best he's ever felt. So I went out there and beat the best version of Song and got the job done. So yes and no. I rewatched it. I'm like, fuck, I could have let my hands go a little bit more. He's such a powerful counterpuncher, and he's so fast. The more I let my hands go, the more risk, you know, there is coming back. So part of the lower output was, you know, my game plan. You know, the less I throw, I know he's going to counter less. He wasn't very offensive. So it's like, you know, I knew what kind of fight I wanted to do, and I wanted to land shots, get in, get out. And that's what I did. I landed more damage. And yeah, I think, you know, he got a couple takedowns, did literally zero damage with the takedowns. And so I think the judges got it right.
Okay, I was going to ask you about the second round. Did you think he won that round? Did you think it was tied going into the third?
It wasn't even really, I don't know. I get, Tim told me in the corner, he said, hey, it's 1-1 going to the third. So I from him saying that, I did, from me just being in there, I don't really ever think of it like that. I don't know. I probably should do a better job thinking about the rounds and like Tim told me it was 1-1. I'm like, okay, I need to go out there and get, if Tim would have told me, hey, you're down 2, you know, maybe I'll definitely would have fucking probably went more crazy and, you know, really went for a finish. But yeah, I mean, the second round. I think he took me down. I think I was down on the ground a little bit longer. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it again and pay closer attention. But in my mind, right after the fight, I thought there was 0% chance I lost that fight. I was convinced I won that fucking fight. I won that fight. That was my fight. That's what I kept saying. I was going through my head. I wasn't nervous at all that they were going to give us a Song. But now looking back after everyone's perspective on it, like rewatching the fight, seeing people's tweets pop up saying, hey, Sean's down 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I was like, damn, it's crazy. Because in there, like he didn't hit me at all once where I felt like it did any damage or hurt me at all. So in my head, I'm like, I definitely won. Like I didn't get hit. Go looking back, there was a couple times he landed. He kind of landed on my arms. It looked like he landed, but he didn't land. I think he landed one left hook. But from me being in there, my perspective, being in front of him, I'm like, okay, I hit him, made him bleed, fucking hurt, busted open his nose, landed a beautiful knee. The body shots, people don't really, sometimes you can see a clean body shot, but then there's times where I'm digging these teeps in his body and I feel it land, but then I rewatch it on TV and it doesn't look as damaging as I know it was. And I know those body shots were landing and digging it, like taking away from his gas tank and hurting him. But it's weird watching him back on TV where I'm like, okay, I can see how it doesn't look like I'm landing as much as I feel like I'm landing in front of him because it just, maybe it's the camera angle or something. But it was interesting watching it back, seeing those tweets pop up, like Song's up 2-0, and Song's looking so sharp. And I was like, what the fuck are people like? I guess everyone has different perspectives. I'm not saying they're wrong, but from being in there and being in front of him, I feel like I didn't really get touched. He landed a couple of good leg kicks. I checked a few of them. But yeah, I felt like I won that fight. It was, if you can call it close, but it was pretty clear.
By the way, speaking of your leg, I saw it was iced up a little bit afterwards. How was it feeling? What happened?
Every single fight, even after the Cheeto fight, my feet just swell up. I throw a lot of kicks and I land a lot of kicks on elbows. And if you've ever thrown a kick and landed it on someone's elbow, like my ankle right now is just swollen. Like right in between the foot and the shin, like right there on the other foot is it's swollen just from kicking, landing on elbows. It sucks. It's high risk, high reward, those attacks, but they really affect and change how the fight plays out.
And so is it just swollen or do you think it's more?
No, it's just swollen. It happens every fight.
Okay.
Every fight, my foot, I'm in a boot pretty much out there every fight. It's just, kicking something hard with your feet, it hurts.
First time.
But I'm good. I'm moving around and everything today. I played a little pickleball today even.
Oh, at the dojo.
Yeah, the pickle dojo.
Hell yeah. Man, you even played on that after, like it looked like you were needing crutches on Saturday.
No, I just I iced it and threw it in a boot right after the fight. Dude, they walk you around that goddamn entire arena doing media. And it was just like after the first round going into the second round, I felt it start to swell. And I knew it was gonna be sore, but it's not too bad. It's just a little swollen.
Okay. First time since 2022, not the main event and not in a 5-round fight. How did that feel?
It definitely felt different. The last 4 fights were all about the sugar show. And then going into this fight, wasn't even on the poster. We got moved up to the co-main event. Someone's slacking there. I mean, they had to remake the poster. Why not throw the co-main event on there? I feel like someone should get in trouble for that. Where are we at on the poster here?
Yeah.
There was no countdown, which is fine. I feel like me and Song, it was a big fight. It was an important fight in the division. And, Song wins that fight. It's like, he's right there for a title shot, possibly. And it's, I feel like the fight was kind of under the radar. And then at the end of the day, it was the most exciting fight. So I guess it is what it is.
Did you feel any difference throughout the week? Paramount Plus, the new bells and whistles, all that stuff. Did it feel any different for you?
No, it felt like another fight week. Nothing felt different.
Okay. A lot of chatter, talk about increased pay and all that stuff. Can I ask, are you benefiting from this?
You sign a contract and you fight, you have a certain amount of fights on your contract. And it's like, it's hard. Like once you sign that contract, it's like, you can't fight 5 times, 4 times, and then complain, hey, why am I getting paid this much? Like we sign contracts, you fight contracts out. At some point you renegotiate your contract. And, I still got a couple fights left. I think I have 2 more fights left on my contract. I'm sure, UFC doesn't really like when fighters fight out their contracts because then you're a free agent. So I feel like I'm at a point right now. I signed a new contract before Aljo. I think it was 7 fights. I fight Aljo, fought Cheeto, fought Marab, fought Song. Got 2 more fights in my contract. That I feel like I'll probably renegotiate before my next fight. And, it would have been more regardless whether Paramount bought UFC rights or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't have any answer for you right now. I'm hoping. UFC's always taken care of me. They've been very good to me. I'm very grateful for the platform they give me. And moving over to Paramount, supposedly there's going to be more eyeballs. So what's that do for me? Makes the Sugar brand bigger, better, and I'm going to take advantage of that. But yes, I definitely would like to see the fighter pay get increased. I saw the bonuses got moved up, which it's so crazy now. These young guys coming in with, I think I have 8 bonuses or 9 bonuses. I'm like, damn, if that would have been 100,000 a bonus, 900,000 would have been sweet. But these young guys are going to be able to start making money earlier. They go put on beautiful performances early. You can start making some real money, like $100,000 for a bonus is huge. So I think they did a great job with that.
I was just going to ask, you think they nailed it, 50 to 100, or were you hoping for more?
No, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I don't really have. I think that's fine.
Okay. One last thing on Song. I know you were asked about it during the week, but could I just ask, do you regret the mask thing? Do you feel like in retrospect that was a mistake?
It's to the people that I offended. That was not my intentions. Like my entire career, I kind of built it off this comedic, humorous, kind of pushing the lines. Like that's kind of what I built my brand up, I feel like. And I feel like that was not even in my mind. I didn't even think, the Chinese are going to be offended by this. Didn't even cross my mind. If I would have thought that before, I wouldn't have done it because I didn't want it to come off as that. So my intentions weren't to offend anybody. It's supposed to be kind of a silly little thing. So I did, I apologize to anybody I offended, but the amount of Chinese fans that came up to me and loved me and just were like, and even fight week before the fight, I'm like, I guess I didn't, offend that many people, or they're just lying. But yeah, do I regret it? I guess in a sense, if I hurt people's feelings, that's not, not my intentions.
Fair enough. So what does this all mean now? Because you have the history with Jan. Did you see Jan's tweet, by the way, after the fight?
I was on the studio. He said something about he just woke up.
Yeah, there you
happened or something like that.
Yeah. Which
which is so funny. I couldn't quit laughing. My abs actually hurt after I read that. I was like, oh my god, that little fucking Thailand fella is funny. I couldn't. Weren't you laughing? Wasn't that a good one?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
That was good. It was so good. Oh, I'm gonna start laughing again. Ooh.
Now that you have 2 days, because I know you talked about it a bit on Saturday, what do you want? What does this win get you?
Yeah, obviously, I want Peter Yan. The thing is, if there was a bigger fight, if I would make more money fighting someone else, I'd want that. I want the title. Like the amount of money I was making as a champion compared to not champion is significant. Like I was making a lot more money as a champion. That's what I want next. I want Peter Yan next. I want the belt next. It makes it that much sweeter that it's a rematch. It was a close fight before. So yeah, Peter for the rematch is what I want. And if they go Marab versus Peter, I wait. If Marab wins, then we figure out what's next. If Peter wins, that's what I want next.
Is there any part of you that wants to go before Marab?
Me versus Peter before Marab?
Yeah.
100%. I would love that next. That's what I would, if I could pick in a perfect world, that's get me versus Peter next. That's what I want. Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance they may do that?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think, I don't know. Marab, I don't dislike Marab. He fought 4 fucking title fights in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
As a fighter, as someone that was, recently champion, that's insane. That's fucking crazy. That's a lot. He did a lot for the company. UFC probably appreciated that a lot. So I'm torn between like really pushing for it, give me that fucking fight, and being like, what is like, if that's what they do next, that's what they do next.
I really appreciate that stance. You said the same thing in the cage, because I think a lot of people in your position would have been like, I'm the bigger fight, give it to me, I have the history, I have the win, all that stuff. But you're saying if it's him, I respect that he's earned it. I feel personally, I agree with you, by the way. I think Merab deserves that because of how often he fought. I felt like if Song would have won, that would have been the fight. I can see a scenario where they try to do you versus Jan next because of your popularity and how, how beloved you are. And considering how the first fight went.
I love that. Yeah, I would absolutely fucking love that. And if that's what's next, let's do it. Sugar versus Peter is a big fight. I think it's the biggest bantam. Well, I think me versus Cheeto too, on paper, on numbers, was the biggest bantamweight fight of all time. I do think me versus Peter is bigger.
Do you have interest in the White House now?
Yeah, I mean it's tricky because if it's not me versus, like, I do want to fight on the White House, but I also want the belt. I mean, if Peter and Merab do fight, it's like it's not a when would that even make sense?
Right.
I mean, it makes sense if they're both healthy to fucking do it sooner than later to possibly get Sugar versus Peter on the White House. Because what is that, June?
Yeah, June 14th.
June 14th. So April.
It would be tough to squeeze it in.
It would be tough to squeeze it in. I don't know. That White House card is interesting. I know they're not doing. I think I heard you saying they're not really doing sponsors on the cage. They're not, they're not doing a gate. They're not doing attendance. They're not doing all these things. Like, what does that mean for the actual card itself? They're not going to make money on it, really. And it's going to be massive. It's going to be historical, which is important too. So yeah, I'm very curious how that comes together. I haven't talked to the UFC about what's next at all, so I have zero idea. And I'm just as curious as everyone else.
I spoke to one fighter, and he's in a different position than you, but he was like, I don't want to be, and he's in line for a massive fight. That's all I'll say. But he's like, I don't want that, man. I don't want to have to deal with the extra security. This is the biggest fight of my life. And it's a show for everyone else, but I need to win this fight. And so just put me in an arena. Like, it's all well and good. I don't want all that other stuff. I don't want to deal with the weirdness of being outside and a bunch of like politicians there. Like, I want to fight in that normal environment that I'm used to. Do you get that? And it wasn't a political thing, by the way. It was just like, this is the biggest moment of my life. I want it to be as normal as possible.
I don't know. I've fought outside before as a young pro, as an amateur. I've fought outside before, and it's a little bit different. I mean, it is a little bit different. I don't know. I mean, I like these big moments. I prefer the bigger the moment. The better I feel like I tend to do. Like the Sphere, the one was, I barely won that one, so that was close. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wouldn't say no if they offered me a big fight and a lot of money and it made sense. I definitely would. I would want that.
Right after your post-fight interview, they cut to Corey Sandhagen, who was on the show last week and really wants to fight you, but I think he has another fight in line. What is your appetite for that fight? If they say we're doing Merab, Peter, and we want you to fight Corey, are you interested?
I would say, can I wait for Peter Merab and, let that fight play out? I want to fight for the belt, or pay me the same amount as I would as a title fight, and I'll fight Corey. It's for me, this has been a business since the beginning, since day one. I have wanted to make as much money as possible. Right now, the way my contract's set up, I make a lot more money fighting for the title. Or pay me this, I would say, hey, at the end of the day, UFC tells you what to do. It's not like I'm sitting there fucking saying no this, no that. Like, I would ask, I would negotiate. I would say, hey, is there any way I can make the same amount of money, and go from there.
Okay. So it's an interesting thing. I feel like that's the only other one, right? Like, I feel like if they said yes to that, that's the only other one that makes sense. Would you agree at the moment?
Yeah. I mean, they would have said there too.
Who's that? Umar?
Umar's there too.
Okay.
Me, Umar, Corey, right there in the top.
Zahabi.
Top couple, whatever it is. Zahabi. Shit, give me that. I mean, then there's that too. Like, I mean, Zahabi's good, right? He's not. I don't feel like he's not a Corey. He's not a Umar. I don't even think he's as dangerous as Song in a sense. So it's that's definitely a possible fight too. I feel like I could put on a beautiful performance against Zahabi. What is he ranked?
At the moment, I'll tell you right now, he is ranked 7. As of now, that could change. I mean, he didn't
Yeah,
fight,
right.
but you're 3, Umar's 2, Merab's 1, Piotr's obviously the champion. Someone asked you about Umar after your fight, and you're like, you don't watch in the back. Have you watched it
I
since?
didn't watch. No, I heard from a few people that I was like, God, it just wasn't like an exciting fight. But I'm like, Figgy's dangerous. He's really good. He's very dangerous. Umar's, in my opinion, a lot of people's opinion, is one of the best. Even he hasn't fought for the belt. He hasn't been champ, but everyone knows how fucking good Umar is. So it's they kind of priced. I'm not surprised it wasn't the most exciting fight. Corey didn't say who he was fighting, or you just aren't announcing it? Or
No. He was on the show and he insinuated that he couldn't hear me, and he's like, I got something, and then I said, does he look like me? Because people say and then he kind of laughed.
Yeah.
So that was
interesting.
But I don't know for sure.
Corey versus Hobb. Huh. I feel like Corey would probably style on him.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, before I let you go, what's doing well?
Man, Ariel, thanks for asking.
Of course.
Yeah, doing well is I'm coming out with my own wellness brand. We're starting with supplements, performance electrolyte mix right now, little packets, high in sodium, made with organic ingredients, and of course, third-party tested Uncle Ariel, because we can't be fucking around.
Oh yeah.
with that non-third-party tested stuff. So yeah, we're coming out. It's been a year. We've been working on it and really trying to dial it in perfect and getting everything squared away. We should be dropping a hard launch here in a couple weeks.
Oh.
We got a raspberry and a lemon lime packets right now. We're working on a mango. We're working on some innovative stuff that I'm excited to share. But yeah, it's something I'm very, very, very passionate about, and it's been a fun process, and I'm putting all my own money into it. We've had multiple. I have a good network. I've met a lot of business people that were like, begging to invest, wanting to invest in this company. And right now I'm just not, I'm putting my own money, hundreds of thousands of dollars into this company, because I truly, truly believe in it. And I want to, get sales rolling before I start doing equity shares and stuff like that. So I'm really all in on this, and I'm very confident, very optimistic. It's still a risky, anytime you're starting up a startup, a business, it's risky, but very optimistic and happy with how the product turned out. And I'm excited to share it with the world and the MMA community, and, all sports community. Anyone that works out can benefit from it, but I'm really excited to, share it with the MMA community.
I love it. Where can I get it?
It's not, okay, you can't get it yet.
Okay.
It'll be on, if you follow the Doing Well on Instagram, definitely be posting all over there. It's going to be on the website. We're going to get into Amazon. I would love to get into retail, eventually, Sprouts, Targets, stuff like that. But yeah, just online for now. Doingwell.health. Check it out on the Instagram page. I'm putting a lot of effort into it, a lot of content, and putting a lot of my time into it. And I'm very excited about it.
Amazing. Well, I'm getting swole these days, so I feel like it would be apropos for me to partake. I don't know if you can notice.
I would love to send you some.
No. I want to buy it. But I just wanted to know if I could buy it.
Love that even more.
Yes, hell yeah. We shall support. Thank you so much, as always, Sean. Really appreciate you coming on. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the new place, the incredible chair. And I always appreciate. I was telling the guys in the back, I always talk about. Sean's never changed. Always writes back within minutes, and that really means a lot. And don't see that often with someone of your stature. So I appreciate it very much, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you so much, and enjoy everything that comes with the victory. The feeling afterwards, I'm sure, is amazing. So well done.
Uncle Ariel, thank you. I appreciate you. And yeah, thanks to all the Sugar fans for the support. I really, really felt it this week and this weekend. And it really means a lot to have true Sugar fans. Like, a lot of fighters, I feel like, don't really have a true fan base. There's fans of the sport of UFC, and they love the fights and watch the fights, but very few athletes get true diehard fans. And I really felt it this weekend, and I appreciate all the Sugar fans. Thank you.
Hell yeah. There it is. Showing love to the fans as well. Much love, Sean. All the best. We'll talk to you soon. Really appreciate it. Congrats.
Yep. Peace, Uncle.
There he is. The one and only Sugar Sean. What a guy. Great to have him on. On the pound for pound list of number one repliers when you ask them to come on. Another guy on that list is the great Dan Hooker. He is over in Sydney, Australia, UFC 325, just a few days away now. He has a massive fight against Benoit Saint Denis. He is kind enough to join us right here. Now let's not waste any time and say hello to the Hangman. There he is. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Morning, my friend. How are we?
Doing great. It's great to have you on. It's great to talk to you. By the way, I know there's a history, like a sporting history between New Zealand and Australia. Do you like going to Australia? Do you like being in Australia?
My wife's Australian.
Oh shit! Okay, my bad.
Nah, it's funny. Like it's there's obviously a bit of a sporting rivalry when we're playing rugby or any kind of sport against each other. But it's the Anzacs, mate. We go to war together. New Zealand and Australia. We've been to war many times together, and when we're fighting people on the other side of the planet, the Anzacs get together, and there's nothing but love and support here.
Okay, I love to hear that. Okay, so big fight for you. A lot to talk to you about. Can I just ask? This is a relatively quick turnaround. Maybe not for you, but just like on paper. Fought in late November. Now here you are, end of January. I know technically early February there. Why the quick turnaround?
I just had a bad taste in my mouth after the last one, and I always wanted to be a part of this card. So I got a call from my manager Ash, and he said, "You want to fight in Sydney?" And I pretty much just said 3 rounds, and he's I got 3 or 5 rounds, and he said 3 rounds, and I said, "Count me in, baby." I didn't even ask who it was. I just wanted to be a part of this card, just because it's so close to home. It's like I say it's like a hometown. It's like a hometown fight, but without the pressure, you know.
And so, at what point do you hear who the opponent is, and then what is your reaction?
Yeah, BSD, the French kid. I know he's tough, and I was excited by the fight. Obviously, after the last performance, I was expecting to have to fight down in the rankings a couple of times. I was prepared to fight absolutely anyone, but to get a guy on a good streak. He's on a good streak, and he's only like a couple of spots lower than me in the ranking. Was a great opportunity. Pretty much best case scenario. You know what I mean? You weren't going to fight up in the rankings. You had to fight down, but to get a guy on a win streak, only a couple of spots down, and there's an opportunity to put yourself right back in the mix straight away. I can't see getting past BSD in a dominant fashion, and then having to fight go any lower. That'd be it's a good opportunity.
A lot of people thought he was maybe the comeback fighter of the year after a horrendous 2024. He had an incredible 25. Have you been watching him? Have you been impressed with him?
I haven't really watched too much. Like I kind of leave that. I get like a general understanding of his game, and I know he's a tough kid. And I've been watching. I watch a fair bit. He's a tough kid. He's got some good skills. He's got a pretty strong game. But yeah, like he's a tough kid. There's grit. There's determination. There's no quit in him. That's not really my style to break guys mentally, or even to like push them to exhaustion. That's like I'm not a grinder, and I don't really try to get in guys' heads too much or break them mentally, because I myself, I don't feel like I'm mentally that easy to rattle. I more try to physically shut guys off. You know the spots where to knock guys out, where to get them to shut their bodies down. You know, the human body is an incredible specimen, and you just learn over time like where you need to touch it at the right time. So turn it off, brother.
I know.
Turn it down.
Both of you are very familiar with that. You mentioned having a bad taste in your mouth after the Arman fight. When you say that, obviously any loss is not going to sit well, but is there more to it with this one where you felt like I need to get back on the horse?
No, I actually didn't process it till I woke up in bed this morning, mate. It wasn't like I kind of just compartmentalized it. It's not something I really process, and because I did get another fight so fast, you don't really get into what exactly like went wrong, and it was fucking when this cunt fucking headbutt me at the weigh-in and broke my fucking nose. It pissed me right off. But it's like you can't get emotional at that stage of the fight. Like you're obviously, mate, I was fuming. Like I wanted that back, but you just have to brush it off. You have to put that in your back of your mind. But yeah, I was steamed, bro. I was steamed. That threw me off for sure.
Wow. By the way, maybe I missed it. I had not heard that you broke your nose. You actually broke your nose.
Yeah, they scanned me. They scanned me after the fight. They took me to the hospital and just like scanned me after the fight, and they were like, "Oh, you got a fractured nose."
Wow.
I was like, "Cunt, that was the weigh-in. They had absolutely nothing to do with the fight."
Holy.
And then for this fight, they were like, "Oh, you got to medically clear because he had a fractured nose. You got to medically clear it for this fight." And I just flat refused, brother. I was like, you already let me have one fight with it, and now you're going to stop me from having another fight with it. I said, that was from the weigh-in, brother. That had nothing to do with the fight. Like, in what world can you smoke a guy's nose at the weigh-in and then they just like, yeah, he got me. Like, kudos to him. Credit to him. Like, I'm not even mad at Arman. Like, it is what it is.
Wow.
I didn't know that there was no commission.
Did it bother you in the fight?
Nah. I've broken my nose so many times. It didn't bother me. It's like it not like a physical thing. It's more a mental thing, you know, like a guy getting one up on you at that stage.
Sure.
At that stage of the fight, and he'd like, yeah. Kudos to him. He got it.
I feel like this is a dumb question, but I'll ask it anyway. Did you at any point consider not fighting as a result of it?
Fuck no.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Like, you could. Yeah, you could.
How's it now?
You could have. Oh, brother, I've broken my nose 20, 30 times over. It didn't used to be this big, mate.
Well, welcome to the club.
People always say I got a big nose. I'm like, it didn't used to be this big.
It's my worst nightmare, Dan. It's my worst nightmare because I have a large nose. So I'm wondering if my face will combust. Yeah, you know.
Breaking the snoz.
Yeah, or maybe it'll be a blessing.
Well, I haven't been able to breathe out of one side of it since I was about 18 years old.
Oh, jeez.
We'll go with.
Wow. All those times that you've broken it, never surgery?
For what? Like that just hollows it out. Look, like that. Say they say it hollows it out, and then it makes it like a lot weaker. And then what? You're gonna sit out for 6 months, not getting hit on the nose. Like Gazy went and got it done, and then the very next fight he fight Holloway and gets spinning kicked right on the nose. I know that would happen to me. I know that the day that I went and got it fixed, I would come back into the gym, my first training session back, and someone's just going to absolutely crush it. I know that. So I'll sort it out. That's a tomorrow problem.
Yeah. If you saw Armin in a hotel on the street, or how do you think it would go?
Nah, I actually like the kid now.
Oh. What changed?
I've seen his little media run and him floating around, and when he actually puts himself out there, he's actually pretty funny. Eh?
Okay, that's good to hear.
Nah, he got me. What can you say? To sit around being fucking pissed off. Like, would I fight him again? Fuck, 1,000%. 1,000%.
The talk going into that fight was winner gets a title shot. Are you surprised ultimately he did not get a title shot?
I'm actually like kind of laughing about that, right? Because like they were saying winner gets a title shot, and that like immediately after, you know, I got my ass kicked, and then I'm going, oh no, like I fumbled it. I was like, I fumbled my title shot. And then he didn't get the title shot, and I was like, oh, cool. I was like, no one's getting a title shot anyway. It was just all smoke and mirrors. So I don't. That made it. Actually made it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
To get over. It was just yeah.
I'm just curious. How does that sit with you, right? Because you're a fighter, you're striving for something, and then you find out it apparently wasn't at play.
No. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Or perhaps it was at play for you because they did say afterwards he did this, he did that, he headbutted you. Maybe if you would have won, you would have gotten the title shot. Not trying to make you feel worse, but I don't know. I just like I realized when I said that.
What a title you get an interim title shot?
Yeah.
Or you reckon Ilya would have? Or you reckon Ilya would have fought me because I'm old and shit?
No. Maybe you would have been the one fighting this past weekend, is what I'm saying.
Against who? Like who do you then cut out?
I think it would have been
You
Justin.
then cut out Paddy.
I think Justin would have been the cutout.
You think they would have cut Justin out? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
And speaking of this, obviously a lot of coverage and chatter about you and Paddy. Could we start just that interaction, seemingly backstage? I think it was you guys talking to each other, and you say that you hate everyone, who's ranked above you and all that stuff. Overall, that week in Qatar, was everything cool between you guys? Was there any type of history there?
No. Nah, like, bro, he's been chiming shit at me. He's been chatting shit for, like, and I say things back. Like, like, before that, before we see each other in Qatar, like, he says, dog shit at grappling, and he thinks I'm a shit fighter, I think he's a shit fighter, and we both like speak our minds and we're open, and like, who gives a shit? But I don't care if the UFC was freaking out. They're going, oh, if Dan and Paddy see each other at the hotel in Qatar, I'm like, what? Because he said I'm shit at jiu-jitsu. Like, I couldn't give a flying fuck if someone said I'm shit at jiu-jitsu. Like, I think he's shit, and let's leave it at that. Like, who cares? I'm not. There's nothing personal there. There's absolutely, I have no qualms about that.
Do you feel like now it's gone personal because of the things he said? And
Fucking it's gone personal, brother. Like, you say, name a fighter in history that's ever made a rape joke about someone's mother. Like, that's just, we're as fighters, that's just a line that we don't cross. You say, oh, hypothetical, this and that. Like, you don't talk about family. You talk about family. You don't mention people's wives, mothers, and kids. That's just on the no-go list in terms of everything. And that's like, he wanted a reaction, he got one. And so from that, I want to take this kid's head off. I just needed to make sure that feeling was mutual, He wants to say some horrible shit. I'm going to say some horrible shit back. So that's to ensure that when we see each other, that feeling is mutual.
And you've both said it's on site. So what does that mean? Like, if you see him, you will fight him?
I'll try to kick his head in.
No, not even talking. Like, it's literally on site.
I can talk about what? Talk about what?
No.
Talk about what? What's there to talk about? If that's it, that goes for anyone. Anyone says that to me. Anyone makes a comment like that towards me, I'll kick your head in.
Did you watch the fight over the weekend?
Well, I was actually on the plane. I was on the plane ride over here. So I didn't really catch it. I think we caught like the last little bit.
What'd you think? What'd you think of what you saw?
Dog shit, as usual. Like, he looks like a baby giraffe. Fucking elbows flying in the air, jumping in the air. He looks retarded to me when he fights.
So he's getting some love for the toughness, for not, succumbing, not getting knocked out, for taking those.
Yeah, cool. Like, that's not the hard part. Like, the hard part is not fighting Justin Gaethje. Like that getting to Justin Gaethje and having a fight with Justin Gaethje, having a fight with Dan Hooker, having a fight with Dustin Poirier. That is not the hard part. Like, getting there is the hard part. Like, he obviously like, he's on one of these special UFC contracts where you pick your fucking opponents and shit like that. Like, he's been managed very well, and he's been shortcut over a lot of other fighters very well. But now he's in the deep end. And the hard part is not getting to Justin Gaethje. It's like, now you had a 5-round war with Justin Gaethje. Well, your next fight's going to be a 5-round war. Then there's going to be another 5-round war. Then you have another war. Then you have another war. Then you have to fight Justin Gaethje again. You know what I mean? Like, the hard part is now there's no more easy fights. There's no more fights where you're not taking, and it's a lesson that I've learned the hard way myself. Like, there's no, for the rest of his career, there's no fights where you're just going to go out there and you're just going to skate by and you're just going to outclass the guy. That's it. They're for the rest of your days. And he's going to learn that. The kid's never had a war in his life. He's going to go back to his home. He's going to sit in his bed for the next month, recovering. And that he's going to have to get himself back up and go out there and do the exact same thing next time.
Did you think the fight would play out like that? Or were you expecting something else? Yeah. You thought Gaethje would win?
Yeah, I thought Gaethje would win. I think he's a difficult man to put on the mat. And then he didn't. It surprised me that he didn't even try. But yeah, Gaethje's a lot sharper, a lot more technically savvy. Like, there's some big holes defensively. There's some big holes defensively in Paddy's game. He just he's had good chin, but he just hasn't had, because he's had his opponents selected quite well, and tear on his body from fighting these, like, having to dig deep a lot and get hit a lot and fight guys that can expose those technical difficulties, there's technical flaws in his game. But over time, I feel like he's so long in the tooth now in his game that even those technical holes in the style defensively, he can't fix. I don't think he can even. They're so ingrained in him now that they can't fix, and he's been able to get through that because he doesn't have the wear and tear on his body that a lot of these other fighters does. But when his body does go, and he does get a little bit of wear and tear, I don't think the kid's gonna be around for that long.
Okay. I was just going to ask you, because he is 31, and people lose all the time in MMA and have legendary careers. And so I was going to ask if you thought that his ceiling is much higher, that he can figure this out and go on a run. But it sounds like you think he doesn't have many left in him.
Oh, like, he was very well developed outside of the UFC. You know what I mean? Like, he took his time getting into the UFC. He's obviously like I took my first opportunity to go when they offered me. I harassed the UFC when I was quite young. You know, I was 24 years old when I jumped into the UFC and just jumped into the deep end. But I didn't really have anything to protect. Like, I turned professional quite young. I turned professional at 19 years old, and I was, won my first pro fight and then lost my second pro fight. I was 3-3 in my first 6 pro fights. So I didn't really have a manicured career, and I didn't really have anything to protect. So it's like a very difficult, very different circumstance. I feel like the game, that's obviously the far harder way to do it. That's not the smart way to go about it. I feel like guys take care of their records a lot more these days. It's not really, I feel like early days, especially in New Zealand and Anzac MMA, it was kind of like sink or swim. Guys would just fight pro, and then we're just like my debut, my first fight I ever had, I don't think I'd ever done a jiu-jitsu competition, and my first competition was a professional mixed martial arts fight. That's still on my UFC record. It was kind of just the sport at the time wasn't as well developed, and it was just sink or swim. And I feel like now it's not like that. Now it's a bit more, the path to be in the UFC is like a lot clearer.
Could I ask though, just watching that, did that give you joy? Considering how you no, you don't you don't hate watch it like that.
Oh nah, that's yuck, bro. That's yuck. I'm not a cuck.
Is this who you want though? Regardless,
it's like watching someone else. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I
Not
mean,
sitting in a cuck.
you don't like the guy, and you like to see him lose.
I'm not there for like what? I want to go mining. Fucking watching someone else go mining. That does absolutely nothing. That doesn't make me feel any better.
Okay, no, I get. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Is that who you want, regardless of the result? I mean, obviously you're planning on winning, but win or lose.
That's the dumbest thing you can possibly do. Is I feel like he pissed me off. I pissed him off back. That's always going to be there. But that's not something that that's why I had to piss him off back. So then I'm not just sitting around and I'm upset about it. He's going to take some time off. We'll see how this fight goes. Obviously, I'm not going to go back and shoot myself in the foot because I'm mad. That would be a mistake. There's some big fights. There's obviously the BMF is playing out.
Yep.
And Bubba, I guarantee you, between me getting through this fight, getting my hand raised and beers, there's still no one between me and Arman that wants to fight him except me.
You're saying run it back.
The guys, I feel bad. I like Arman now.
I know.
I like Arman. He won me over as a fan.
That's crazy.
But still, no one's like, bro. That's the saddest part about it is that like the best years of his career are being wasted, bro. Wasted.
He should be fighting Ilya, right?
He should be fighting Ilya.
Does he beat Ilya in your opinion?
Who don't want who don't want to see that?
I would.
Who don't
I would
want to see that. Like let's be real. Let's be honest.
Yes.
Everyone put their honest hat on. Like after watching Paddy Gagey, like who the fuck thinks Gagey can beat Ilya?
I said that somewhere Ilya Topuria was licking his lips watching that.
Like yeah. And I'm not saying this shit.
No, but
no, I'm not saying this shit. Like I am at that level of shit. Like I'm just I'm shit at some stuff. Like, look, I fought fucking Arman, and then he made me look like dog shit. He would make both Paddy and Gagey look like that. And I feel like Ilya would I feel like right now, and the sport is all about timing.
Mm-hmm.
The sport is 100% about timing and momentum, and guys when they're at their like physical peak and stuff like that. Right now, who I would want to see in a fight is Arman and Ilya. Like that's a bro. We'll flip the coin. I think that's a good fight. I feel like
love that fight.
I feel like that's a close fight. Ilya and Gagey right now, it's not something. I think it's pretty clear who's going to win that fight.
Who wins in your opinion that fight, Arman and Ilya?
Oh fuck. Who? Arman and Ilya.
Yeah. What do you think I was going to say?
I thought you were going to ask me Gagey.
No.
I thought I made that pretty clear.
No. Arman and Ilya.
Yeah, it's a coin flip.
Yeah.
Like, it's a coin flip. I feel like that's a good fight. Obviously, Ilya's boxing is sharp as ever. He's on a hell of a streak. He's been cleaning everyone up. He has the advantage on the feet. And then Arman all full of side quests and just strangling everyone around the planet. Like, he's if he can get him, that's where he can get him down. We'll flip the coin. I think it's a good fight. I want to see it. I want to see it.
I do too. Does Dan Hooker have something to prove this weekend?
To
himself.
Yeah. I'm pissed off again. I wasn't pissed off Everything. This is what I said to the missus. I said, as of late, I said everything's been pissing me off. It's better to be pissed off than pissed on. I'm ready to go. Nah, I'm ready to go. I'm itching for this, man. I'm itching for this. And like after when I got back in the gym after the last one, I was like, obviously, bro, a year and a half sitting on the shelf was like, that's the longest I haven't fought in my whole life. That's the longest I haven't been in a fist fight. And so to knock the ring rust, to try and knock the ring rust off on Arman Sarukian obviously wasn't the best idea. But once I got back in the gym, man, I got my range, I got my timing. I was like, oh, that's where it was. It's been missing for a year. I forgot where I put that. So man, this quick turnaround's been good. Like, this is the sport of you're a loser until you win again, you know? Mm-hmm. So the longer I sit around licking my wounds and the longer I have to be a loser. But Sunday here in Australia, Dan Hooker becomes a winner again.
Hell yeah.
And everyone has to be nice to me once more.
Well, I think we're still nice to you. I mean, I think you've reached, by the way, that I don't know if you want to be there, but like you've reached that sort of Donald Cerrone territory where people love you, win or lose at this point. Like you've reached that status of we know what we're getting. It's always fun. You know what I mean? And very few are in that.
I don't want to say that after the last one, but maybe I'm just a fun guy.
You're there. I mean, you're co-main event of a numbered event here against a streaking guy. You thought you were getting Moicano, and I love Renato Moicano. And I think that would have made a lot of sense.
I was just chiming at Moicano because you know he's going to chat shit back. He does it to me too. He just says Dan Hooker's name and he talks a bunch of shit just because he knows that we can't help ourselves.
You're fun together.
We're going to bite. You're fishing. I went fishing and Moicano took it hook, line and sinker just as usual.
But you got a guy who's streaking right now, so I think that says a lot about you.
Yeah, they're not going to put, they're going to put two aging veterans in against each other. It'll be funny though, we'll chat shit, but that's not the sport. The sport is the next generation is built off the carcasses of the last generation, the bones, the bones and the decaying flesh of the previous generation.
Two last quick things, and then I'll let you go. Gaethje made some headlines talking about, hey, I didn't get an increase, Paramount Plus, all this stuff. Anything changed with you?
Ding, ding.
Okay, that's good.
My manager answered the call.
Well played, Dad.
My manager got back to my manager passed on the information.
Wow.
And you know what I said? I said, sold. Quit selling, you are sold. I will take the pay rise, my brother.
Hell yeah. That's a good manager.
Paid, my boy.
Good for you.
I'm getting paid.
Okay. You sound happy. That's good. Good on Ash for answering the call. Well done. And by the way, you were once a guy, I remember not that long ago, you were the one saying like, you don't need managers, right? It apparently is good to have a good manager.
I think like once you get, it's a bit different. I feel like early on in your career, like it's pretty much set in stone. Like, come on, Ariel, like we could Google what,
Sure.
We could Google what a UFC fighter is making. And I feel like early on in a UFC fighter's career, you're just pretty much there negotiating for their cut, their slice of the pie. I feel like it's a little bit different. But once you get up a bit further and you're in like this kind of territory and you're in title talk territory and obviously not pay-per-view, but you're butting heads with the UFC, then I feel like a manager is definitely necessary because... Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a buffer between yourself and the fighter. Like fighters obviously have to focus on the fights. Imagine going tooth for nail with the UFC and being like days out from a fight and just like deep in contract negotiations, and you're the one that's like being told that you're washed and shit. You know, it'll be a difficult position to be in.
Last quick thing. This one's big. February 7th. Scraps. You okay?
February 7th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us.
We're taking things back to the backyard.
1 minute scraps, heavyweight edition,
back.
right?
Super heavyweight. My heaviest boy in there is 200 kilos. So I don't know what it is, a 400 something pounds is my biggest boy. Pros, we got amateurs, we got fucking street guys. There's gonna be knockouts. There will be chaos. And you cannot miss it.
Is the field set, or are there still some slots open?
There was 32, and then I had a couple fall out yesterday. So I think I'm back down to 30. We'll fill them up.
Okay.
$100,000. We got a lot of money on the line.
Hell yeah. All right. And then you'll post it afterwards, right?
It'll be live streamed on Kick. My sponsor, the doctor, he's got a Kick account, and so the whole thing will be live streamed. You just got to follow my social media, and I'll be posting up the live stream. But yeah, then all the content will get uploaded. Thanks to the doctor on Instagram and Facebook and stuff like that.
You're the man, Dan. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Appreciate it as always, my man.
You're the man.
No. You are the man. And thank you for always getting back to me so quickly. I really do appreciate it, and can't wait for this weekend. Wish you the best.
Thank you, brother.
There he is, the one and only Dan Hooker, the Hangman, back in action. What a fight. Oh, my God, what a fight. Dan Hooker versus BSD, and he's right. It does say a lot about him. Usually in a situation like that, you'll have to fight someone who's on, maybe coming off a lost 2 in a row. The Moicano fight makes a lot of sense, to be honest. They have a history. They gave him BSD, who was on the short list for Comeback Fighter of the Year. So shout out to him. Shout out to them. Shout out to BSD. What a freaking fight. And it's a great card as well. UFC 325. Obviously, we'll talk a lot about it as the week rolls on. Back-to-back numbered events. It's happened before, 89-90. It happened a few years ago, but not often. And so a sign of the times. All right. Final guest. So excited about this particular guest. It's a massive honor for us. Spoke to him once before, and that was back in 2019. So a lot of crap has happened since then. October of 2019, so a little over 6 years to be exact. And he was featured prominently on the broadcast this past weekend in a great spot in the middle of the octagon, on the desk as well. He did some VO work, some narration. He was all over the place, music playing in between, fights, leading up to fights and whatnot. It was really, really cool. And it was cool, especially, I would never dare say that he's a close personal friend, but I know how much MMA and the UFC means to him, and he's one of the OG celebrity fans of the UFC. When it wasn't very cool to go to UFC events, when it was way cooler to go to boxing events, he was there. And so to see him featured so prominently on this very first show of the new era, I know was huge for him, and it felt apropos. It felt like that's the guy that you want there. If you're gonna tag in a celeb, that's the kind of guy you want, an OG fan to be there. So without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only, the OG fan, drummer for the likes of Blink-182. You know him. He is an absolute legend. Travis Barker. There he is.
What up? How you doing?
Hey, Travis. How are you? Thank you so much for doing this. Really appreciate it.
Of course, man. My pleasure.
You're the freaking man. We appreciate you very much. We're all huge fans. Can I ask off the top, Travis, something that I came across a few years ago? And I have to say, it's like a bit of a running joke among the team here, but also with my sister.
Okay.
My sister, as you probably can guess, is a huge fan of your wives. And also, she probably fancies herself like a long-lost sister of the Kardashian crew. That's the way she lives her life.
Cool.
She loves you guys. And you said on a podcast a few years ago, you were talking about your sleep patterns. And you said, I like to listen to this show called The MMA Hour, no longer the name of this show, but this guy, Ariel Helwani, the host, had no idea who I was. He thought I was on a TV show. He's like, oh, so you, and I just couldn't believe that Travis Barker, of all the things accessible, and this sounds very self-serving, I know, but I just couldn't believe, of all the things accessible to you, that you listen to us talk about MMA in our little chair here. I just couldn't believe. So can you humor us for a second? Can you prove to my sister and to the crew that this is a real thing, that you actually did say this and that you actually do this?
Yes, I listen religiously. Honestly, MMA and the UFC and boxing, really everything. It's like an escape from music for me. So I'm obsessed. I listen to every episode. I usually fall asleep to it because It's just kind of like, it's not something I need to like watch and pay attention to a storyline. And I can just listen until I fall asleep. And then I'll usually wake up and like pick up where I left off if I end up falling asleep. But yeah, that's my thing. And I love your guys' podcast. I love your show. I love all your boys' shows. I love all the post-show podcasts you guys do. Everything. It's amazing.
Man, it blows my mind, honestly. As someone who grew up listening to you guys and who has great admiration for what you've done and accomplished, thank you for that. Thank you for saying that on that pod, because that's like one of the...
it's the truth. It hurts me when you guys take 2 weeks off at the end of the year. I'm like, what do I do with myself? But yeah, I mean, luckily there's a lot of people out there like talking MMA and UFC.
The question that my sister always has is like, at any point does your wife say, can you turn that guy off? He's very annoying. Can you stop listening to him? That's what she wants to know.
So sometimes if we're driving, I'll be listening to it, but usually I'm a big fan of just the Apple Wire earpods that come with the iPhone.
Damn.
And that's what I fall asleep to.
You don't like the AirPods?
I think they're bad for you. I think like the Bluetooth's not good for you.
Okay.
So I don't want to take any chances. And yeah, that's the only time I use them, and I can't really like fall asleep with those. And any other time, like when I'm walking or running, I don't listen to anything. So I think those are the best as far as, just listening.
Wow. So when you go on your long runs, and I want to ask you about your running and your fitness, regimen, you don't listen to anything?
Nothing. If I'm training and I'm training for a race and I'm trying to like beat my PR, honestly, I'll run to a metronome, which is like a click where it keeps time, and I'll find like the tempo I need to run at in order to beat my last record.
Wow. You don't get bored?
Yeah. No, I don't. It's honestly the time of day where nothing's going on. My wife and I have 7 kids. So if I'm not at home, I'm at the studio and I'm making music, or I'm practicing music or something. So when I'm running, the peace and quiet's awesome.
How many miles you run a day?
Unfortunately, I'm injured right now, but anywhere from 5 to 10.
A day?
Yeah.
Wow. How many days a week when you're healthy?
Like 5, usually 5. I'll take 2 days off of running. I was actually training for LA Marathon, and I had this routine where I was always running like 7, and then I started putting on weighted vests, and I ended up getting stress fractures on my tibia.
Oh no.
Because I just did too much too fast. So I'm out of LA Marathon, but I'll pick up something later in the year for sure.
So now you can't run at all?
Nah, so I'll do lots of battle rope, like 20 minutes battle rope straight, assault bike, and boxing, sitting down, just hitting a heavy bag. Just because I can't do anything weight bearing right now, but rowing, a lot of rowing.
Okay.
Anything to stay moving.
Because it's such a big part of your life, do you find you get antsy? Do you find like you're going crazy because you can't do it?
Dude, I'm the worst. Like I can't idle. Like I'll go crazy. Yeah, I always have to be moving or learning something or doing something.
By the way, battle rope for 20 minutes straight?
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'll find different ways. Like maybe sometimes you'll focus on your shoulders. Maybe sometimes more it's like forearms. Maybe for 5 minutes it's wrists. So yeah, you just kind of like tap out whatever body part's getting tired so you can keep on going and try to, get that length of time longer and longer.
And as far as martial arts, I know you've done jiu-jitsu, boxing as well. What's your main one these days?
I was doing a lot of jiu-jitsu right before I got hurt.
Okay.
Jean-Jacques Machado has a spot right down the street from me. And I would always run by his gym, and I ran into him at the coffee spot I go to all the time. And I just rolled in one day and started training again.
Wow. Do you go with him, like privates with him?
Yeah, I do privates with him.
Oh, that must be sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we'll do 1.5-hour, 2-hour sessions, and he's right down the street, so it can work with my schedule at the studio.
Right. What do you prefer, jiu-jitsu or boxing?
I mean, jiu-jitsu is like such a mental game where you have to do a lot of thinking and remembering, and then striking and explosiveness and fast twitch, fast trigger is really important for drumming. So I need both, honestly.
Okay. And by the way, how is the sleep? Because in that pod where you were talking about listening to us, you were talking about having trouble sleeping. So how's the sleep these days?
Yeah. Some days it just depends. Like the day after the fights, I don't know. I think I was so wound up after the fights. I was so excited or something. I don't know. I ended up like going to bed at like 2 and waking up at 6, which isn't ideal. But then I caught up and I got 8 hours last night.
Okay.
I just got an Aura ring,
Oh.
and it's changed my life. Just keeping track of my sleep, and I think I come from a place with long studio sessions or being on tour where I would think it was cool to get 5 hours sleep, but that's not. It's actually not cool, and it's really hard for your body to recover, and it's hard to do it for weeks at a time. You know?
Do you kind of laugh at yourself now, like? I don't know, 25-year-old you being excited about having an Aura ring and tracking your sleep. Could he have ever imagined this?
No, never. But it's cool. I and my wife was like, "Watch, you're going to be addicted." And sure enough, I'm like, "Oh, I did 20,000 steps today. That's awesome." And I got 7 hours sleep. It's just informative, and it's stuff I really never knew before.
It's very punk rock to track your steps.
Yeah, some would say not, but like, yeah, punk rock's really doing whatever you want and not caring what anyone thinks.
Amen. I like to think I'm pretty punk rock, even though I'm probably in most people's eyes the antithesis of that.
No, you are. I mean, you're outspoken, and you know what I mean? You stand up for things you believe in, and I think, I think it's just more the way you live rather than a style of music.
That's fair. Thank you for that. So, okay, let's talk about your involvement on Saturday. How did this all come about? You being so featured prominently on this broadcast.
I think it was around November of last year. One of my buddies, Neil Law, who works over at WWE and TKO, he was like, UFC is going to be in LA on January. I said, say less. I'll probably be there. That's, hometown for me. And he's like, well, I was talking to the UFC and we were all talking, together, and we thought it would be cooler to do something bigger with you to start off the new year with Paramount and whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, just whatever you guys think of, let me know. And I honestly, Ariel, I thought they were just going to be like, can you come, or are you going to be there because we're in LA? I never thought it was this. And then they're like, no, we have this whole idea. We're going to present it to you. And then they presented it to me. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This is a dream come true. So it all came together really quick. We figured out, originally it was like make a music piece for each fighter that's fighting. But in the beginning it was Amanda Nunes and Kayla Harrison.
Right.
So, so what we did is, Feeling This was like the track that they had thought of for Blink, and then go around and produce all this other music inside that song, according to this video that they sent me. So I made it all at my studio, and then 15 hours before the Marab fight, I filmed it all in the Octagon. We started at 1 a.m. and ended at 4 a.m.
Wow. And
it was insane.
For someone who has such admiration for the sport and for the cage and just the history and all that, to get that call, to get that nod, for you to be the guy, for you to be the one to usher it in, what did that mean?
Dude, it was surreal. I was like, are you kidding me? And then I was pretty, for me, it was like, just tell me where to go, when to be there. And, I'm going to go crazy. So I ended up going down there, probably played that piece maybe 30, 40 times. They got all these different camera angles. I think I just walked around the Octagon probably for 5 minutes and didn't say anything to anybody.
Wow.
Because it was surreal being in there, and just, it was the coolest experience ever. We ended around 4. I left a little blood in the Octagon. I think I cut myself a few times. It just felt good. They were like, hey, get up on the cage, just sit up there. And then it was just, it was like a kid in a candy store, because I'm such a big fan. But all I could think of is Justin Gaethje backflipping off that cage and how I could barely crawl up and down it. It was really awesome.
Yeah, and he does it so effortlessly after a 25-minute fight as well. And
yeah.
Almost snaps his ankle every single time. By the way, how did you cut yourself?
I'll just nick my knuckles on a cymbal or something. I've also smashed my finger, all my fingers on my my left hand had been broken besides my pointer finger just from drumming.
Wow. You ever break it in the middle of a set and feel like, holy shit, I can't take this anymore?
Nah, like usually I'll cut it open, but that actually gives me more energy. I get more hyped, more excited when I'm bleeding. But I have had a rehearsal where I'm like, okay, I'm bleeding, and then my knuckles swell up really big, like the size of a golf ball, and then I couldn't move it. And that was the last time I broke a finger while playing drums.
Was that your first time in the cage?
Knock on wood, it hasn't happened again. Yeah, that was my first time in the cage.
Wow. What was your takeaway? Because a lot of people say it's very stiff, right? It doesn't have like any sort of give.
Yeah, I went up to the cage and I expected it to have more give or be a little, I don't know. It's hard. It's cold. And the cage is a little like lower than I thought. Like I didn't think I'd be able to look over it. But it was just, yeah. I think I've said it before. I was telling Dominic Cruz when I saw him at the fight, like the fact you guys go out there in your underwear, barefoot, and just scrap with someone it's insane, you know. But yeah, I admire anyone who walks in there.
Of all the cool shit that you've been able to do as a result of being who you are, is that like, I'm not gonna say it's number one for you, but like up there? That's got to be up there, right?
Honestly, someone else asked me that, and I was like, you know, playing the Grammys with Drake, Lil Wayne, and Eminem was pretty awesome, and that is right there with it. I know. I was telling my wife, she's like, "That's pretty cool. You get to go do that thing." I was like, "Babe, you don't understand." I'm like, also the UFC doesn't really. You never really hear about them like doing anything with the musical artists, right? Like,
yeah, no.
I know like they're really against like people walking people out or or any kind of performance like this. I was like, babe, this is unheard of. This is my fucking dream come true. Like it's just like, yeah, there's nothing tops this. It's not like afterwards I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna top this. There's no topping it. It's like the best of the best.
Were you happy with the finished product?
Yeah, I loved it. I actually didn't see it. I didn't see it until about an hour before they posted it on Instagram.
Okay. And then it aired on the broadcast, of course.
Yeah, but when I was there, I'm like, oh, I'm going as hard as I possibly can, and I don't need to see it. It is what it is, you know.
They had you on the desk there as one of the analysts. How did that feel for you, being next to those legends? You probably watched this scene a million times, right?
Yeah, like Weidman and Cruz and Michael Bisping. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I didn't really know. They just kind of, you know, said, "Hey, are you down to come by?" And I said, "Yeah." So it was a little like quick, but it was cool to just go up there and talk to the guys. I ended up staying like 2 hours afterwards and just chopping it up with Chris Weidman and Dominic Cruz. Yeah, it was all such a cool experience this weekend.
And then obviously you stuck around for the fights. By the way, is your wife a fan of the fights, or does she kind of, you know?
She is. Like,
oh, really?
we have fight night every time there's a fight. You know, we have a bunch of friends over. Like, obviously, you know, that's why your podcast is so popular. You know, there's so many of my friends, like Tim Armstrong from Rancid. I have some regulars that were there every week, and we watch every fight. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. And my wife, you know, knows who everyone is and watches everything with me. So it's pretty cool.
I'm always curious about how, you know, people with really cool jobs that require them to travel a lot, how they kind of fit in the fight watching. Like Steve always likes to talk about being in the back and getting mad at the app when it spoils the results and all that stuff. He's big on that. What do you, like, you're on tour, you're playing on a Saturday night, but there's a fight you need to watch or an event. What are you doing to watch it?
Well, I'm hiding my phone if I'm on stage because I'm not like on my phone while I'm on stage, but I'm watching like prelims and up to the minute. I'm just warming up and practicing watching it, and then I'll stay after at the venue and just finish the fights because the bus is kind of iffy and I can't watch it on a plane if we're flying. So yeah.
But you are watching it.
Oh, I never miss a fight.
Wow.
Everywhere. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you ever do the thing where you'll go to sleep and then watch it the next day, or do you have to watch it that night?
No. Oh, I hate that. That's so, I can't do that because you'll see something somewhere.
Yes.
You know, one of my best friends is a doctor, and he'll hit me with updates all the time. So if I'm not watching it real time, I'm gonna get the news is gonna be spoiled somehow. But yeah, there's something about not watching it in real time It's not exciting.
I agree. There's something missing, and the next morning doesn't work. The next morning does not work.
Yeah.
You know what happened. Your body is telling you just fast forward to the end to find out the result. That's, like I know it happened. I know it's not a real live thing.
I could never, because like you got to know. I like watching everyone's walkout. I like listening to everyone commentating during the fight. That's honestly I kind of miss it when I'm at fights.
You prefer the TV experience?
Well, no, nothing beats a in-person experience. But when I'm there, it's like the one thing I don't have is like Joe Rogan,
right,
and Cormier just telling you everything you need to know. It's cool.
And so, what did you make of the main event?
It was violent, right from the get-go. I mean, everyone the whole card was pretty awesome, but the way they just went out there and just got to it right away. It was like they just banged right from the start. It was pretty exciting, which I imagined it would be. I mean, I knew that's what Gaethje would do, but to see Patty just sit there and trade with him the whole fight when he has so many other skills in his tools in his skill set, like it was admirable.
Did you think that was going to happen? Did you think the fight would play out like that?
Honestly, I thought Patty might try to like shoot on him or wrestle earlier, but he stood and banged with him, and I gotta say, it's like probably the most exciting fight I've been to in person.
Wow, and you've been to a lot.
Yeah, I've been to a lot. That main event was incredible. That was such a great main event.
Patty, a bit of a polarizing figure. What's your take on him? Do you like him? Do you not like him?
No, he's so good. Like his walkouts are so good. He's so fun. He surprises me every time. Like everyone he's fought, he always surprises me. So yeah, like I do like him a lot. Yeah, I liked both fighters in the main event. And it's always hard for me to pick against a fighter, but yeah, his walkout was so good and he's so exciting. But Gaethje's it was also really like a cool time to see Gaethje, get the interim belt and not retire, because I heard he was talking about retirement. I definitely want to see more Gaethje fights.
Do you think he can beat Ilia Topuria? Because that's what that belt gets you, right?
It's hard, dude. Ilia is so dangerous, and his power, and he's so explosive. I don't know. I think like if he goes in and bangs with them, he stands like a puncher's chance, and he's Justin Gaethje. But yeah, Ilia. I'd love to see Ilia Arman. That's the fight I really want to see.
That's okay. So I was just going to ask you if you had like, what's your one dream fight right now that could be made that isn't on the docket? And I'm not talking like some legendary fight, some like fictional fight, a fight that you really want to see right now this year.
Islam versus Ilia.
Yeah,
that would be incredible. Because I feel like Islam's he's just such a great fighter, man. Like I don't see anyone. I mean, he has some exciting fights in his weight division too, like Ian Machado and Carlos. I would love to see him fight Carlos, but like Ilia and him, because they were talking about it for a minute, I think it just got in everyone's head, or it definitely got in mine. That would be a really cool fight. But I love Arman too. Whether he fights, if he ends up fighting Justin, or I don't know how it's gonna work, but seeing Arman, Ilia, and Islam all fight in whatever weight class soon would be great.
This is a Travis knows ball type of answer, because that is the best story in the UFC right now, in my opinion. Like that triangle right there.
And it's like the unknown what's going to happen right now, right? Because Arman didn't fight for the belt, the interim.
Who's your favorite fighter right now? Like your must watch?
It's so hard. I think they asked me that. Well, it was so confusing when I was at the desk. They asked me my favorite fighter and then my favorite fighder on the card. So I'm like, but I think it constantly changes. I love Islam. I am a big fan of John Jones and just his legacy, and I love Peyton. I love Sean, and I love how exciting and he's just exciting for the UFC. Let me see. I love Arman. I loved the Cyril Gahn Tom Aspinall fight, and I can't wait to see what happens with that.
What do you think? What do you think about that ending? Tom catching some strays till this day.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, but I mean, like, but none of us have been in there and had our eye poked either, right? But we have. It's hard because we've all seen fighters get poked in the eye and just be like, "Yeah, let's go," And I think that's what everyone was hoping would happen, but you're not in there. You didn't feel it, so I mean, I agree. I don't think he thought that first round was probably going to go like that because he's usually doesn't get touched like that. But Tom Aspinall, I mean, yeah, it always scares me if he fights Jones because I do love Jones, but I'm like, dude, Tom Aspinall is just a gorilla and he's such a beast and he's so talented. Yeah, I'm interested to see what will happen with the heavyweight division, but I would also love to see Pereira fight Jones if there's anything real, if that's even
incredible
being considered, that would be so exciting. And then there's not like a belt attached; it's just a fight, and we see Alex Pereira go up. And can you imagine if he would be the first fighter to have a belt in 3 weight classes?
I love your knowledge, man. I love your passion for this. It's so great to see. Can I ask, what do you think, Volk or Lopez this weekend?
That's another one, man. I love Volk so much. Yeah. It's hard. Like I hate picking anyone. I could see, and from everyone I talk to, they're like the best feeling is having a rematch because you felt that person before, right? You felt their power. I could see Lopez figuring it out, but for Volk's legacy, I'd obviously love to see him win too,
Were you ever compelled to compete in a grappling competition or anything like that? Did you ever feel the need to do that? Did it ever occur to you to do that?
That's the one thing I never did is wrestled. I think maybe as I get further in jiu-jitsu, it would be fun. I've sparred a little bit with boxing. I love boxing. When Dom used to come out and train with us a lot, he used to give me 10-minute rounds to try to sleep him, and I would just be swinging at air, and it got exhausting. It was terrible. Or he'd start wrestling me, and then I was really done. So yeah, I'm lucky. Between him and Chito Vera's a really good friend of mine. Ortega. I have enough fighter friends to know how hard it is, and how talented and how much hard work goes into everything that they do,
Were you up there when Dom found out that he was being inducted? Were you with him?
No, I had just left.
Because I know you have a great history together. You sponsored him back in the day. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, I know Dom's been one of my close friends for, 10, 15 years. I used to let him stay at my house when he was having surgeries out in LA. And I sponsored him through his whole rivalry with Uriah Faber. That's what was so funny. When I went to go do his podcast, I was there when Dom literally had a fight Cody, TJ, Uriah. He was beefing with the whole, alpha male team. So when I did his podcast, Uriah's there, and it was so cool to see them just be cool and have a conversation about everything. And Uriah's awesome too, man. I just went to his gym out in Sac and trained there when I was on tour.
Did he feel some sort of way about that? They're cool now though, right? So you didn't.
Oh, they're so cool. Yeah, they were. It was so nice to see that because I saw when it was going down, and it was heated constantly. Even me being in the crowd, watching Dom fight, you could feel the air, the thick air, around everyone's team and stuff. But no, everyone's so nice over at Team Alpha Male, and the hospitality over there was really cool.
I'll let you go in a second. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm just curious. Do you follow boxing as much as MMA?
I do.
Okay. Who do you like in boxing?
I mean,
this weekend, there's a huge one coming up at the same time. There's Shakur Stevenson against Teofimo Lopez at the same time as Volkanovski versus Lopez. So what do you do?
Yeah, that's going to be a great fight. I'll watch both. I'll have both on it. I'll go back and forth.
That's incredible.
Yo, I can't wait for the Dan Hooker fight.
Yeah. He was just
That's
on right
gonna be
before
so
you.
cool.
What a fight.
Yeah, his like 1 minute like fights in
Yeah.
his backyard are so entertaining, man. Like I just love all of the things we're given that we get to watch, right? Like whether it's Dan Hooker throwing those fights in his backyard or I don't know. I see it as a plus being able to go back and forth, to channel and watch this weekend. Is it on at the same time? It's in
Pretty
Australia?
much, yeah. It's on pretty much, yeah. So the Australia card will be on Saturday night here, Sunday morning over there, and the boxing is at MSG. So it might maybe not completely coincide, but it's pretty much Saturday night. I love how tapped in you are. I mean, like you're very supportive of us, like on Instagram and stuff like that, dude. It really means you have no idea what that feels like to see someone who is so. I'm not saying like famous or like successful, just be a supporter of ours. It really does mean a lot.
Oh, thank you, man. I love what you guys do. You're so good at your job, Ariel, and it's like, yeah, it's my go-to. This is my escape. And yeah, I love all your shows, and I love your coverage of the sport.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you about Run Travis Run?
Yeah.
This is a 5K that you do?
Yeah, we do 5Ks.
Man, and when's the next one?
I think the next one might be combined with a 5K, 10K, and half marathon in Fontana, where I grew up. And we raise a bunch of money for charity, and we just bring everyone out. A lot of people come out and walk or run for the first time, and it's unity, spreading like unity, health, wellness. And yeah, everyone comes out, like a lot of fighters come around with me. Everyone from every walk of life, comes out. It's not, you don't have to be an athlete to do it. You can walk it if you want. It's pretty amazing movement.
This is one of my dreams to do a 5K. I want to start with a 5K. This is one of my dreams.
Oh yeah, man. Do you live in New York, Ariel?
I live in New York. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I threw one out there not long ago. I had one of the best 5Ks out there where this New Yorker was just on me like, let's go, motherfucker, the whole time I'm running. And I did so good. I think that was my first time I ran a 19-minute 5K.
Wow.
But yeah, the energy you have from the crowd and the people you're running with is just, there's nothing like it.
The next time you have one here, I would love to partake. That would be incredible.
Cool. Yeah, that would be awesome.
And Barker Wellness, what inspired you to do this?
Originally, it was just thinking of things that I use and I need all the time. Like our muscle therapy cream is the best. Like, helps with inflammation, helps with soreness. I use it constantly. And then we have like mushroom gummies to sleep. We have B complex, B12 gummies, help with the energy. We have a bunch of cool gummies, like creatine gummies that we're coming out with. So yeah, it's all non-toxic, all organic, and just the supplements that I take every day.
Wow, love that. And where can people get it?
BarkerWellness.com.
Okay.
And Sprouts.
Okay. Last one for you, and it's one that I've always wondered. When I was younger, and I was a kid going to Syracuse University, I was horribly depressed. The drives from Montreal to Syracuse were some of like the darkest moments of my life. I was so sad. I didn't want to be there. It was a tough time. This is 2001. I used to listen to Adam's song all the time, and for some reason that song spoke to me, and I'm not even quite sure why. It was just part of the mood. And there was one part of that song about spilling the juice, the apple juice. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm a son of immigrant parents, and they would always get so mad at us when we'd spill something. And for some reason, like that would trigger me. My parents are the greatest parents, but I know what that feels like when your mom yells at you when you spill the cup of apple juice. And I always wondered, what was the inspiration behind that song? Is there someone named Adam? What could you tell me about that song in terms of like where it came from?
I think it was originally a letter that Mark Hoppus from my band got about a kid who was contemplating suicide.
Okay.
And the song was loosely based around that. And then there was parts of Mark's own life that he was talking about as well, just feeling down or feeling depressed and just offering like a gleam of hope for when you're feeling like that, or a song like that could be a tool, I guess, Well,
that song helped me and I think helped a lot of people as well. I don't need to tell you that. If you would have told that kid way back when, 25 or so years ago, that I'd be talking to you like this, mine would be blown.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Travis. Congrats on everything you've done, and congrats on getting that opportunity on Saturday. It was really, really cool to see you up there. And again, thank you for the love and support. It means the world to us.
Of course. Likewise, man. Thank you.
All the best to you. There he is, the great Travis Barker, kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. What a guy. What an absolute legend. And an actual legit fan of the sport of MMA. You could tell when you're picking Ilya versus Arman. You're not just going with Ilya versus Arman. You're going with Arman versus Islam, which has kind of been forgotten about. But remember, this time last year, we were all foaming at the mouth to see Arman versus Islam. We thought we were going to get it if Bilal was going to beat JDM. That doesn't happen. Islam moves up, and you know the rest. How cool was that, Frankie? How cool? As a music connoisseur, how cool was that?
Huge, man. He did a great job. He's really down to earth, and it was cool being a part of that.
Yeah, he's great. He's unbelievable. Like, we could have done a whole thing. He talked in that piece about like the Beatles beat. Like, he said this beat was made famous by the Beatles. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, his promo.
Yeah,
Right.
and like I didn't even know that was a thing. Like, I know nothing about music, obviously. Like that, he said that this particular beat, as they were setting, it was very well done. I thought the way they set up Patty and then they set up Justin, and then he said this one particular beat, like made famous by these 5 guys from Liverpool, tied it all together. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know like music was like that. That like there's a beat that is synonymous with just like a drum beat that's synonymous with a group. Obviously, one of the most famous groups of all time. I didn't know it was on that level. So that was great. What a guy. That guy's going to bed listening to you guys.
I popped when he said
the boys. He knew exactly what he was talking about.
That was
He's going to bed listening to you guys talk about Frank's mom's ass.
I gotta
I was waiting for his favorite pound for pound rankings.
Yeah.
Loved when you guys did the pound for pound greens.
Dude, we got to do the 5K. Let's all do the 5K. Did you? I didn't know it came to New York.
I think it's been a couple of years.
Man, that's
I think
a lot
the
of
closest he came to us last year was Chicago. I'm in, though. You don't have to convince me.
I really want to do a 5K. I was listening to him talk about it, but I can't do a marathon. No chance.
Hey, that 19-minute 5K by Travis is crazy.
Insane. What's yours?
I mean, back in high school, I did one in like the 18s, but recently I did a 19, and I'm talking like fully gassed out, dying at the end of it, like going hard. So for him to do it at his age is incredible.
So 5K is how many miles? 3 point something?
3.1.
3.1. I think I could do that in like, at this juncture, maybe 31 minutes, 32 minutes.
It's a solid time, man.
It ain't no 19.
That doesn't matter. It ain't a race.
No, I know.
Except it is literally a race.
We all doing it together.
You did.
Rick, come on.
He
said you could walk. He said you could walk.
Nah, fuck walking, bro. You're running that shit. It's a 5K. Come on.
Frankie, you in?
Be walking it.
I'll just take the car behind you guys. Make sure.
Come on,
pace.
Frankie. You could walk.
Frankie could be the New Yorker to Travis, just yelling, "Come on, motherfucker!"
Yeah.
Frankie can be the pace car.
Pick your shit up. No, my sister loves the Kardashians, so she was always wondering. Is like, does she know who you are? Is that
headphones?
Yeah, headphones. Like
no, but in the car.
In the car.
There's a world where Kourtney Kardashian's been like, Travis, can you turn this shit off?
Enough of these fucking guys. Enough of them. That was incredible. Thank you to him. Congrats to him. Really, really enjoyed that. We're talking about the Paramount Plus debut. We've just received some intel as to how it did. Shall we digest this, fellas? Here we go. Frankie, some breaking news here. UFC 324 reached the largest household audience for a live UFC event in nearly a decade across historic linear and broadcast and now streaming. UFC's... I'm kind of reading. Okay, here we go. It debuted with record-breaking 5 million streaming views. That's like an episode of this show. And reached over 7 million households in the U.S. and Latin America. The live average minute audience / streaming views for the main card, 4.96 milli. Global households, 7.18. Does not account for co-viewing. Peak concurrent streams, 5.93. UFC 324 also reached more homes than any other live UFC event in nearly a decade across... Okay, I just read that. All right. That's per press release. I would say that's pretty damn good, right? Now, ESPN never came out with these types of stats, right?
I think they did sparingly. I'm trying to look for some.
I don't remember getting stuff like this.
There was definitely ones like this. They would release.
I hope Paramount
every
keeps
once
it
in a
up.
while for the big ones.
Peak concurrent, 5.93 million.
I love reading this stuff. This stuff's great. No, I'm very bullish on this new era. I think it's going to be great. We just get that PIP squared away. We'll be rolling. But
should ask Travis about the PIP.
If he ever deals with the PIP situation, I mean, he was at the fight, so he probably wasn't. If he's not going to Australia, he's about to find out.
That's what I'm saying.
But he said he watches on the phone.
Yeah, the wherewithal.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Anyone who is a real fan knows about the PIP.
Why are you acting like this is like?
I was being mocked by a lot of people. A lot of people are like, "Get an iPad." What? You want me to walk around with my iPad?
I love how iPad's the go-to.
That's what I got a lot of.
It's the television.
No,
that's
but
the way to get away
you're out and about. It's not 1986. It's called a mobile device. You want to be mobile, right? Oh, here's something from ESPN. What is this? This is from 2023. Okay, so they did post these things. This is from Jordan.
It was every once in a while.
Okay, you're right. UFC 291 was the most watched ever. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of this is linear stats. I don't remember getting a lot of E+ stats, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, point is, seems like a great night.
Give me a point of reference. What was the pay-per-view? The linear stats.
Oh, UFC 291 was the most watched ever, which averaged 2.0 million viewers across ABC, ESPN, and Deportes.
Okay, so Paramount crushed that already.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 second. UFC 291.
UFC 291 was Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier in Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm too good these days.
You freaking nailed it. But here's the thing. That was a pay-per-view. So the 2 million were for the prelims.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Oh, here's the first line. The 2 most watched UFC pay-per-view prelims ever on ESPN networks took place in 2023. So we're talking about prelims versus a main card.
I know, but I mean, those are the only point of comparison we're going to get.
Sure. The most watched fight night of all time on ESPN Plus was Noche UFC Grasso versus Shevchenko.
How many did that do?
Doesn't say.
Yeah.
And then it says,
"Who is to check?"
Yeah, who is to check? Anyway, everyone seems happy. I'm looking at this thing here real quick. This I don't see any Zuffa boxing numbers. Do you see any Zuffa?
I mean, it's show numbers.
They got to let those come in.
Okay. Because they were so big, or what?
They got to roll in.
Yeah.
We're waiting on them to roll.
They're waiting for the +2s.
Oh, that's like
maybe
the next day?
+5s, maybe plus
Hell yeah.
30s.
All right.
Wait,
just got to let them roll in.
just gotta let them.
Is there another one this weekend? ZO2?
Sunday. Yeah, what do you think of that? You're a branding guy. You like the ZO2, the ZO1, the look? No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no.
I don't hate it.
I actually do like it. I like the all black and I like the ZO.
Do you think they should have gone with another, you like Zuffa boxing?
I'm fine with it just because of the history behind it, yeah.
It kind of drives me nuts. I hear people call it Zuffa.
Yeah, those
triggers me.
People used to call it that back in the day too. In the MMA, you'd hear people saying Zuffa.
Zuffa, like what? Come on,
once
guys.
we get into the in past the O's, 09, once we get into the 18s, Z18 is gonna go hard.
To be fair to the
why that?
Yeah, Z18 at the apex, Jayapataya.
Yeah, the O's are weird, right?
Yeah, the O's weird.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be the guy that calls it by the individual numbers, not Z18.
Yeah, no,
Z18.
For sure.
Do we see a Z18?
Yes.
Of course.
Definitely.
This is not going anywhere. This is this is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. And by the way, there's a case to be made right now with Top Rank not having a deal and Golden Boy not having a deal. As far as American promoters, right now, are we living in a world where it's Zuffa Boxing and MVP?
Yes, at the moment.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yes.
Who would have thought? It's Jake Paul and TKO. As far as American promoters consistently putting on shows. We don't know what's going on with Golden Boy. PBC's putting on shows, but it's just very inconsistent right now. And the nature of their deal with Amazon isn't great. There's this Ring thing, like Eddie Hearn's going to be here tomorrow. He's going to be in studio tomorrow. I can't wait to talk to him. What's going to happen? What is it all going to look like? This Ring deal as time goes on. And I wouldn't call them an American promoter per se. So It's a very interesting time. Okay, some other news and notes, guys. I had mentioned Tom Aspinall to Travis Barker. What a crazy sentence that is. Dana White was asked about Tom and had an interesting remark. And then Tom saw it, reacted to it, filmed it, posted it on his YouTube. Here is that clip.
About me? I didn't even fight last night. Just Dana.
Do you have any updates about the eye of Tom Aspinall? And is there a rematch in the works?
Oh, Jesus. Don't let me talk about Tom Aspinall's eye. Apparently, he's going in for a second surgery or just had it, and by surgery, I mean injections. I have no idea. Thank you, sir. Get a quote from him. God forbid I say something about it. Go ahead.
We're Dana.
Jeez, catching strays in my own living room on a Sunday morning.
I mean, I don't know. If I'm Tom Aspinall, I don't know how to process that. I really don't. That is your heavyweight champion. That is one of the best and most popular fighters in the world. And the reaction is, geez, don't let me say anything about him. Last I heard, he had a couple surgeries. Well, injections. Like the whole thing felt dismissive. The whole thing felt like he doesn't really believe it. If I'm being 100%, if I am to read his body language, and he will 1,000% say, that felt very dismissive. That felt like someone who didn't believe that his heavyweight champion was actually going through something. Anyone feel otherwise?
No, it was exactly that.
And
by surgeries, I mean injections. That's like a direct shot at him.
Yes.
Oh, God forbid I say something. Yeah, no, that's
like
what it was.
flip it. It was just, if I'm Tom Aspinall sitting there, I'm like, man, what did I do to this guy? All I've done is stepped up to the plate and I got poked in the freaking eye. And you think I want to get injections for fun? Do you think Tom Aspinall is injections or not, surgery or not? Do you think he's doing this for fun? And the world has no idea how much his life has changed as a result of all of this. Do you think he is doing this for fun? Do you think he's doing this to prove a point to all of you who thought he was faking? It's absurd to me. He could have easily answered that question like, to be honest, he's just working through things. Hopeful he'll be back. Wishing him the best. We'll be here when he's ready to come back. Like what? Why did it have to be that? And shame on the media who's there like yucking it up, laughing about a guy who's potentially staring at maybe never fighting again. This is a real thing. At what point are people going to realize this is a real thing? I thought that was gross. I mean, it's very hard sometimes to listen to these press conferences because there's like, what's going to happen with Alex Hernandez and Michael Johnson? Don't know. Sometimes I feel like he it's just, but that is someone's health. That is someone's health and safety. That is someone's future and longevity. And you're just kind of dismissing it like that. Kudos to Tom for kind of, I think, laughing it off, but you could kind of tell he's bothered there, right? I mean, he's like, geez, I'm catching strays on a Sunday morning. I wasn't even involved in this card. Now, of course, he was asked about it, but here's Pete Carroll's article right now on uncrown.com. Someone please remind Dana White how serious Tom Aspinall's injury is. I don't know if he knows. I don't know if he's feigning ignorance. That just went up, by the way, so I'm looking forward to reading that. I don't know if he's still annoyed, if he had grander plans, if this screwed up plans. I don't know what it is, but to react like that about an eye injury and say, it was actually injections. What? Who's signing up for injections? Honestly, who's signing up for injections? How could you be so dismissive of your heavyweight champion? Forget heavyweight champion, of any fighter who fights for you. Well, I mean, I really do feel for Tom, and you could call us biased. You could say whatever we want, whatever you want to say about us. He does not deserve any of this. The guy fought, he got poked, eye gouged, and he's being made to seem like some sort of like malcontent, some sort of like faker. I don't know what it is. It's bizarre, man. You could protect him. You could change the narrative on him. You have to promote this guy. At some point, you are going to have to promote this guy. God willing, he'll be okay. And you have just done 3 or so months of the opposite of damage control. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's. I mean, I can't. Honestly, I can't imagine how he feels. We did get a face-off. Between Kamaru Usman and Islam Makhachev. People were going nuts over this. Like people were going. Look at this. Look at the aura. Look at the tension. This is great. One last ditch effort to get us to care. One last ditch effort to get us to care. It's so ridiculous they can't help but laugh. The thing is so ridiculous they can't help but laugh. One last ditch effort.
Nah, I'm sold.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the UFC isn't this disconnected. The brass aren't this disconnected from knowing what's right and knowing what the fans want. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you know what? They're going to do what's right. And they're not going to give a title shot based off of legacy, a title shot based off of a lifetime achievement award, a title shot based off of one win in 4 years. I'm going to go out on a limb. Because Colby Covington deserves it just as much, if that's the case. Same amount of wins in the same stretch of time.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. Give us
Let me
that.
see that Colby shot.
Interim title?
Yeah, fuck it. No. What do you mean? Real title.
Oh, okay.
Colby versus Islam.
Armin continues to produce banger after banger. He's doing so well these days that even Dan Hooker is on board. Here's some new Armin content. Look at Armin on the plane. Look at this guy. Is this safe? Makes me nervous. On the plane.
What do you think he's going to bring the plane down?
I don't know.
Yeah, what part makes you more nervous than if you just did that on the
It felt
street?
very shaky.
It's a PJ. You think he can bring the plane down just by shaking around?
I don't know.
Look at this. I'm more worried about this. 18 pounds of Popeye's chicken.
18 pounds. And he got Popeyes to respond.
I don't like that response by them.
Why?
Hold on.
Yeah, disrespectful to DC. We don't need to dunk on DC.
Of course Popeyes responded.
Fucking hell.
The Armin Sarukian brand is bigger than the Popeyes chicken brand.
Yo, that is incredible. It's top tier content. I can let you know the great Armin Sarukian back tomorrow on the program with his favorite interviewer on his favorite show. He said it himself. It's not just me making it up, all right? Everyone's killing it on social media these days. What about Alex Pereira? Who's this? You guys told me about that other model last week. Who's he hitting mitts with here? What's going on here? Caminas? What's going on here, guys? What is this?
It just looks like he's getting some training in.
Is this Riz? Is he rizzing it up?
Looks like he's sparring more than rizzing it up. It looks like he's.
I mean, it's a former Riz, right? Frank, Riz or not? 5.9 million views on this?
No. She has 5.9 million followers.
Gosh.
Who is she?
Vera Dijkmans.
Sounds like a
athlete.
Sounds like a Holland native, Dutch.
So somewhere in that area. She also looks like she's done some BJJ before.
Oh, okay.
Choked someone out. Oh, her and Jorge have done some stuff together.
Okay, some collabs, as they say.
Oh yeah. She was grappling with Jorge.
Okay, shout out.
Yeah.
Somebody know what she does for a living. I'm asking.
I would imagine it's mostly content creation.
Okay, all right. Well,
6 million followers is definitely bringing in some cash.
Alex, living the. Did you guys see that video? I don't know if it was. I didn't hear the audio, but apparently, like KSI was on some show and they showed his YouTube studio.
I didn't.
And I don't know if this was, but it showed like the revenue, and he's like, oh. And it was at what it said in this thing, again, I don't know if this was like a work or a shoot, but what it said was $110K a month.
$110K a month?
Mm-hmm. I actually thought it would be more.
That's less than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I thought this was about to get real juicy.
Oh, no.
From KSI's YouTube channel?
YouTube channel, yeah. Not the Sidemen channel, the KSI channel.
I don't know, $110K a month, and that's definitely just like a side income for him at this point.
Oh, 100%. But it's just amazing that you can make 100,000 just like his videos on his YouTube channel are just basically him speaking into a webcam. The Sidemen one is different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yay or nay on the UFC 326 poster, guys? What do you say? Here
I'll
it
say
is.
yay.
You like
yay.
it?
In terms of UFC posters, I'll say yay.
I don't hate it. Yes. That's the bar. Can I tell you one thing that kind of annoys me?
Max's head?
No, I don't mind it. The M. Why? What don't you like about Max's head?
I don't know. It just like doesn't look like it's coming out of the M.
BMF title bout. Why is BMF and then title small up top and then like why is it all like loosey goosey like that?
Because
Why
it's like
isn't it?
offset like the BMF
Yeah.
text up there.
Yeah.
It's all just like they're
crazy.
Yeah, chopped up.
Yeah, I like it.
Title bout, title fight.
Hey,
I feel like we don't use bout.
Hey,
what?
I think they've been listening to the program. Can we put that back up?
Yeah.
The block's gone.
Oh, that was my next thing.
Yeah,
I like that.
26.
Clean.
That's the date. Yeah, it looks clean. It looks good.
Like
Actually,
that.
looks so much better without the blocks.
They're still going with the Mars 7 Sat, the British way.
I'm cool with that.
Mm.
Why
not?
It looks so much better than the UFC 325 poster.
Yeah. I like the Paramount Plus. The Paramount Plus logo has like sort of like panache. The Paramount, the cursive. I don't mind that it's on there. Obviously, it's a nice looking logo. This is good. I don't hate it. I
like it. Let's keep this going. This definitely took some real effort.
Yeah. I couldn't tell. Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 titles in the lightweight division, guys.
Yeah, I guess.
Dana White said that he's getting to work on the card. They're working right now in the war room, guys. They're working right now. Here he is talking about the White House planning post 324.
One of the big things that's been thrown out, multiple titles for the White House. Fans are wondering, how are they going to spread?
Pause. Okay, I forgot about this. No. This is even better. Young reporter, I believe his name is Gabriel. He asks Dana White about multiple titles on the card, right? He asks him about multiple titles on the card. Listen to Dana White's response. Listen to how mad he gets about this question.
Out, across the schedule over
Did you
the
hear
summer.
me say? Did I say that?
That's the rumor that's out there. Is that
from
untrue?
who? Who's the rumor? Where'd you see that?
A lot of people on the internet. I'm
Okay, sounds legit.
A lot of fans.
I literally have not fucking said one thing about the White House, and that we're not even talking about it, thinking about it, or anything until Monday.
He has said things about the White House card. He said it's going to be one of the biggest cards of all time. But yes, okay, maybe like specifically he did say they're going to wait until after this card is over. But this young reporter was saying multiple title fights, and he got a little bit annoyed. And then he asked who said that, and he didn't really have an answer for him. People online, rumors. Where have we heard this before? Multiple title fights on the White House card. Is it just rumors? Is it just internet innuendo? Is it just nonsense online? Well, we're going to
have a lot of events. One of the things you're going to have here is some of the UFC press. You're going to have the fighters coming over talking about the fights. It's a big deal. The UFC on June 14th. It's going to be June 14th next year.
Wait for it.
And they're building an arena. The great Dana White's building an arena.
Wait for it.
And they're going to have 8 or 9 championship fights. The biggest fights they've ever had. Everyone's a championship fight. And everyone's a legendary type of fight. He's actually holding back fights right now for 6 months so he can do it for this, the 250. I think 250 is going to be amazing. I think the arena is going to be 5,000 or 6,000 seats right in front of the front.
8 or 9 championship fights. We're holding fights right now. The biggest fights. That's where we heard about it. So who's lying? It was just weird, like jumping. The kid didn't have it ready, but the president said it himself. He actually said it himself. 8 or 9 championship fights. That's where we heard it. Do I think there's going to be 8 or 9 championship fights? No. Do I think it's going to be the biggest card of all time? Maybe, but I mean, like, what would make it the biggest fight of all time? I guess if you made like Jones, Pereira, Ilya, I just don't think it's going to happen that way. I really don't. We've had some pretty big cards. UFC 100 was big. 200 was slated to be big. 300. You think? No, I was going to make a joke, but I don't feel like dealing with that. Anyway, we'll see what happens. We now enter that period. And the big question is, why were they waiting for 324 to play out? What was it about 324 that they needed to know the answer to in order to start working on this card? Dana White also talking about Zuffa boxing. Over the weekend, he was obviously very excited about this. Here's a quote about Zuffa boxing. Oh, okay. There's a Dana White Zuffa boxing thing here on the list. Are you sure? We're gonna check. We'll effort it. How about that? We do have Eddie Hearn talking about Zuffa boxing. He's going to be on the program tomorrow. Here he is. Eddie knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He does a great thing of like compliment and then subtle jab. He's very good at it. Here he is.
I think, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, I think Dana White, TKO, Nick Khan, all these people in boxing is great for boxing. These are very experienced, very powerful people, and they've seen an opportunity. I think one of the really interesting things when I look at the business is going to be how the UFC talent roster reacts to the amount of money that these guys are paying fighters. I think there'll be a revolt from the UFC fighters, to be honest, because I think they'll be thinking, why are we making so much less than the boxers when the show and the business and the revenue is so much higher? So yeah, it'd be interesting.
I don't know if it's going to work out that way. You're starting to see some fighters saying, hey, they're making me, they're giving me a pay raise, they're making me happy, all this stuff. So I wonder, but I think he's trying to create chaos, some dissension. Reminder, Eddie Hearn, barring any travel issues, have we heard of anything, Rick, about travel issues?
Nope.
We'll be in studio tomorrow in anticipation of the Madison Square Garden card that he is promoting this weekend. Frank Warren also weighing in on Zuffa Boxing. This is fun. Here he is.
Well, I don't like one belt because we've had that years and years ago, and we know that just didn't work. But look, that's his vision. For me, it's not. I think that if there are belts there, you'd get unification fights. They happen, unification. You find out who the champion is. And the governing body is independent in its rankings and ratings. They decide who's going to be fighting. They put fights out to purse bids and they go out on the open market and whatever. I think that their vision is basically a UFC of boxing.
Yeah.
But that's his view, and he's a very astute man and a very, very clever man. As for the weights, I totally disagree with that altogether.
Yeah, I knew, obviously,
for very obvious reasons, because I've been around a long time and I've seen
have.
guys who struggled to make weights. I've seen deaths in the ring from people who've suffered from dehydration, and that's the reason junior weights were brought into fights. Yeah. That's the reason you have the rings at a certain size and not small rings and all this. At the end of the day, it's about the boxer's health and well-being.
Ultimately, if you're a boxing fan, I think it's a fascinating time. I think a new player isn't a bad thing, and I think a new player also raises everyone else's game. Usually when there's competition, everyone ups their game. It's part of the reason why I wish that there was competition in MMA. There isn't really any competition, at least not in North America. So all in all, I think that it's a great story to cover. It's going to be a great time to cover this sport. There's a lot of disruption going on. There's this new entity coming in, and who is Turkey going to align with in the end? Fascinating stuff. Speaking of rankings, our rankings are up right now over on uncrowned.com, the number one unbiased combat sports site in the world. Here's the men rankings. Islam still 1, Ilya 2, Hamza 3, Pantoja 4, Tommy Aspinall 5, Jan 6, Perez 7, Volk 8, Merab 9, Armin 10. Any movement there? I wonder. What about on the women's side of things? I do believe there is movement. We've got Valentina 1, Kayla Harrison 2, Zhang Weili 3, Chris Cyborg 4, Dakota Ditcheva 5, Natalia Silva 6, Mackenzie Dern up 1, 7, Mano Fiorot down 1, Aaron Blanchfield up to 9, Sika Ozawa down to 10. So there you have it on the women's side of things. And perhaps the best thing that we saw on social media all week long, there was a young fighter named David Goldenberg. Actually, not that young, right? I mean, he's kind of in his early 30s, I think.
He's 33.
David Goldenberg won on a Tough Enough card. Now, in attendance for this card was Dana White, Hunter Campbell, other UFC employees, because a UFC employee is working his way up the ranks. What's this young man's name? He scored a crazy UFC employee, Tough Enough. There's a UFC employee named, wait for it, Sal Everett. He beat a power slap veteran, improved to 2-0, and won in He won in like a matter of like 4 seconds, I think it was. And anyway, on the broadcast, he wins. We went to this Tough Enough show. It's a great show if you're ever in Vegas. Very intimate. They show Dana and Hunter up in like the balcony cheering him on. He works for the UFC. Anyway, Mr. Goldenberg used this as an opportunity to get on the microphone and shoot his shot. And I think it might have been the worst shot shooting of all time. Take a listen.
Hey, Sean Shelby, Hunter Campbell, and who's the third musketeer? The bald guy, kind of looks like a bloated Mr. Clean. What's his name? Dino? Dana White. Better wake up, motherfuckers. Next big thing is here, so get your checkbook ready. Let's make some money.
I mean, I heard that and I was like, you clearly want to be in the UFC and you decided to insult Dana White in order to get him to notice? Like, you know, he had to have been back there being like, all right, I'm going to do a little reverse psychology. These guys like to swear. I keep it real. They keep it real. I'm going to insult him, call him a bloated Mr. Clean, tell him to get his checkbook ready because he's missing out on the next big thing. And in case you're wondering if it worked, in case you're wondering if Dana White actually enjoyed this call out, here's what he had to say on social media. Worst fight of the night, stunk the place up with his performance, and then talks like he put on the fight of the night. The fight after his was a women's fight that made his fight look even shittier. This guy, I guess this is his name, Smilia Fairtex, blows Scrappy Douche out of the water. Or
I think that's another fighter.
Okay, blows Scrappy Douche out of the water. Or maybe that's his guy, Sal.
Yeah, he's saying whoever it is blows David Goldenberg out of the water.
Now,
Ding Don Dano.
That's a great.
I actually watched it like 10 times. It was fantastic.
So bad.
I mean, it's like, what would it be called? Like promotional malpractice.
That is
like
it.
You are ruining your career by doing this. But I mean, I got a good laugh out of it.
What about
that handle belongs to Smilia Sundell, who must be the women's fight he was referring to blowing out of the water because she fought on that.
How do you feel? Like, the women's fight line? You know, like
it wasn't the right.
Yeah,
thing to say.
it's almost like when Tony Khan said that, like that. What do you say that? Something about Tony Schiavone and me. Remember, I was like, well, you just insulted your own guy. You know, like when you try to make a point by insulting someone.
Yeah, he's saying even shitty women's fights are better than your fight, which is not the way to go.
He said, I make Tony Schiavone look like a real journalist. So I'm like, wait a second, who's this insult towards? That was so weird. Like, you could have just said that was the worst call out of all time and not take a crap on the women.
It actually, I think it's up there for the worst call out.
It is awful. Do you think he thought? Do you think he thought that it would work?
I mean, we see
obviously, or he wouldn't have done it.
No, maybe he doesn't want to be in the UFC and he's trying to like just
No, because he tells him to get the checkbook.
I know, but
You're
maybe
missing out on the next big thing.
We see people in the UFC cutting promos that they think work that don't. So
yeah,
it has to happen at this level.
Joaquin Buckley calling out Conor McGregor, and then there's David Goldenberg calling out Dana White before he's even in the UFC. Ding Don Dano. Wake up, motherfuckers! Get the checkbook.
And he won via decision, right?
Won via decision
in the most boring fight of the card, apparently.
Yeah, worst fight of the card.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing.
I'm the next big thing. He's 33 years old.
Did it work though? Because we're talking about everybody's talking about it, or did it not work? Like, I don't think he was getting signed by the UFC anyway.
That's what I think. I think he thought. I mean, look, he's on.
No, he did not think he was going. Well, maybe he thought he was going to the UFC, but the reality is he was not going to the UFC. What I'm saying though is, did the attention part work? You know, did we all tune into this?
Maybe it was subliminal messaging, and the Don was pointed at Don Davis, and this is to get a PFL call.
He's out. It's too late.
I know, but you know, he wrote the speech before Don was out.
That was wild. That was wild, man.
It was a horrible fucking promo. Like,
by the way, the first time I saw it on Twitter, I was like, "What? What just happened?"
Also, the idea that you know who Hunter Campbell is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But you don't know who Dana White is.
Yeah, that is weird. But why would you think to insult him?
I want to get Chael Sonnen's thoughts on this promo. That's what I really want.
Old guy.
It really is promotional malpractice. That is, I mean, honestly, it's not. It's just a massive fumble. It's just a massive fumble. Trust me when I say, no one holds a grudge better than Dana White. If he hated that, he will hold that grudge. And,
also, like what? Like Dana White does not give the vibes of someone that would watch that and be like,
yeah,
get this kid a contract.
what's that thing? That thing? There's like better learn how to speak Chinese. Like people say that about people who get cut from a
Get
team.
ready to learn Chinese.
Yeah.
When you're getting cut from the
This guy
NBA,
is,
you're going.
get ready to learn PFL, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Is PFL even interested in a 33-year-old? What's his record?
All right, 33 is still pretty young. Come on.
No, he's 2-0.
Yeah, we're awaiting the results that already happened at Tough Enough. It's on the back end, akin to the Zuffa boxing numbers. The Tough Enough results, they take a minute.
Okay,
to come
he's
in on top
3-0 at 33 years old. He's not got a lot of time here.
Yeah.
I'm 0-0 at 32, so I got the whole road ahead
If you
of me.
get 3 fights in this year, you'll be equal to him, and you can shit on Dana White to his face, and then hopefully get signed.
By the way, what about Dan Hooker just casually dropping that he broke his
Broke
nose?
his nose?
Am I wrong? Or
you
did
being
no,
like,
no,
that's
nobody
crazy,
talked
and he's
about
like,
that.
no, it isn't. I do it all the time.
I did not see that anywhere before.
No, he had not mentioned that before.
He's like, yeah. But then what about the thing? He's like, oh, you got to get cleared for this fight. He's like, you let me fight that other one with the broken nose. So how could I, like, what do I need to get cleared for? I already fought with the broken nose. It is kind of a good point on his part. That was a wild thing. I'm seeing here Cub Swanson saying he's fighting, or at least posted a graphic with April 11th, which is UFC 3. Didn't Cub Swanson retire, or am I wrong about that? I thought we spoke to him about this. Am I crazy?
I don't know where.
I don't know if he said he retired, but
he posted it on Instagram.
Oh, he hasn't officially retired. I thought he said he was consider. Okay, I guess not.
Nobody officially retired.
Yeah, slightly leaning April of 25. All right, well, hey, Cub's the man. Shout out to him.
Evan Vachejos must be gutted. That was his fight.
Yes, and isn't he fighting like a week prior to that, or March 28th, right?
Yeah,
2 weeks before.
Usually we throw to super chats now, but before we do that, I just want to speak to Frank real quick.
Oh boy,
Frank,
What's going on, man?
I'm sorry.
For what? Can we go to super chats?
I just feel
Please, can we go to super chats?
What? I just want to say I'm sorry.
All right.
What? I'm actually being. I feel like I got us off on the wrong foot today.
Speaking of feet, had a marathon of MMA Hour in the Ariel Helwani show this weekend. Most heated interviews when you break down most talked subjects in general, best moments and more.
Are we done? Frank.
Nobody's dumb here, man. Come on.
But Frank, I'm sorry. I feel like you're mad. Very few drops today. I feel like this is your way of saying that you were upset, and you have every right to be. So I'm sorry. I'm being sincere.
They want me to keep reading, so I'm going
No,
to.
I
I will
want to-
have the honor to help
Wait a
out
second.
an Advent tomorrow.
First of all, Sammy, was it Sammy?
Yeah.
Who's telling you to keep read?
Both
No.
Andy and Jordan.
Are you mad at me?
No.
Are we still friends?
You're making me mad by doing this. Come on,
Why?
let's move on.
Why? I want to know if we're still friends.
Can we finish reading this?
What? This
You're
is
being
what we do.
weird right now. All right, you're grounded.
First one. The guy paid $100. I might as well read it.
I read it to
No,
you.
I want to answer it.
100 Swedish kroner.
Oh. Wait. What? No, the previous guy.
It's the same guy.
Wasn't it the same guy? It was Sammy for both, I
Sammy
think.
sent in multiple today.
No, what was his first comment? Yes, had a marathon of MMA on there. I watched this week. Most heated interviews when you break down most talk subjects. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And now another one. Why is it a different color? Different amount?
Price point.
Yeah,
I'll have the honor to help out at an Advent tomorrow here in my home city in Sweden for Holocaust Remembrance Day. Sammy's the man.
We love Sammy. We love Sammy over here.
What else, Frankie? Thank you, Sammy. Thank you.
Use Paramount, then use Amazon app. You'll be getting the pip.
No. I tried this. You go on Amazon, it makes you sign up for it. There's no login function. I tried to do that. Everyone told me
you
this.
can buy Paramount Plus through the Amazon as a partnership. Like
Yes.
you can watch it. But yes, you're right. You'd have to have 2 accounts then.
Yeah, what the hell?
Seems silly.
This is a problem. You know people there. Can you ask them?
I've asked. They told me, you don't work here anymore, bud.
It's crazy. What else, Frankie? What else?
Hell no.
And by the way,
do
can I
not-
just tell you, Frank? I really appreciate the way you're reading these. I think you're doing a great job.
Dude, seriously?
What?
Disingenuous.
Hell no. We do not care
I'm just happy that the jobs are back.
much
Oh.
about walkouts and bad corner advice.
Well, Mixed Martial Mike, I think you're in the minority on this
You
one.
care more about advertisements than those things.
Yeah. Bad corner advice, by the way, like I like the corner advice, and I think it's actually useful at times, and it's given us some iconic moments.
He's kind of crazy. Like, hell no. I want more ads.
Yeah.
Wait, bad corner advice is also just as important as good corner advice. So when we come here Monday, we're like, what the hell did they just tell them?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Great point.
Good or bad, whatever access we get to that stuff. By the way, you tried. Jordan was telling me he tried the multicam view.
Oh yeah.
I dabbled a little bit, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's kind of cool if you can choose the audio. You know what I mean? Like if you're like, oh, I like what's going on camera. Like if it's Tim Welch in camera 3 and I could click on that and now I get to listen to Tim Welch for a whole round. That's kind of cool, right? But
but then you don't have to listen to the advertisers, and then they kind of defeats the point.
Well, no. But correct me if I'm wrong. If you go to multicam, no ads. Am I wrong?
No, they have the ads in the
on all 4 boxes. Yeah, but with the other ones.
Yes, but if you could choose the audio, then you don't have to watch the other one.
Ads only care about it running and getting in front of us. They don't.
I don't think the advertisers feel the same way, Ariel.
No, I
I think they actually want their message to be heard.
All right, fine. What else, Frankie? What else?
Thanks for bringing attention to the Pip issue.
Oh.
I couldn't watch my Pats beat the Chargers on the app on their way to the Super Bowl.
I have problems with this guy. New York Ricardo cannot be a New England fan.
Love it. New York Ricardo, and also that doesn't make any sense for the Pip issue.
What about the Hasbulla?
Oh, he got me. You did get me. Fair play, you got me. I can't believe you would read that, Frank. Can I just say one thing? It's sickening. It is sickening. The cakewalk that you guys have, that you've received en route to the Super Bowl. It's sickening. It's truly sickening. I can't believe it. I can't believe that you had to beat Jared Stidham. You guys were trying to convince me, he's a gunslinger. He's a gunslinger. They were never going to lose that game.
Look good for
It doesn't snow. Jared Stidham throws 5 touchdowns.
He's slinging it.
They win that ball game.
You want to hear something even sicker? Honestly, it's gonna make you upset.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Yes, Sam
Darnold.
Darnold. Yes, I know.
Same draft.
I'm aware. Trust me, I'm aware.
Sam Darnold's the first one to a Super Bowl.
I'm aware.
I'm
None
just
of this
as sick
makes
as
sense.
you are.
None of this makes sense.
The Jets really fumbled Darnold, eh?
Nah, he wasn't going to be that in their system.
No,
There's no
Sanchez fumbled it off the butt.
No.
Nah, he wouldn't have been that.
None of this
He's
makes
nice
sense.
with the Vikings. He's nice with the Seahawks.
I know, but those are two different teams. Like the Jets just were not equipped for that.
Who's winning this game?
The Seahawks are going to crush them.
Yeah, I think Seahawks.
55-10. Can we get something like that?
I don't know if that bad,
I
but
want to
they're
get
going to
like
beat them bad.
Seahawks win. We're going to the parade, staying in Muckleshoot.
Let's do it.
I like the good people of Seattle. I have nothing against them.
I love like all their teams, all the colors.
Yeah, they're all cool people.
Like the Mariners, Kraken.
There's some news from Ben Hefner in our tech chat here.
Oh, about the PIP?
Something, about the PIP that he said was in the YouTube chat.
Oh.
There's a manual PIP option in the P Plus app. If you tap video, use overlay icon in upper right with the diagonal arrow, and you can enable it. So maybe PIP exists.
What are you talking about? That's a lot what you just said.
It's a lot, but it exists. Is the
I don't believe this. Wait. I want to see.
Pop up in a video now. Let's see. I'm doing it too.
But it has to be live, I heard. I heard if it's like a VOD thing, there is
They have
PIP.
to have something live playing right now, right?
No.
Watch live TV. Here we go. Okay, I'm on CBS News 24/7.
All right.
Wait, what the hell? Now the PIP just worked.
Yo!
The PIP
You just have to hit the button.
No, I didn't hit anything.
You just swiped?
I just swiped. I feel like for the UFC. Here,
Maybe it's different for the UFC.
Oh, I'm getting a PIP as well.
Yo, did they change it because of me? Yo, the PIP is working.
No. This can't be because
it can't be
must
that
be
easy.
for the sports. Yeah.
No, not for the sports.
I'm saying it might be that they don't let you do it for the.
This
for the
has to be because it's not live.
Yeah. Well, no, this is live though. We're watching live, but
no, bro,
it doesn't feel.
This is crazy.
No. It can't be that. How could it be that?
Well, what did the guy just say? What did Ben just say about from this YouTube person? What did he
Someone
say?
put in the chat that there's an option. You have to tap some overlay icon.
What does an overlay icon mean?
No, look, when you open it up in the top right, see that little one with the arrow pointing diagonal?
Okay.
That's the pop.
That was not there on
That
Saturday.
was not there.
Wow.
That was not there.
That was not there on Saturday. Yes, now it works.
No. See, I'm not convinced that this is going to be back for the UFC. I don't think so.
That button was not there.
On any
I swear.
Paramount? No, on any Paramount.
Well, I was going live.
See, this is my concern. You're too excited. You think it's just gonna
CBS
be
local,
across everything.
Los
I don't think
Angeles.
so.
That button was not there.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Probably still won't be there.
Love Paramount Plus.
Nah, you're too happy.
Frank, are you excited?
I'm very excited.
Ariel Helwani.
Yes.
Enabling change.
People can change. What else, Frankie? What else?
What was with the box around the P Plus logo on screen?
Which box? Oh, you know what? I noticed that too. The bug had a little box. I felt like they could just have it like translucent.
Didn't they have a box around the ESPN logo too?
It's crazy that people care so much about this stuff.
I know. Who gives a fuck?
But I did notice that too. It was like a little bit of like a see-through box. What else, Frankie? What else?
Could use UFC PPE for premium Paramount event.
Now it's tied to Paramount. What if they leave Paramount?
No, we can worry about that in 7 years.
That's true. That's true. PLE. That's the one. I don't know. I mean, it's an actual TKO term. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Is Dan Ike's new nickname Dan 100K?
You know what? Didn't even think of that.
I'm pretty sure he like tweeted that out.
Oh.
Doesn't roll off the tongue as well, but
I kind of think the whole thing was kind of silly, to be honest. Like to base your moniker off of a discretionary fight night bonus?
No, I like it.
Okay. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Number one, thanks for all the content. Number two, why can't UFC still offer a per event or monthly/annual add-on to have it ad-free? 3, what prevents the UFC from doing one-off pay-per-views if McGregor chooses to come back?
Well, to answer number 3, keep it over there. I guess nothing. Other than like you told us pay-per-view was no more. They're going to want him to be on Paramount Plus because they want people to subscribe ultimately. That's what they want. They don't really want one-offs. They want subscribers. You know what I mean? They one-off would be great, but they want subscribers. That's the main thing. Why can't UFC still offer a per event or monthly add-on free? I mean, that would be a Paramount Plus thing, and you're welcome. I guess the highest... Guys... I don't know what to tell you, but you're. What's the highest level? What's the highest level?
Premium.
What is that? Well, how
That's
much?
what I have.
How much is it?
It was $120 for a year.
120 divided by 12 is
$10 a month.
Bro, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? You're getting also, at least one numbered event, at least, and then 3 to 4 fight nights for $10.
Yeah, you can't get rid of the ads. It's built in.
This is life.
The broadcast. It would mess up with the pacing and everything. You're just not going to get it ad free.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Sean O'Malley looked like a boss sitting on that sofa during the interview. Shout, Sean. Hope he is crowned champion again.
Shout, Sammy. What else, Frankie? What else?
Happy Australia Day, mateys. Down Under on repeat.
Oh, wow. I should have... I guess he's not. Oh, his wife is. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Hey, yo, Ariel. I need Fight Pass for old fights and P Plus as well, as they have taken the prelims off of Fight Pass. Aussie fans are now paying more in 2026.
I know Canadian fans are upset. Aussie, everyone's upset. I think at some point very soon, and when I say very soon, 2-3 years, they'll find uniformity and be able to figure this all out for everyone, and it will be all on one platform, and I suspect it'll be P+. But yeah, I get it. I get it, guys. And by the way, I mean, we're not really crying for you over here in the United States. Like, we've been having to pay pay-per-view longer than anyone. You know, the UK had to pay. The irony was UK had to pay pay-per-view over the weekend for Patty, and we got it on Paramount Plus. The first time that the roles were reversed. But, you know, them's the breaks, guys. And what else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, thoughts on the reporter at the Australian Open catching flack for asking the American players all those political questions? Just curious on your opinion as a journalist.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm someone who sits here and talks to a lot of people every day from all walks of life. I'm not really asking those types of questions. And it seemed like this reporter, who I think works for The Athletic or The Times, kind of one and the same, it seems like this person was... I don't mind someone asking... You're working on a story, right? I would imagine he was working on a story, so you want to get different views. I'm not upset about it. I can understand why a player would be up there being like, man, like, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't in this situation. It's a tough one. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anyone have a strong opinion on this?
No, I mean, I thought she handled it well. She was like, that's not relevant.
Yeah.
It did feel like he was prying to get some sort of answer out of her.
Yeah, I know he asked a lot of people this, so I don't know if he's trying to do a story on like, this is how people feel about America overseas or something like that, but
he's framing it in like, how do you feel about repping the American flag with everything that's been going on in the last year?
Yeah. No, I can understand why an athlete is sitting up there being like, come on, man. Like, if I say something in support, I'm going to get shit. If I say something going against, I'm going to get shit. And I'll get support and I'll get shit. But I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't in this case. So can you just keep it to the... I think it's different if you're having like a one-on-one with someone and you're able to like kind of talk it out. But in a press conference format, probably not the best place. Is kind of where I'd land. And I don't think it's the most pertinent thing to ask and relevant thing to ask. What else, Frankie? What else? Good
Travis
question, though.
knows ball. Islam, Ilya,
Hell yeah.
Armin, trifecta.
Hell yeah. Shout out. What else, Frankie? What else?
And then lastly, Taporia said UFC has other plans if Gaethje wins. Do you know what those plans were? Connor at White House? Could this mean Armin versus Ilya in April?
Taporia said UFC has other plans if Gaethje wins. Do you know what those plans were? Connor? I think everything's at play at this point. I think that they're gonna try to make something spectacular. There are people who aren't MMA fans who are very much in power that are going to say, bring us your best and brightest. And don't forget, Donald Trump was once a promoter. He worked with Affliction, but the Trump Taj Mahal, like he knows promotion. He's going to say, so the general sort of matchmaking psychology and logic is not, in my opinion, is potentially not going to apply to this card. But I'll tell you what, I can't wait for June the 15th. I'm tired about it. I'm tired of it already. I'm tired of all this. It's going to be fun. But it is a little bit crazy how we're skipping 4 or 5 cards just to talk about this one card. Is there any chance that it's a bust, that it just doesn't look cool on TV, and that we just talked about, a fight card for the past year and a half?
No.
All right.
They're way too invested to make it that.
All right. I can assure you we'll have many more days to talk about all of this. So have no fear. Tomorrow, Andre... Did I say Andre? Why did I say Andre? I was thinking of Andre Ward. Tomorrow, Eddie Hearn in studio and Armin Sarukian and more to come as well. So stay tuned. But I'm very excited about tomorrow's program. And OTN on Wednesday this week. So stay tuned for that. Also, want to remind you that on Wednesday, we'll be doing our Royal Rumble lottery. And I also want to remind you that on Saturday, it's the 2nd annual Uncrowned Day right here at Yahoo Sports. Is that what we're calling it, or are we calling it Uncrowned Saturday?
Uncrowned Day.
It's actually Uncrowned Day and Night, so maybe we should call it Uncrowned Saturday. Because there's Royal Rumble during the day, and then there's 325 and Shakur against Teofimo. So I vote for Uncrowned Saturday.
Uncrowned Day.
No, it's like Super Bowl Saturday, Super Bowl Sunday. You know what I mean?
I'm actually with you. I like Uncrowned Saturday. It spans the whole day with Royal Rumble.
Yeah, Uncrowned Day doesn't like.
You guys don't consider this a day, so like when it turns to night, that's not part of the same day.
No, right. Also, Uncrowned Day sounds weird. Like there's 2 D's back to back. Uncrowned Saturday makes it feel like Super Bowl Sunday. That's where we're sort of like. I'm gonna make a call here. I actually think it's called.
Is this like the influencer guy? Your days.
Oh wait! Shaheen is weighing in. What's Shaheen saying? Uncrowned Saturday. So. SOL.
And so it was written.
There, if Shaheen says it,
you did it.
Shaheen says it.
You got the pip, and now it's Uncrowned Saturday.
What an afternoon for me.
Travis Barker's going to sleep tonight listening to you celebrate Pip and Uncrowned Saturday.
If only I could recapture the love of one Mysterio Frank. Wow, it's going to be awkward back there when I walk back there.
Yeah, it is.
Sort of dreading it.
I'm gonna have to stand over here.
Could we?
Hey,
you don't have to come in here.
And do you know Frank well? Is he messing around or is he actually mad?
He's just looks like Frank. It's Frank.
When have I been upset and not told you about it?
Oh, I'm gonna get a text tonight.
Hey man.
Hey man.
Oh wow.
About that brownout comment earlier.
Really helping your cause here. If you think he's upset with you, that you're just gonna keep making fun of him.
I'm not making fun.
Yeah, totally.
If you had any idea the love and admiration and respect that I have for Frank, In this particular moment, it's not at an all-time high because I feel like the music is a little bit too loud and I'm sort of battling it.
You actually just raised it.
Yeah. But usually it's very high. Oh, now it's going very low. Frank, did I ever tell you you're my hero? Everyone, if you're watching us live and you're in the chat, can we get a W for Frank?
W's in the chat for Frank.
W
Remember
Frank.
pre-show, you were like,
yeah,
man, I got this ammunition. And I was like, nah. I was like, no need.
I didn't.
No need. And you were like, what? You were like, what?
I got nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
I got
What
nothing.
is it?
I got nothing. Why are you so short? Look, everyone.
Dino.
No. Frankie. Thank you very much, Sean O'Malley, Dan Hooker, Travis Barker, Alex Perez. Much love to all of you. Back tomorrow. Say W's in the chat.